In a dark alley when it was already night, several bandits took a girl hostage. One of the criminals approached her even closer, taking off her clothes, and as he said, it was all because her father owed them a large sum of money, and everything that would happen now was revenge. He warned her that even if she screamed, no one would hear her. It was late at night and the place was not very busy, so she should not force him to use excessive violence for no reason. The bandit smiled ominously as a spark of hope for rescue flashed in the girl's eyes. But did she really think that these two cowards could save her? They saw a couple of people in the doorway, and they were even more frightened than everyone else here. The boy and the girl froze in place when they saw the horrific scene before them. But in a moment, they quickly turned around and headed in the opposite direction. The girl, although worried, suggested calling the police, which is something you can't ignore in such a situation. But the guy, who was already shaking with fear, immediately objected, but he spoke quietly and did not raise his voice. In his opinion, calling the police was tantamount to them rushing to save their victim, because the result would be the same. Someone would come here, hear the screams and see it all, and would definitely help the girl. So the couple left the strange, gloomy room as quickly as possible and ran out of it to get away from the trouble. The ray of hope in the girl's eyes faded completely when she saw people. There was at least some hope for rescue, and now she was alone here with three bandits. More tears fell from her eyes. But the leader of this gang of criminals did not want to wait. He wanted to get on with his business as soon as possible and then let his friends enjoy themselves. But just as he was about to start, he heard the voice of a boy behind him, and it distracted him. So he turned around with a displeased face to look at the impudent person who had interrupted him. The gang saw a short boy who looked like a high school student, wearing round glasses and carrying his backpack on his shoulders. For a while there was silence. They didn't understand what the boy was doing there. But since they were already eager to start their revenge, they took their improvised weapon in the form of a stick in their hands, saying that this was no place for walking. They looked at the boy. He could have been injured here by accident. The men raised the sticks up and wanted to hit him, but they didn't even have time to finish the sentence. The apparently not very brave high school student knocked the bandit down with one punch, and he flew to the ground. The man didn't understand what was happening, and the guy who came to his aid seemed to be about to put the whole gang of criminals on the floor. Soon he attacked the other one and knocked him down, surprising all the people who were there. His next target was their leader, who was standing next to the girl, so the boy immediately jumped closer to him and took the still conscious body of the other bandit and threw it right at the leader. No one had expected such strength and courage from this kid, but now they were worried about their own lives, which he could easily take, considering everything the young man had already done. When the gangster wanted to deal with him, he jumped up and kneed him right in the face, knocking the criminal right into a nearby wall. The leader also began to panic a bit. His colleagues were now lying on the ground, and he might be next. The man, not having time to put on his pants, jumped up and ran away from the kid, making threats at the same time, although he already realized how ridiculous it all looked from the outside. The girl, who was covered with her own tears, thanked the rescuer, but spoke very quietly and incomprehensibly because she was extremely scared. But the young man did not answer, but only with a crazy smile rushed to catch up with the bandit who was trying to get away from him. The guy ran as fast as he could from the room, leaving her alone but safe. After this, these men will definitely not take the same victim again. The bandit was running as fast as he could, but he realized that it was really very funny because he, a criminal who had dealt with his victim not for the first time, was running away from a high school student who had single-handedly smashed his entire group. When the man thought he had gotten away from him, he heard a quick stomp of feet, and when he turned around, he saw his nightmare again, running after him and not going to let up. He felt uncomfortable, thinking that the guy, having achieved his goal, i.e., having saved this girl, would not touch him anymore. But the bandit was wrong. Still with that crazy smile, the guy was running after him, and when he got close enough, he jumped right on his back. But he managed to somehow get out and start running away. The man shouted very loudly to open the door that was right in front of him, and fortunately it opened. The man ran into the room, continuing to run, and the young man did not stop chasing him. The man's colleague looked at him in surprise, asking what was happening here, because the picture was very strange. The man shouted with his last strength to gather all the members of the group immediately, but he was already very exhausted and could barely move. When the man ran through the next door, the boy wanted to slip through it to get his target, as if he was not tired at all. But something stopped him, so he stopped abruptly right in front of the door. There he was greeted by a crowd, each holding a weapon. With no end in sight, an overwhelming number of people about to expel the guest from their dark hideout. He removed his glasses from his face, looking at the many enemies he now had. All of them looked like half-dead people. Their eyes were frantic. Their faces were covered with scars, and they were asking with a strange smile where this boy was who had brought them all here. But each of them was quiet, looking at a short high school student who was holding glasses in his hands. But when the boy turned his gaze to them, they were no longer laughing. At first glance, the boy seemed to be someone else. Without thinking twice, the boy put his glasses back on and flew into the corridor with the bandits. Now the boy had disappeared from the sight of the man who had been running away from him a few minutes ago. The man hoped that his enemy would be finally dealt with and that the boy would not bother him again. So the man sat down in his office and made himself a hot cup of coffee, then ordered the boy to come to him. But suddenly the door broke open and flew at him. A powerful wave knocked him out of his chair, and his cup fell to the floor. Amidst all the ruins and chaos, the man managed to find a way out and got out from under the rubble, but it was still unclear what had caused it. In the place where there used to be a door, there he stood, the nightmare of bandits, covered in blood and with the same crazy smile, in torn clothes and still with a fierce desire to take revenge on the criminals. Everyone who met him in that corridor was dead. Everyone who met him would never stand up again. Now the guy calmly walked into the ruined office of the main member of the group, and his calm state turned into panic again, because he was sure that the end of this chaos had already come. But he made a mistake again. He started screaming and tried to crawl away from the guy who was chasing him like his worst and most frightening nightmare. But he didn't answer any of the man's questions, only moved closer to the victim with sudden movements. Later, the man sat down right next to him and pointed his finger at his leg, saying that he stood on it and it was very separating. And then the guy got up and put his foot up, about to stand in the man's face, while he was screaming even louder and begging him to stop. It was his own sneaker prints, but it was too late. The guy wasn't going to feel sorry for him. However, a year ago, he was not like this. He did not know such cruelty and evil. Then the tyrant would not have acted like this. A year ago, the young man was at the same school and was a kind soul with everyone he knew. He was talking with a girl on a bench outside the school, discussing a joint project between the government and major corporations to stop violence in schools. However, the newspaper was not about what the girl thought it was about. The ad was about the largest mixed martial arts tournament for teenagers. The prize money was very good. It was up to $1,000,001, and instead of stopping this violence, they are encouraging it, which may not have the desired effect. But the girl reassured him, because those who would participate in this tournament would be forbidden to fight anywhere but the ring. Those were the rules. Perhaps all gangsters would want to try their hand at the fighting arena. And that might indeed be true, but who would have thought that the government would allocate millions of won to a small region like Budong? Why would Hyungsung Corporation spend such a large amount of money on it? But the girl slapped him sharply across the face. Gang Hanyul barely dodged her punch. She would definitely try her hand at it if she was allowed in there. He smiled nervously, glad that he hadn't gotten hit in the head. Of course the boy understood her feelings, but she would probably be better off using less violence towards him. She was angry at his words and was about to hit him again, but he stopped her and begged her to stop. Luckily for him, they both heard some conversation nearby that caught their interest. It seemed that these guys were not interested in the tournament at all. Hanyul adjusted his glasses and looked at the group of boys standing next to him, wondering what they were doing. She looked at her friend in surprise, as if he didn't follow the news at all, even though Shung Kyung had told him to install Kakao Talk. But he didn't listen, and now he was sitting there, not understanding what was going on. An incredibly beautiful girl walked into the schoolyard. Haru Lee had recently transferred to their school. It was hard to believe that Hyunyul hadn't heard anything about it. A bunch of ladies' men tried to approach her to meet her, but no one succeeded. She just blew them all away. Haru Lee was extremely rude to people and direct. She even treated bandits the same way. She simply told them to get out of her way, and there was no fear in her voice. The girl was not afraid of anything at all, at least not to the people around her. Se-young thought that this was what made her similar to her, because she was also fearless. Hanyul was fascinated by her incredible beauty. He was already sitting on the bench with a red face watching Haru Lee, but Se-young assured him that he couldn't be more than just a background for this beautiful girl. But suddenly footsteps began to approach them, and Haru Lee herself walked over to them, standing next to them. Hanyul and Seyoung both went limp when they saw her in front of them, and the boy almost fell off the bench. He started to talk nonsense, not knowing what he was saying, but he couldn't help it. He couldn't string at least two normal words together. But Haru Lee calmly gave him a hand, and he immediately fell silent. She smiled slightly and leaned toward him, fixing her long dark hair. She asked him to take care of her, since she had just entered this school and knew almost nothing about it. Hanyul grabbed her hand, which she held out to him, and Sung Kyung was unable to say a word. She was very shocked. And that was the end of his normal everyday life, which he could never return to. As he stood there unsuspecting and staring at Haru Lee in amazement, fate played a trick on him, because from that moment on, everything would change. His life would become a living hell. That day, Hyun-yul sat quietly in the cafeteria, munching on the rice and vegetables that were served there very often. As he was putting another mouthful of food into his mouth, a guy approached him. The guy with the glasses wanted to ask Hanul a favor. He usually bought and brought food for people who could not get it themselves. But now he had a problem with his leg, so he would not be able to do this in the coming days. The boy introduced himself as Tai Shik and asked if Hanyul had heard of him, but he apologized and said that he had just recently come to the school, so he didn't know him. He was a little nervous and glad that Hyun-yul didn't know anything about him, but he was a little suspicious. Tai Shik didn't waste any time, so he handed a piece of paper to Hyun-yul, who looked at it without understanding what he wanted from him. But Shik continued the dialogue. He used to bring food to these people, but now because of his leg problem, he would not be able to do it. So he wanted Hanyul to help him, and he needed this help for just one day. But when he didn't hear an answer, he said sadly that he understood and wouldn't be offended by the refusal. But then Hanyul jumped up and said he would help him, and the boy thanked him for his kindness. The young man ran out of the classroom and finally told him to wait for him, that he would be back soon, and Tae-shik mumbled his thanks again. When the boy ran out of the school, Seung noticed and realized that something was wrong. She ran up to the boy and asked him where he was going in such a hurry. Hanyul turned around and told her that Tak-shik had recently injured his leg, so he was helping to deliver food for his friends. Apparently they were hungry, so he wanted to get it done as soon as possible. But when Seyoung heard his name, she knew something was wrong. When the high school student arrived at the place that Tai-shik had pointed out to him, he must be really good to do this every day. Hyun-yul happily walked into the movement and called out the name Dae-chun. He needed to find him. The whole class looked at the newcomer with surprised faces. He felt very embarrassed when he realized that it was just another classroom. Meanwhile, a big guy appeared behind him, who was definitely not a friendly guy. In addition to the fact that he had just recently transferred to a new school, he also did not use any social networks or messengers like KakaoTalk, so he did not know all this. But the important thing is that whoever Dae-chun was, who was standing right behind him now, in his hands, Tae-shik was just a puppet and ran after him like a dog. But now everything had changed. Hanyul was sitting under a tree on a sunny day with his knees under his head, thinking about something. Suddenly, he heard a voice in the distance asking him why he was so sad, and he looked up to see the person who had come to him. It was Seyoung, who was smiling and brushing her hair away from her face, and she was sincerely trying to help her friend. She sat down next to the boy, right in the shade provided by a large tree, and asked him what was wrong with Hyun-gul to make him so upset. If someone had bothered him or insulted him, the boy could have immediately told Seyoung, who would have dealt with the intrusive person right away. But the guy just told her that she should stop worrying and caring about him so much. She had enough problems of her own, and thinking about him so much was too much. But she calmly explained that he himself had always helped her without any questions, and that he had never refused her when she came to him for advice. So she couldn't just leave him like that. But the boy couldn't remember the last time that had happened. She sat down a little closer and asked if he remembered his second year of school and called him Reika. But Hanyul remembered absolutely nothing, or he just didn't want to talk about it now. On that terrible day, Seyoung fell into the river, and she fainted, very scared. He jumped right into the water after her without thinking about it for a minute. It must have been really hard to pull someone who doesn't know how to swim out of the water. The girl was silent for a moment, but then she started talking again. She wanted to tell the truth about the situation, but she didn't know how to talk about it. But still, after thinking about it for a while, she decided to talk about it. That day, she wanted to end her life. But at that moment, he jumped into the water after her and started shouting for help. Because he didn't know how to swim, the guy asked why she had the thought of ending her own life and how it had turned into such concrete actions. It was hard for Seong to talk about it until now, but she told him that her father was an alcoholic and often used physical violence in the family. She could barely stand it. But on that day, something happened that she could not survive. At first, Seong wanted to finish her sentence, but she couldn't. Tears were about to fall, and she didn't want to cry in front of her friend, so she decided to stop her story there and just forget about it. She laid down on the grass with her hands under her head. It was all very hard to bear, especially for a child who had just started middle school and had a lot of thoughts and questions running through her mind. But she kept quiet about it because of her mother. With a smile, Sung asked if Hyunyul remembered what he had said to her when they finally managed to get out of the water. That day, he said that the water in this place was terrible, so we shouldn't go in. And he could barely speak because he had swallowed a lot of river water. At the time, the girl had laughed at his words, but at least she had distracted herself from her bad thoughts. And now the boy was just watching her in silence and listening to the story. It was the fact that she had laughed then that helped her. Seung saw the meaning in life again and realized that things were not so bad. So the thoughts of the end of life were far away from her. Before Hanyul jumped into the water after her, she hated all boys because of her father. But when her friend sacrificed his safety for her, she realized that she could trust boys a little more. But still, she was very curious why he, not knowing how to swim, jumped into the water after her. What was the point of it then? Hanyul did not know how to explain such a stupid act. But when someone fell into the water, he could not just pass by, so he instinctively jumped in after her, and only then remembered that he could not stay in the water and would drown himself. The girl looked embarrassed, but she asked him quietly with a strange smile if he was in love with her, since he had done such a thing. He shouted out so loudly that it was not true, that it must have been heard throughout their city, but it is not clear why he reacted in such a way. But Sejong immediately reassured him that it was just a joke and nothing more, so the boy calmed down at last. At the school where Hyunyul was new, he was not greeted with much of a welcome. He entered the classroom, which was full of impudent people who were ready to laugh at his every move. He stood at the door clutching the bag he had brought from the cafeteria and stammered to Da'i, apologizing because the bread he had asked for was not there, and he had not brought it. He looked down on him and said that he hadn't done anything wrong, but that Tae-shik had explained things to him wrong. The boy looked at Tae-shik, who was standing behind him and did not know what to do with himself out of fear of his so-called boss. He was very nervous and afraid of this guy, and Tae-shik swore that he would fix it and that it would never happen again. But the boy didn't listen to him at all. Even if it was Tae-shik's mistake, they couldn't just let Hyunyul go. They wanted to set an example. They wanted Tae-shik to have the job, but he panicked even more when he heard his name again. This made the boy angry, and he glared at him, starting to threaten him, saying that if he didn't want to be an errand boy again, he would do as he was told. Now Tae was even more frightened. He didn't know where to go or what to do, and he felt that no matter what he did, he would be made to feel guilty in the end. However, there was no time, and everyone else had moved away, so Tak-shik was left alone by Hanul and took a swing at him. Not surprisingly, he didn't succeed at all. He almost fell off his seat, and everyone else started laughing very loudly at him, calling him a weakling and throwing sarcastic remarks at him. But interrupting the laughter, their leader told him to be careful because their elf princess was watching. It seemed that people wanted to end their lives because they could no longer stand what was happening in this life. But only now he realized that the real reason was far from these thoughts and assumptions. His work was supposed to be secret from all outsiders, and if anyone found out about these secret affairs, the punishment would be extremely severe. His sister, despite her youth, showed an unusual early maturity, and the reason for this was not just that one could no longer continue living in the same way. When you are forced to do something you don't want to do and be something you are not, you decide to end this whole nightmare when there is no other way out, when all other options have disappeared into the abyss. So it is in such hopeless moments that people look for ways that they don't have to go anymore. At least that's what he felt in his soul right now. There was only darkness and nothing else. No open doors through which he could return to a bright life. He stood on the edge of the road looking down into the abyss, with so many thoughts going through his head, but none of them made sense. Kanyul did not know what to do now. It was really a dead end. But suddenly, from behind him, someone's hand reached out to grab his hair. The boy fell to his knees, covering his head with his hands and promising to return all the money, although he had not yet had time to return, but he knew who was waiting for him behind him. He knelt for a while longer, while the streets were silent and foggy, and behind him was a girl who was calmly waiting for him to turn his head in her direction. Se-young came closer to the boy. She spoke quietly to him, and he came to his senses because he did not expect to hear her voice behind him. He only spoke quietly and excitedly, telling Se-young to not worry about him, that he would be able to handle these problems himself. She couldn't remember the moment when he became like this, and when everything started to change so quickly in their lives. But Hanyul no longer had the moral strength. The boy began to shout that he was a coward. He just wanted to be alone, so that no one would touch him. He had no strength to make excuses or look her in the eye after that. But Se-young wasn't going to leave. Somewhere deep down, she knew that he needed her support now, but she was very calm about such breakdowns on his part. Hanyul stood up from his knees, but he still couldn't turn to her and make eye contact with Shung. He was sick of it and tired of her pretending to be worried about his life. He didn't want her to follow him everywhere, so he told her to stop doing that, because one day he wouldn't be able to take it anymore, and it would end badly. Se-young couldn't take it anymore and let him go. She was tired of being treated like that by Hyunyul. She couldn't even believe that she had called this guy her friend. But the next day started as usual, with school, desks, classes, and teachers. Hanyul sat at the very back of the classroom. No one wanted to approach him. They just whispered about him as quietly as possible, and he sometimes caught their eyes on him. He picked up his rice and vegetables again and began to eat, while the others actively discussed him and occasionally looked at him with a strange look. But eventually someone came up to him, but not to talk to him. One of his classmates hit him hard on the head and Kanyul fell face first into his plate. The guy sarcastically apologized, explaining that he had a muse sitting on his head, and at the same time started laughing while Hanyul barely raised his head. He wasn't going to start a scandal or start any conflicts. He just accepted the situation as it was and was a laughingstock in the eyes of others. But as soon as he raised his head, he immediately received another blow from the same classmate. Now the whole desk and Hanul's face were covered in rice, which had been on his plate a short time ago. The boy could hardly contain his laughter and muttered that the fly had landed on his head again. And while Kanyul was trying to wipe his face with food, another boy appeared in the doorway and looked at his friend with a smile, who was having fun with Kanyul again. The two friends were worried about each other. It was a beautiful scene, and in his usual sarcastic way, he said a few words and looked at Hanyul like he was a piece of trash. But the guy walked over to Hanyul's desk. Something interested him. But a moment later he hit him again, laughing, and the boy was once again covered in his food, which was already on his desk and on the floor. As Hanyul was covering his head with his hands in fear, and the sadist was about to hit him again, someone grabbed him tightly, preventing him from doing what he wanted. It was Se-young who stood in front of his desk and protected her friend. She was tired of watching him being bullied. They thought they were cool only because they humiliated those weaker than themselves to show their strength. But this didn't stop the boy. On the contrary, he was amused by Shung's behavior and broke into a smile. The boy came even closer to her, putting his arm around her waist and sliding it under Shung's clothes. She jumped away from him, folding her arms across her chest and asking him what he was going to do, frightened. There was no stopping him. He was coming closer and closer to her, trapping her in a corner and preventing her from getting out. But she replied decisively that even if they thought they were the strongest, to her this bunch of guys were just a bunch of inadequates who were bullying the weak to flatter their own egos. And if they continued to beat Kanyul, she was going to call the police. The sadist's friend was unnerved by this, and he got even closer to her and started telling her to call the police so they could see who would go to the grave first. People like her should be put in their place so that they don't act like they don't know who they are. But his friend stopped him. He calmly said that such things should not happen among friends. He shocked his friend with these words, but at least he stopped. The guy looked at him in surprise, asking what was wrong and why he didn't let him do it. The brown-haired boy calmly said that the lessons were over, so now was not the time to do that. After that, the two boys left the classroom, discussing something with each other, and Shung gave them a hateful look, while Hunyul sat at his desk, eyes down, ashamed to even look at his friend. The blonde asked his friend why he had just let that cheeky upstart Se-young go unpunished. But the brown-haired man kept talking to him in a strange way, asking if he was hungry now. The boy turned around and said that he was suddenly very hungry, so he needed something more to eat properly. He walked on down the school corridor, and the boy looked after him, not understanding his strange behavior. Hanyul stood up from his chair and put his backpack on his shoulders, but he still didn't look at the girl. He just repeated his words to her so she wouldn't follow him around. But Seong knew that she had to worry about him because who else would do it if not her? The day Hanyul rescued her from the river, the day she was caught in the water and wanted to end her life there, was a day she would never forget. That day marked the beginning of her father's harmful actions toward her, something that deeply damaged her mind. But suddenly, a stranger started to take care of her, and Seong found the strength and desire to live on. Hanyul replaced her father, and after that, she was able to communicate more openly and easily with other people. Although it was difficult for her to trust anyone, at least Seong was communicating and not alienated from society. She wasn't going to keep up with him, even if Hyunyul told her it was none of her business. He had saved her life once, and that was something she never forgot, so she wanted to return the favor. She was ready to help and wanted Kanyul to rely on her in this situation, and together they would put an end to this abuse, and everything would be back to normal. But the boy didn't seem to hear her. He was all in his own thoughts and still didn't know what to do. It seemed that there was no right way out at all. These guys were threatening his younger sister, which was the most confusing thing for Hyunyul, and only if he did not oppose what they were doing would this company not hurt anyone, neither his sister nor Seong. The boy walked along the bridge as the dark night hung over him, the only light coming from the moon, but Hanyul still saw no way out of his situation. His heart was desperate, and he did not know what could save him. However, when he looked around, he realized that the girl was gone, and now he wondered where she had gone. He walked closer to the building and looked in every corner, thinking that he would find his girlfriend somewhere. But what Hyunyul saw before his eyes caused him nothing but a frantic scream, and he shouted to the whole street as he watched. A whole gang of boys from their school had gathered around Seyoung, locking her in a circle, making it impossible for her to get out, each of them smiling evilly. The girl screamed, trying to defend herself. She ordered them to take their dirty hands off her, but they didn't care about such orders. They did it their way anyway. Their leader leaned over to her. No one was going to let her go unpunished after what she had done in class today. It had pissed the boys off, so now they were going to get their revenge. He ordered them to grab her arms and legs so that Seung-young wouldn't start to pull away and try to run away from them. He then moved closer to her face, putting his hand on her hip, while the others held her down. Although she was screaming, no one heard her or came to her rescue. Each one grabbed her even tighter so that she could not move at all. But Seyoung did not lose hope. She hoped that someone would help her get out of their clutches. She was screaming too loudly. It might attract unnecessary and unwanted attention, and the boys were getting annoyed, so the brown-haired man told his friend to take off his socks. When he took them off and handed them to the guy, he smelled a terrible odor, as if he had never washed his feet at all. If she would just shut her mouth and stop screaming so loudly, things would be much better and no one would have to force it shut. But in this case, they had no other choice. So he shoved the socks into Seyoung's mouth and tears started to form in her eyes. She was already losing hope of being rescued. The street was deafening, but a familiar voice made her heart beat faster, and Hyun-yul ran to her aid. Although he was afraid, he would not leave her to her fate. The guy ran at the whole gang with a stick in his hand. Luckily, he found it nearby. It made them all stop. But one of the friends of this brown-haired guy hit Kanyul hard in the back with a stick. He was twisted from the pain and fell to the ground. It was really very painful and unpleasant. He was almost fainting from it, but he was still holding on. The girl spat out the socks that were in her mouth and screamed loudly. Now she was worried not only for herself, but also for her best friend, who would not be left alone and would continue to be bullied. They were about to go back to their work, thinking that they had gotten rid of the problem that was preventing them from enjoying the process to the fullest, when Kanyul started coughing and slowly trying to get to his feet. As soon as he did, however, the blond man hit him again with the stick on his back, knocking him back to the ground, while the others laughed at the weakling. He didn't understand why they were doing this to him, because Hanyul had done all their bidding and wishes, just as the agreement had said, but they weren't going to keep their end of the bargain. The brown-haired man already had his hand on the girl's face, covering her mouth completely, and then he turned to Hanyul as if he didn't understand why he was making any complaints. After all, he was hungry, so why couldn't he do it when he was full? Tears were already flowing from the boy's eyes, and he was sure that by fulfilling all their wishes, his family and friends would be completely safe. Sejong, whose clothes were already torn in many places, begged him to stop. She even began to apologize for everything she had done, looking the bandit straight in the eye. But in his opinion, her behavior looked pathetic and ridiculous. He wanted to gag her with his socks again, so he took her in his hands and looked at his victim. He slapped Sejong across the face with all his might. Her cheek was reddened from the impact. It was hard enough to put that thing in her mouth, and she spit it out for no reason. It made him even angrier. Hanyul in turn also begged them to stop and not hurt her. But the blond man shut his mouth too, sitting on top of him and starting to laugh. The friend told him to hold Hanyul as tightly as he could so that he would not miss any of the scene they were about to make with his close friend. The guy had already started undressing Shung and covered her nose to stop her from breathing. She was desperate, realizing that she was almost powerless in this situation, with only her friend's name in her head. There are so many reasons why people are made fun of by others. For example, it can be a lack of social skills, or a radically different appearance that doesn't look like others and makes them stand out from the crowd. The reason for ridicule could be a completely different life situation, when some people have everything they want and others have nothing. There will always be those who will make fun of others and humiliate those who have less. There were so many thoughts in his head right now that it was almost impossible to clean up his act. He thought he was an idiot and a nobody after everything he had been through and done. He wanted so badly to become strong, to stand up to those who bullied him and humiliated his family and friends, to be an authority, not an outcast in society. But even if he wanted it so badly, he didn't have the opportunity. He didn't even know such a thing as a fight, so the only idea that came to his mind was a rather strange and perhaps ridiculous thought. But still, there was at least some way out. The guy came to the gym to start developing his strength and confidence, but even here he was rejected. By the time he came to them, they had already recruited a group of people willing to train among those who wanted to, and wherever he went, he was rejected. When he approached the school, all the students turned away from him, demonstrating their dislike for Kanyol. And many students even said that if he came to the school and enrolled, they would all stop studying, even though there were very few students there now. Hanyul felt as if he was turning into an insect. He became an outcast of society, treated terribly no matter where he tried to go or what he tried to do. He was rejected by others. Very soon he lost all faith in himself and did not think that such a nobody as he was capable of anything at all. The guy was afraid of everyone. He was scared of people because he knew how they would treat him and that he shouldn't expect anything good from them. Suddenly, when he was walking through the city and passing by houses with his head down, he saw another group of bandits. There were a lot of them who had caught an old man and wanted to rob him. While laughing at him, his companions said that he should just hit the old man on the head and that would be it. And then they would just take what they wanted, and Kanyul continued to watch from the side. He had a goal in his heart. He wanted to put an end to such groups. He wanted to protect such defenseless people who cannot take care of themselves. So he immediately ran to the old man to save him and disperse the bandits. The boy took a stone in his hands and wanted to hit them. He sincerely wanted to save his uncle. But something went wrong and the boy tripped over the stone that was lying on the ground at his feet. After that, Kanyul fell and simultaneously dropped his stone, i.e. an improvised weapon, from his hands, hitting his face on the asphalt. The two bandits looked at him as if he was inadequate and looked at each other, looking at him as if he was worthless in their eyes, while Kanyul was lying at their feet. They were irritated by the appearance of this foolish and stupid high school student. One of them started kicking him, and although Kanyul tried to cover his hands to prevent them from hurting his head, it did not help him much. People like him are definitely useless, worthless, and unable to achieve their ambitious goals. Much to his surprise, a long-haired girl appeared in this alley, where almost no one walked, and quickly put both bandits on the ground. She literally saved the old man and Kanyul, because those bandits would not have let her live. The boy opened his mouth in great surprise and looked at her with eyes round with shock. These men flew back against the wall from her blow, but they still did not understand what was happening here, and why they were now not afraid. However, one of them quickly gathered himself and picked up a stick, and then began to attack the girl standing next to him. But before the man could even touch her, she grabbed him by the neck and squeezed it with all her might. He stopped breathing for a moment and lowered the stick down. The girl did a flip and threw the bandit against the wall again, kicking up a mountain of dust in front of her. The man hit his head hard, no longer realizing where he was, and could not even open his eyes. She managed to put the two men down, and then the girl approached the older man, who also looked like he was unconscious. He was surprised to recognize the face of the girl as the beautiful elven princess who had recently joined their school. But the girl was busy with something else. She sat down beside her uncle, trying to wake him up. She had already told him not to sleep here, but he had no other place to sleep. She took him under her arm to help him up and walk on. The old man muttered something to her. He wondered how much longer she was going to make her niece do this kind of thing. Hanyul still didn't understand how she was able to cripple two bandits and put them on the ground in a matter of seconds. When they were a few steps away from the boy, he spoke louder to them to wait a few seconds. But she didn't pay attention to him. Her uncle was getting heavier and heavier, in which case she wouldn't be able to watch him anymore. And Kanyul was standing behind them, watching them silently. He lowered his head. Surely a girl like that didn't care much about people like him. And Hanyul exhaled heavily and became even more embarrassed. But soon as he walked over and leaned against the wall, he heard a voice and then looked up. It was harder for the girl to carry this uncle. He could hardly move his legs on his own, so she took a breath and stopped. Haru Lee looked at Hanyul. She told him to help. Why else would the boy throw himself under the feet of these thugs? Even though he hadn't beaten them, he could be useful now. She just didn't have enough arms to carry this uncle to the right location. For a few seconds, Hanyul stood there, as if he were dug into the ground, not sure if she was really talking to him. He just had so many questions, but perhaps now was not the time. So the boy took the old man's hand and began to lead him to the right place and followed the girl. The girl turned to him, even though she didn't have strong muscles and didn't train in the gym to win this battle. But she had another secret to win. Hyunyul was already in his usual state. He just opened his mouth and listened silently to what was being said to him. But this time he was really very interested in hearing Haruli's answer. She turned to him, looking him in the eye, and started talking until he couldn't understand what she was saying. But she reached forward and pointed at him, saying that it was all thanks to him being here, in the right place. At this point, the guy was very confused and almost let go of the old man. Although he could barely hold him, he did not understand what the girl meant by these words. Haruli explained that although she does not possess brute physical strength, while Hunyul was distracting the two bandits, she was able to approach the men unnoticed and then attack them by surprise, which played a key role in the victory. Even if her opponent has a physical advantage over her, if she is able to surprise him, she can win the battle. There are three main vulnerabilities, but it is quite difficult to exploit them because they can be easily defended. These three places: eyes, groin, and jaw. She said that the jaw, although it seems strong, is quite fragile, so it is not that difficult to knock it out if you hit it well. In addition, there are quite a few nerve endings there, so it will work if you know how to hit your opponent correctly. You can knock him out with one punch using the right wrestling technique, and when the other guy saw what happened to his friend, he panicked, so you should take full advantage of this moment and not lose it. He rushed with all his strength, so to speak, with a weapon in his hand to strike, so it was very easy to use his own strength against himself. When he approached her, she just pushed him lightly in the direction she wanted. In this way, she was able to use a technique that she would never have been able to use in a normal situation. The boy stared at her in shock, unmoving. She explained all the nuances to him, but it seemed complicated and unrealistic for him to do. He almost let his uncle out of his hands again, and yet, if he was so curious about how the girl managed to achieve such a cool result, she was ready to share it with Hano. It was quite simple. Haruli had a teacher who helped her learn all this and showed her how to use all these techniques. The boy was still very nervous and hesitantly asked her who this teacher was who helped her. The boy put the old man in the place where the girl pointed. It was him, her uncle, and also her teacher. Although he was not in the best condition now and looked like a chronic alcoholic, but he really was able to teach Haruli a lot. She was a little embarrassed and her face became sad. Now their gym is in quite a lot of trouble. It is going to be closed soon. But even that is not the most important thing. For a reason unknown to the girl herself, her uncle has lost the desire to teach anyone and has started drinking a lot lately. Hyunyul knelt down in front of the couch where Haruli's uncle was lying, and the girl stood next to him. She came even closer, asking him with concern what he was doing. Hanyul pleaded with his uncle to take him under his wing and share all his knowledge. His desire to become stronger was overwhelming, and since others refused to help him, this felt like his only chance. Kunyul had a great desire to destroy all these idiots who were abusing the weak, but being a coward like him, he could do nothing. But he heard no response from the man, who was sleeping soundly after another binge. The man was cradling the bottle of alcohol in his hands, and Kunyul was still sitting on his lap next to him. Once again, he got the same result as he had expected, his hope for a better life fading before his eyes. Later, the man was able to sit up on the couch, still holding the bottle, but he still did not say a word or open his eyes. After a while Hanyul watched Uncle Haru in amazement, he was able to get to his feet, and the young man silently looked at his face, which was covered by long black hair. He walked closer to the young boy, bending his head over him. The fun days had finally come to an end. These words confused Hanyul. Would he really start his classes and be able to start the journey to his dream? The man sat down at a table next to the window and brought another bottle of alcohol with him, then gave Hanyul a contract to sign to start his studies with him. The contract stated that after signing it, Hanyul would have to obey all the man's commands no matter what, and that he would also have to pay a fee and owe him salads, whatever they were. In addition to all these rules, if Hanyul fights with the techniques he has learned from him, the boy must give a certain share of the money he has thus received. At first, he did not understand what this meant. And of course, most of it had to go to the so-called mentor. But if Hanyul was not satisfied with the contract, he could leave right now and take the man's time. Hanyul thought about the choice. He wasn't going to fight for the money anyway, so there was no point in throwing away this contract just because of a clause like that. All he really cared about was getting stronger than he was now. So the guy made a decision for himself and was ready to agree to all the rules. He asked again and again where he should put his signature. And when he did, a strange smile appeared on his uncle's face. The main thing was done. Kunyul handed the man a piece of paper with his signature on it, his voice still sounding uncertain and rather quiet. At first, the older man had been calm in the boy's presence, but suddenly he snatched the paper from his hand and pulled his phone out of his pocket, then began talking to a person unknown to Kunyul. This contract was not what Kunyul expected at all. He was going to be used, and yet it was going to be given to these unknown people, and the uncle was just looking for candidates for this role and luring them into a trap. It was only while the old man was talking on the phone that the boy realized that something had gone wrong and he was in a bad situation. He looked at the signed paper that the man had just snatched from his hands. These techniques he was supposed to learn were not what he thought they were. This was just self-defense, nothing more. It would only teach him how to fight back, and he wanted to learn different techniques and methods that he could use to take down all the bandits. Kunyul began to get even more worried and barely managed to squeeze out a few words. He asked who he meant when he spoke on the phone, but the older man didn't answer him. He had a cocky smile on his face and ordered Hanyul to take off his glasses. At first, the boy didn't understand why, but questions were unnecessary, so he just listened to him and took them off. Now the young man was sitting in a chair without his glasses and looked up at the man sitting opposite him. The man had already answered this question, but very quietly, so the young man heard almost nothing, and for some reason put his glasses back on. It turned out that it was forbidden to hit a person with glasses. The uncle reassured Kunyul and said that soon a person would come with whom he had arranged for the boy, and that he would find out everything he needed to know. Kunyul did not understand anything, neither who was coming nor why it was all being done. Then the older man, who was still behaving very arrogantly, asked if the boy had heard anything about the largest mixed martial arts tournament. So, the person who came up with the idea to organize this tournament would be here soon to meet with Hyunyul. Before the boy could be surprised or frightened, as was his wont, the door creaked open and the man they were waiting for walked in. The high school student turned back to see the person, and he looked at him, looking a little disappointed that he was going to be the one to deal with. Now the boy felt a little uneasy. He did not know what to expect from this meeting, and what they were going to do with him, and where to send him. Meanwhile, the old man stood by the panoramic window, looking off into the distance and thinking about something. Gang Duchel was the chairman of the Hyung Sung Corporation, and he was waiting for Gang Leon, who should have been here by now. Later, one of his assistants, who also worked for the company, came by and assured him that the boy had stopped causing fights at school after the official tournament was announced. This meant that the idea to hold it was quite successful and effective. The chairman of the corporation looked over at the man and asked him what he thought about Gang Leon, who always looked for the strongest opponents in the school to fight. He was a little quiet, not sure whether to pour out his thoughts in front of Gang Duchel, but he gathered his courage and said that most likely Leon was just trying to find his place among the elite, and that's why he was using his talent to the fullest. In addition to all this, he was definitely hurt by the president's divorce. At this sentence, he lowered his voice a little and began to speak more quietly. The boy bowed his head, saying that he was very sorry for what had happened. But Gang Ducheol turned around and assured him that everything was fine. And moreover, he also believed that after his son's divorce, his grandson was trying to forget the story in such a way, pouring out all his anger and rage in fights. But the head of the corporation was very worried about finding a worthy opponent for his grandson to fight. They had been looking for a good candidate for a long time, because in recent weeks, Leon was always looking for someone from school to fight, and this was due to the lack of candidates for this role. But they had really good news. Someone had already applied for the job and had even signed the contract himself. A very loud shouting could be heard from the house where Haru's uncle Lee and Hyun-yo were staying, and he was ordered to get up immediately. But instead, the unfortunate high school student continued to lie on the floor, almost passing out. The guy who came for him straightened his tie and looked at him as if he were a weakling. He couldn't even withstand the first punch. It was too easy for him. He was knocked out after his first attack. Why would he want such an easy opponent? He would definitely not be interesting to fight. The uncle said with the same smile that it could be considered as an acquaintance, even though it was not the boy who put him on the ground. He didn't know the real reason, but it seemed that Hanyul hadn't eaten or slept for the past few days, so it wasn't Leon's fault that he fell. Hanyul just fell asleep as soon as he ran to the ground and was now sleeping sweetly, despite all the noise around him. The man also added that with Leon's skills, he would never be able to beat Hanyul, so he didn't even have to worry about it. But the boy was hurt by these words. They were too harsh for his ego. He had destroyed many different gangs all over the country. So what did he care about some poor boy? But the man wasn't going to prove him wrong. Soon Leon would realize everything himself. He just had to wait for the moment when Hyun-yul woke up. After some time he opened his eyes. The boy did not know when he fell asleep and how much time had passed since then. He did not even remember where he was now. And it was as if he felt that he was not hungry at all, as he had been before. When he sat up, he saw food in his hands, but he had no idea when he had ever put food in his mouth. Kanyul was lying in a spacious room in a pile of food garbage, and he was surprised to realize that he had eaten it all himself. Pizza, rolls, and lots of fast food. Then someone came up to him, and the boy stopped talking, looking up at the stranger. It was Leon, and he was not happy that he had to feed him while he was sleeping. But Kanyul did not understand why he had given him so much delicious food. Now the boy was without his glasses and could not see anything at all, but he wiped his eyes and asked who the boy was in front of him. But instead of a normal and human answer to his question, Leon just kept silent. Hyunul abruptly started to run away and rolled backwards on the floor and then covered himself with his hands. When the stranger started to approach again, he shouted and asked why he was going to hit him, because Kanyul had done nothing wrong. But Leon said he was not going to do anything, and he did not want to hit him. But in his mind, he had questions about this guy. He was not wearing glasses, but somehow he noticed that he was going to push him. But it was precisely because of his poor eyesight that he was able to do so, as his uncle said, and he still couldn't part with his bottle. He had warned him earlier that Leon would not be able to beat him, no matter how hard he tried. Hyungo looked from one man to the other, unable to understand what was happening now and what they were talking about. However, he was only confident in his own abilities, and no matter what they told him, Leon knew he would put any opponent to the ground, just as he had done before. As the man sat back down in his chair and took another sip of alcohol, Hyun-yul got to his feet and asked his teacher why this strange man had suddenly started attacking him, and Leon was already angry and wanted to start a fight. But after putting the bottle down for a while, the man said that the contract allowed him to do so because it had the guy's signature on it and he could easily be beaten to the point where he couldn't even stand up. Although Hyung-woo didn't remember what was written on the paper because he had read each sentence carefully before signing it, the man just shrugged, not caring about such matters anymore. When Leon was about to attack and managed to hit Hanyul in the face, he flew into the wall. The boy was already happy that he had achieved his goal, and it would be very strange if he could not take down such a weakling as this high school student. But suddenly he heard the quiet voice of Hanyul, who could barely stand up. He asked the teacher to cancel the contract because he would be very unhappy and sad if he died before he learned to fight well. Leon was very angry. He hit the boy with all his strength, so how he could still stand on his own 2 feet was a mystery. Leon attacked Hanyul again because he was very angry about his failure. He was already starting to get annoyed with this guy. His next punch was even more powerful than the previous one, and Hanyul fell to the floor again, receiving a slap on the face. And it was far from over. Leon was not going to stop and started kicking the poor student. He did not know where to go. His body was in pain, and he felt as if he was about to die. But something stopped Leon for a moment. For some reason, he didn't hear any of the last blows. Although he was sure that each of them had reached their goal, it alerted the guy he had never experienced anything like this before. Kanyul was already wet with tears, begging them to cancel this devilish contract. He was not ready to endure such beatings, and if they refused, he was going to report it to the police. After these words, the boy exhaled, realizing how difficult his life was, and Leon already thought that he was dealing with some kind of monster that he could not overcome. And the man was just smiling with satisfaction, warning him that he would never be able to defeat Hyun-yul if he fought without his glasses. Lee was already starting to make a fuss. This boy looked like a weakling who was afraid of his own shadow. How could he still be alive after so many attacks from a professional? But it was simple, golden eyesight. Neither of them understood what the man was talking about. But after putting the die on the table, he explained that experienced fighters always subconsciously hide some part of their movements during an attack, because if a competitor is skillful in various techniques, it will not be difficult for him to dodge several attacks. But still, no matter how hard one tries, no one can completely hide everything. And the core of one's movements is the hardest to hide. Even the slightest muscle movement is reflected in the core, on which all other movements of the fighter are based. But Leon still didn't understand how this core was connected to the golden vision, or what the drunken man was saying. But there is one reason why competitors do not see the very core of their opponent. This is because people rely too much on their eyesight. With their eyes, people see too many things, so they cannot focus their attention on anything in particular. This can be explained by the example of a gangster. If the opponent is a gangster who has a very accentuated tattoo or smiles like an animal when looking into his victim's eyes, or if he was able to pull off a successful trick. But Hanyul's eyes are completely different. He sees very poorly on his own, but the core that is the basis of all other movements, the boy can see easily. Leon did not know that this is what people call golden sight, and it sounded strange to him. But while he was talking, the guy apologized for interrupting him. He really wanted to ask him something, because now it seemed like Hyun-yul had signed a contract to be a punching bag, but still he had no way of predicting his competitors' movements at all. And he hadn't taken an eye test here, so he didn't know how they knew his visual acuity. But the man just handed Hanyul his own glasses, and the boy fell silent as he looked at them. The uncle came closer and told him that he had tried wearing his glasses. But Leon interrupted their dialogue. It even sounded ridiculous. A person cannot realize someone else's vision only after putting on someone else's glasses. And the man agreed. But as usual, there was more to the story, so both boys continued to listen attentively. The thing was, he had golden eyesight himself, just like Hyun-yul, so it wasn't hard to see that they were similar in that regard. Leon didn't like it. He didn't believe that only thanks to such a thing as golden sight, one could dodge any attacks of his competitor. But he was able to do this not only because of this, but because Hyun-yul's body reacted to any sudden movements. In other words, you could say that the guy had a sharpened sixth sense. Hanyul was just a born fighter. It was in his blood. But once again, the high school student did not understand whether this was about him. Because of his uncertainty, he was barely on his feet. There may be no one in this country who is better at dodging attacks than Gang Leon. But right now, he doesn't have a percentage chance of defeating Hanyul. But in Gang Leon's mind, it sounded like a challenge to himself. So if he could take him down, it would mean that he would rise in the man's eyes and prove to himself that he was indeed the strongest and most invincible opponent. And it also meant that he could face anyone in this country and come out on top, according to the man. And he was right. This high school student should be finished as soon as possible. Hanyul was very scared when Leon came back to him and was about to fight him again. But the older man stopped him. Now was not the time for sparring. The man was very respectful of his precious time, So he said that Leon would need to leave this place immediately, but he said he would pay him double if he was allowed to stay. And the man agreed. Hanyul was ready to just fall to the ground and give up. He didn't think he could withstand another attack from this sadist. For some reason, no one even considered his personal opinion. He was not asked anything, and now he really resembled a personal punching bag. There were screams from the room. The boy really did not want to stay here for even a minute longer. But who would ask him? That was how his vacation began and ended in the same way. Kanyul was always under a fierce hail of blows from this guy. And on such an ordinary day for him, he opened his eyes again and felt something extremely pleasant, but he could not understand what was the source of this feeling. He saw a blurry picture in front of him. He did not understand where he was and what had happened before. All the days seemed to have merged together. There was only one word in his head: glasses. Kanyul had no idea why it came to his mind, but he could not get away from the thought. His mind was literally filled with the thought of glasses, and he could not think of anything else. But suddenly he opened his eyes and took a deep breath of air. He almost fell when he tried to sit up. He tried to breathe evenly to calm down. Now it was clear that it was all a dream, a strange and a little scary dream, but a dream. And what surprised him even more was that he was sleeping right in the middle of the street. Hanyul simply leaned his back against some nearby building, but he still could not explain the fact that he was sleeping here. But the same uncle appeared before his eyes. He had been on a terrible drinking binge lately, and when he sat down next to him, he asked why he was sleeping here instead of coming into the room. The boy had nothing to say because he did not know how he ended up here and why he fell asleep on the street. Kanyul quickly got to his feet and started to walk in the opposite direction, but the man stopped him and reminded him that today was supposed to be the first day of his return, and the student had forgotten about it. The boy ran up the stairs, but it looked as clumsy as all his other movements, and the man exhaled, looking after him. But while he was watching Hanul, he heard a familiar voice from the side and turned around. It was Haru Lee, who was on her way to school, asking if her uncle had just hypnotized Hyunyul. The man smiled. He called it not exactly hypnosis, but it was just a matter of setting a lever to release all the emotions that the boy had been holding back all this time. But Haru Lee didn't understand what her uncle was talking about. He said only one word: glasses. And that's why Hanyul had such a strange dream while he was lying on the street. As soon as the boy wanted to take them off or they flew off his face, there would be a lot of fun. When the boy returned to school and sat down on the stairs to eat his cake, he realized that no one here had noticed the difference in his development either, and this made him very sad. He was just as unhappy with his inappropriate behavior, and his hopes for a better life had already left him. It was even hard to believe that he hadn't managed to hit the guy for a whole month, as it was expected, as Kanyul has no ability or talent for martial arts. But he heard footsteps approaching him, and a shadow appeared over him. Hanyul did not look up at the unknown person's face for a long time, but just looked at his shoes. And it wasn't just one classmate bullying him. There was a whole pack of them. They started to mock the poor guy again, thinking it was very cute that this trash was learning to fight and defend himself. Did he really need this to challenge their team to a fight? When one of them said this, they all laughed in a chorus, looking at Hyunyul. One of them had already approached Hanyul and was about to knock the pie out of his hands, not even giving him a chance to eat properly. They wanted to play with him right now. The boy punched him hard right in the stomach, and then he started coughing. With a loud sound, he flew down the stairs and hit the wall. Now he didn't even have the strength to get up. The place of the blow hurt a lot. The bully came up to him and patted him on the head, ironically saying that he promised to take care of him if the boy would give them a little money and bring them lunch every school day, because they were kind. Now he patted him on the head again and told him that he should thank them, but Kanyul said nothing. This made them angry, and they again tried to beat him to make him do their bidding. Another slap landed on his face, and a classmate hit him hard while ordering him to say what he had said earlier. He always made him hit himself, and Kanyul was a weakling who could not do anything about it and fight back. Because he did not even try, he just endured all the abuse every day, wherever he was. But the next punch knocked Hanyul's glasses off his face and landed somewhere near their feet. They all started laughing together and pointed out that if he had been a good boy, his precious glasses would not have fallen off and broken. They were about to leave, and finally they told him to make sure he prepared everything he needed for tomorrow, and then he would not be beaten. But now they wanted to smoke after this showdown with the weakling. But to their own surprise, the gang of boys heard an insulting address in their direction. They looked around in shock to see who was so bold as to dare to say such a thing to them. When they saw no one behind them but this unfortunate walker, they just burst out laughing. They could not believe their ears. He got to his feet and walked closer to the boys, ordering them to tell him where he was, his main target. Only then could they leave. Since they were not clear that he wanted them, Kanyo repeated the question. He needed to find Gang Daechun. Everyone in the school froze as Hanyul decided to show his claws, and the students looked out of the windows to catch every second of this exciting performance. But this made all the members of their team laugh, and since everyone was here and wanted to see something interesting, they wanted to give it to them and to humiliate Hanyul forever in front of most of the students of the school. The boys decided to take what they had at hand and hurt Hanyul again. So he picked up a mop as a weapon and laughed. After that, the boy broke it in half with his foot, making the stick sharp. And then he ran to deal with Hanyul, who had annoyed the whole team so much. While he was shouting and attacking him, Hanyul stood calmly and coolly, waiting for his opponent to come closer. And when he got close enough, Hanyul smashed the stick into small pieces and was unable to strike him. This shocked the boy so much that he froze in his tracks, wondering how this weakling could fight back and do anything to defend himself. He managed to dodge the next blow and jump to the side, and soon Leon came to them. As the pieces of wood flew at him, he stood next to Hanyul. He was angry because no one allowed outsiders to move his personal punching bag. The boy was even more frightened when he saw him. He had no idea who was standing in front of him or why he was making such a big deal about them. But his group of friends shouted that a newcomer was supposed to join them today, so they must have met him, but they were too early. There were no worthy enemies for this gang, as they thought, and one person would do nothing to them, so they had already mentally put him in a coffin. But if he was going to keep talking nonsense, Leon was ready to make the first move. This confidence scared the blonde a little, but he still wasn't going to back down and run away. The guy took out the small knife he always carried in his pocket and opened it. It was time to bring down those who thought they were the strongest here, so he gripped the knife tighter and prepared to attack. While they were arguing and unable to start a fight, a teacher walked by and became curious about this group of people. So he decided to check out what they were doing. The teacher shouted at them with a pointed finger in the air. They immediately smiled, and the blond man walked over to the newcomer, assuring the teacher that everything was fine and they were just going to show the newcomer around the school so he could not worry and go on about his business. He turned to Leon and said defiantly that he would show him the gym right now, and added quietly that they would talk about the fight later, once they were out of the way of prying eyes. The teacher left, but told them not to cause any problems at school, especially since the vacation had just ended. The gang slowly began to disperse, but Hanyul and his behavior still bothered them. The blond boy told him before they left that he would go with them to an abandoned building right after school. That's where Hyun-yul would be able to see Gang Daechun. When Leon returned to his uncle's house, he noticed that the punching bag was missing. The boy didn't like the fact that he was late today, but the man suggested that he go and check on it himself. But he wasn't a psycho. If it was on school grounds, he could easily use a teacher to prevent a fight. But if he was caught in a street fight, his dreams of the largest mixed martial arts tournament would be dashed. But the man assured him that it could end badly. But it was strange that there was still a student in the world he was worried about. But the mentor immediately denied that anyone had said he was worried about Hanyul. He laughed and looked into Leon's eyes. He didn't think that Hanyul couldn't hit him during the whole month. The man had seen many counterattacks from Hanyul, but he didn't put any force into them. In Leon's opinion, this was only because he was much stronger, so Hanyul was simply afraid to approach him. But in fact, it was far from that. Every time he drove up here, Hanyul would walk on his own to get to the mountain. The reason was that Hanyul was not angry with Leon at all. Now the boy was even more confused. But the man continued to tell him that Hanyul was not the type of person who just wanted to become stronger. People like him can't just fight someone for no reason. They need a compelling factor to start a fight. His movements were based purely on instinct. In other words, as long as he was in his right mind, he would not do any good. But this only irritated Leon because, according to his uncle, once you make Hyun-hyul angry, he will immediately become stronger than him. However, the man didn't quite mean it. Their training levels were still very different. But this wasn't about a fair fight in the ring. There are many things that can replace a fist, so if you take all these factors into account, he didn't know how it could end. But a couple of bandits could meet their maker today, and the uncle asked how many bandits there were in their town. He was really worried about the poor victims who would fall for this tyrant. But Lian didn't think that Yunyul would fight on the first day of school. Meanwhile, the boy was already approaching the abandoned building to which his classmates had brought him. As the boy entered the building, he noticed that he felt no fear at all. In fact, as he looked at the bastards, he only wanted to kill every single one of them. He stopped for a moment, and Kanyul reflected on his feelings, which were now radically different from his recent state. By the time they arrived at the place where Gang Dae-chun was supposed to be waiting for him, the boy had stopped right in front of the door. Hyunga looked at the boys who had already entered the dark and spacious room. Many new faces appeared before his eyes. These people were talking loudly, drinking. Some were just watching everything that was happening. But when they heard the door creak, they immediately looked at Hyun-yul. But now that he was in this situation, it didn't scare him. It fascinated him more and more. Han-yul thought that the person he was looking for must be standing somewhere at the very end of the room. The girl who was being held by one of the men was crying very loudly and begging for a way out, looking at the bandit with fear in her eyes. Han-yul's mind flashed back to when his closest friend Sung Kyung was being treated the same way right in front of him. The boy started laughing out loud when the girl asked for help from such a weakling who could not defend himself, let alone others, and could not expect any protection from someone like him. He called them just insects running around in front of his eyes and continued to mock them even louder. But after these words, he was immediately hit in the face. Someone kicked him with all his strength. The blow knocked his teeth out, and everything doubled before his eyes. The other guys in the room took up sticks and bats when their leader was attacked, which was definitely not something one would expect from some poor student. Han-yul shouted at the top of his lungs and demanded that Gang Dae-chun come out to him immediately. One of them stepped back a bit in fear and ordered to kill this boy who had interfered with their games. Several high school students rushed toward Hyun-yul, who was watching the whole thing in silence and calm, and for some reason he didn't even seem to be worried as he had been before. When the boys got closer, the young man grabbed a brick from a pile of bricks standing not far from him. And then he hit one of them directly in the face with this brick, and he fell to the ground. And while Kanyul was busy with this guy, the other one was about to hit him on the head with a bat. But even when he managed to do so, the bat just broke into small pieces as soon as it hit Hanul's head. He grinned madly as he looked at his opponent, who was seriously frightened. The guy used the same brick to fight off a second opponent, and then they were joined by another who had brought an empty bottle of alcohol with him. But Kanyul didn't let him even get close and smashed it to pieces in his hands. And to show this gang of thugs where they belonged, Kanyul jumped on the boy, about to punch him in the stomach. When Kanyul did, the boy hit his neighbor, who was trying to get to his feet, with a bang. Together, they flew into the wall and fell on top of each other. This made them very angry, and one of them took a knife out of his pocket and wanted to attack again. But his friend, who was lying on top of him and had already lost consciousness from the blow, prevented him from doing so. Kanyul was not going to give up either. He quickly approached the man lying on top of him and stepped on his chest. All those who were lucky enough to stay out of Kanyul's reach, at least for now, were very frightened. They did not recognize the coward who did not dare to say a crooked word about them. And here he was fighting bravely, and with several of them. So they decided that staying here was not the best option and fled, leaving all their drinks and their belongings behind. Now there were only lifeless bodies, Han-yul and Gang Dae-chun, whom the boy wanted to take revenge on for all the years of abuse. He clenched his bloody hand into a fist and spoke the name of his enemy through his teeth, and he was ready to strike the scoundrel with all his remaining strength. But instead, Han-yul heard a loud scream and a request to stop, and he froze abruptly, realizing that it was not Dae-chung's voice at all. The unfortunate Tai-shik appeared in front of the boy's face, tears streaming down his face, begging Han-yul to leave him alone and not to hit him. The fact that he saw him was incredibly surprising. He was definitely not expecting to meet him here. He could hardly speak from fear, holding the phone in his hands. The others had ordered him to film the beating of Hanul. Tak-shik was just doing what he was told, as he always did, and now he hoped that he would have mercy. But he wasn't going to listen to him, and the guy only made him angrier, so he punched the table where Tak-shik was sitting. He immediately took his hands away from the table with a scream, and the table almost broke from such a powerful blow. Han-yul did not care about the fate of Tai-shik at all. He needed to know where Gang Dae-chun was, and immediately, just to see his boyfriend come to this godforsaken place. While the young man was trying to find out where his main rival was, one of the men who had attacked him began to get up from the floor and try to say something. When Hanyul heard this, he immediately turned to him. Takshik was afraid to even squeak, so as not to attract too much attention. When the protagonist asked him again where their leader was, he replied very quietly and hoarsely that he did not know. But this answer did not satisfy Hanyul, and he again reached for a brick lying nearby. With the stone in hand, the boy put his foot down on his enemy and nervously asked him again where Daechun was, but he got the same answer, except that Daechun had recently dropped out of school. The guy didn't care about that at all. The only unanswered question was where Chun was, and Hunyul had already swung a brick at the blonde. But before he could strike, he was knocked down by Leon, who threw the stone away from them without any panic. He smiled and calmly told the punching bag to finally calm his nerves and stop fighting and throwing stones. Hanyul did not like to be disturbed by anyone, and any person who disturbed him would also be lying dead on the floor. In response to these threats, Hanyul received a strong fist punch from Leon. After that, he did not stop and decided to bring him to his senses, so he also kicked him. And when the boy hit the near wall, he was hit in the head by his friend. Leon was used to everyone obeying him and could not tolerate such an attitude towards his person, so he ordered him to calm down once again, but more seriously. The shoes that Leon had used to squeeze Hanyul's neck made it difficult for him to speak normally, and in general, and did not understand what this battle was worth to the boy. But while the young man was catching his breath, Lee took his foot off his chest and quietly said that he knew where Gang Dae-chun was now. Despite the fact that he had taken a good beating from Lee just a few seconds ago, he was already standing firmly on his feet and demanding that he tell him the location. The young man even swung his fist at him because Lee had been silent for too long, which bothered Hanyul. Leon reacted to this aggression with excitement, which made it even more interesting, and he decided to prove once again that he was the strongest here. But before the boys could fight, they were stopped by an uncle who had just happened to be there. He calmly held her fists in both hands and prevented them from touching each other. The old man spoke the name of the main enemy and hated person for Hanyul. Gang Dae-chun was now participating in the great teenage martial arts tournament. Hanyul was already struggling to stay on his feet and asked about this tournament in one breath, and it was not clear why Dae-chun would want to go there. The boy did not understand what his mentor was getting at, but using his last strength to answer these questions, Hyun-yul simply collapsed. His legs gave out, and he could no longer stand. Fortunately, the older man caught him under the shoulders, and he didn't crash to the hard floor, which was full of stones and glass after all the fighting today. Hyun-yul was too exhausted now, blood streaming down his face from a fresh and deep wound. Leon looked at him, and it seemed as if Hanyul had already passed away, but the teacher reassured him that this was because the young man had been in a state of aggression and anger for a long time, and it had quickly exhausted his body. Now Hanyul just fell asleep because he was very tired, and when he gets some rest, everything will be back to normal. His uncle and Leon brought him back to their house, bandaged his head wound, and put him to bed to recover. He slept for a really long time, and by this time Lee Haru had also returned from school. A little worried, she asked if he would be okay because it was time to wake up. But the hospital, which they visited first, assured her that everything was fine, so there was no need to worry. And while Hanyul was still sleeping, Lee Haru's uncle asked her why she was so interested in him, and he shrugged, genuinely not understanding the girl's thoughts. It was all too strange. Lee Haru had even moved closer to go to the same school as him, but despite his interest, his uncle was calm and did not demand a clear explanation. If memory served him correctly, Haru had always thought of all boys as just clumsy creatures who only paid attention to their appearance. And now it seemed that her attitude had changed. Although Lee denied the latter, she still thought the same. She moved closer to Hanyul and told him that she had first encountered the boy quite a while ago, when she was in the second grade of high school and was on her way to visit her uncle. It was the day after a heavy rain, so the current in the river was very strong, and she saw a stranger fall into the water in front of her, and many people were scared, but no one thought to jump in after her or even try to help her. Lee Haru couldn't really do anything on her own either, because she was on the bridge and wouldn't have had time to get down, but she tried to at least draw more attention and asked others to call the rescue service. But while they were hesitating, one man jumped into the water to save the girl. He jumped in and didn't think about it for a minute. It was only then that Lee Haru realized that he himself did not know how to swim, but he jumped in after her anyway. It was in this way that Hanyul managed to catch Haru's attention, and she thought that he might be different from all the other guys she had met in her life. The old man exhaled. From the story, it wasn't the first time that Hyun-yul had acted on his instincts, but his face changed instantly. Still, they now had a new problem. His uncle was going to send the boy to a mixed martial arts tournament to earn them some money. But since his dear niece was showing some interest in him, he could no longer use him as he pleased. But Lee Haru began to make excuses. He had only caught her attention, so she tried to convince her uncle that he had misunderstood, but a blush could be seen on her face. But he calmed her panic and her attempts to justify herself, as he understood everything perfectly well. Now this question was not the time to ask. His uncle had told Hanyul about Gang Dae-chun, who had decided to try out for the tournament, but he did not understand why the high school student was so obsessed with this boy. Lee Haru didn't know all the details, but she did know that Hanyul's close friend had stopped coming to school in recent days, and that Gang Dae-chun had dropped out of school around the same time and disappeared. It was assumed that the girl he had pulled out of the water was his closest friend. Meanwhile, Seyoung was walking through the city, and she continued to shop after shop, ignoring the people who passed her. She walked with her head down and was obviously very excited about something. Something was bothering her inside. And because of this carelessness, she ran into a passerby. All her apples that she was carrying in a bag fell apart. Seyoung fell to the ground, and the others continued to walk calmly along the sidewalk while her groceries were already lying under their feet. This guy was very annoyed at her inattention. He called her names and yelled at her to watch where she was going next time. Seyoung didn't respond at all. She just knelt down silently and started picking up the apples that had fallen back into the bag, not even looking at the boy. The fact that she did not react to his advances made the man angry, and he abruptly grabbed her by the collar of her coat. He began to shout loudly and demanded that she give him some kind of answer and stop ignoring his words. Seyoung remained silent, and the man was about to hit her so that she would know how to behave. However, when the man swung his hand at her, someone grabbed him tightly and didn't let him move. It was Leon, still holding the man's hand, and Seung-woo still had no emotion on her face. But the man was really very angry, and Lee's gesture made him even angrier, so he decided to deal with him. But the man's fist flew past Leon, and he deftly dodged his hand. The two started fighting right on the sidewalk among the people, and Lee was about to kick him to the ground. After knocking him down, the man twisted and fell in front of Leon's feet, which he watched with glee. After that, he threw him against the wall of the building. The bandit's friends ran up to him, looking at Leon with fear in their eyes, and shouted at him to get up. They had to get out of this place immediately, because now they would all get a little bit of it. Somehow they managed to pick up their colleague and lead him away, but in the end they threw a few threats at Lee. He should just wait and they will show him who is in charge. The guy looked at Seyoung with a smile and asked if she was hurt, and he jumped ahead to say that he didn't expect any thanks for that. But the girl continued to silently pick her apples from the sidewalk. He sat down next to her, realizing that she was definitely not a talker and would not get anything out of her, so he just decided to help her up off the ground by taking her hand. To the guy's surprise, all he heard was an insulting statement in her direction, and she ordered him to get away from her and not to move her. These words really surprised him. It was too rude. But he was also shocked to see her there. Meanwhile, Kanyul finally woke up. His head hurt like crazy after all the adventures he had been through. He tried to sit on the couch, but immediately grabbed the place where the bandages were. He moved his hand down a little further and came across his glasses, but he had no memory of putting them on. As soon as the glasses appeared on his eyes, everything that had happened before began to resemble a strange dream. When he could not see anything clearly, it seemed to him that the whole world was against him. But to his great surprise, such thoughts only added to his confidence in his own strength and capabilities. Now that he had his glasses back on, he felt naked. But there was one thing that Kanyul remembered very clearly and would hardly ever forget. He remembered the strange feeling he had when he defeated all the bandits, as if all his sins and shame had been washed away in a wave. Hanyul noticed a strong urge to destroy them again and again. Perhaps it was at this moment that an unbridled desire to fight these bastards was born deep inside him. While he was sitting there thinking, he didn't notice the door next to him open, and he looked over to it. Lee Haru entered the room smiling at the boy who was already awake, but he felt a little awkward and uncertain in front of her. And her uncle was right. When Hyungil wears glasses, he is much calmer than when he doesn't. But the boy didn't know what she was talking about and adjusted his glasses, which were so familiar. Hanyul remained silent and got up from the couch, still thinking about what she had said. But the girl started to get a little worried and convinced him that he just looked like a different person with glasses. She was about to leave, so she took the door handle and said that everyone else was already sitting on the first floor, waiting for Hyunyul, so she should hurry up and get ready and come to them. Lee Haru immediately left the room and headed down the hall, and the boy, still not sure if he understood her correctly, followed her. In a couple of minutes, my uncle was already explaining the whole point of the martial arts tournament to everyone. The qualifying round of the biggest tournament among teenagers that will be held this month is called the GT League. It's the greatest league among teenagers. We can talk about it for a long time. But the most important thing is that they only accept one application once a month. For example, only people from Myungil Village can participate in this tournament. After the first match, depending on the victory or defeat, the judges will start counting the points of the participants. If the points received by Hanyul and Leon are higher than other people, they will be able to participate in the tournament itself. But there is something even more important. Gang De-chun will already be competing in this tournament. Uncle smiled. But they knew nothing else besides his name, because the organizers of this tournament were very careful to keep all other information from prying eyes, so that no one would decide to kill the participants before the competition began. Gang Dai-chun had already reached the third-level champion title, so he was already in the league. And to meet him in the arena, Hyunul was also waiting to fight in the third-level champion arena. The boy opened his mouth to try to say something, but he continued to mumble some words very uncertainly. But Hyunyul wanted to participate in the tournament as well. Uncle Haru calmed him down because he had already signed him up for the tournament, but he also reminded him that he would get a percentage of the money earned there. But the girl was very surprised to hear such a big number. Percent was too much. But the uncle shrugged it off. It was a personal decision of Hanyul when he signed the contract, so no one forced him to do it, and he accepted it voluntarily. And Leon, despite the fact that it was his first tournament, sat very quietly and did not ask any questions. He was thinking about a girl he had met on the road recently, who was not wearing a school uniform, so he assumed she was in some college. He was upset that she did not like him and thought it was because he was a high school student. The older man shouted louder so that his student could finally hear something, and Lee jumped up and down in fright and shouted out his question, which had nothing to do with the tournament. He was only concerned about the girl he had recently met. Everyone froze, staring in shock at Leon, who only now realized what he had said. His uncle's eyes started to twitch, and he asked him again what he had just asked. But his voice sounded a little nervous and turned to laughter. Lee started to look for an excuse for himself and behaved very unusually for him. He made up a story that he needed to find out for a friend, but all the words in his sentence barely fit together. But his uncle pointed out that he didn't really have any friends, and the boy began to actively deny it. This was strange news. The grandson of the owner of the Hyungsung Corporation had fallen head over heels in love, and now his uncle was talking about it, and Leon was chasing him around trying to convince him that it wasn't true. And Hanyul had to go home now. If he got involved in a situation like the one with the fight one more time, he would definitely not see the tournament or Daechun again. Moreover, the guy was always looking for places where bad guys could hang out. During the fight, he was very scared. Somewhere in his soul, he was afraid. But his body seemed to burn with the desire to destroy the bastards from the face of the earth and did not allow him to retreat. He felt relieved when he fought and hurt the bandits. A sense of freedom that he had been missing all these years. While Kanyul was floating in his thoughts, someone called out to him, and he looked around. He literally fell into the clutches of these bandits, 3 of them, and they were calling to him, but he was frightened for a moment and subconsciously backed away. His heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was jumping out of his chest. He did not understand why he was here, and now he regretted being in this place. One of the high school students standing closest to Hanyul grabbed him by the hair and threw him to the ground. They were angry because they had been calling the boy to them for several minutes, but he did not respond. One of them came closer to Kanyul and told him to give them everything he had immediately. Otherwise, they would kill him right there in the alley. But the guy had nothing with him, so he tried to get to his feet. After these words, the bandits decided to have some fun. The one standing next to him ordered him to take off his glasses immediately. Kanyul stood in front of him, looking at the floor, and the guy was ready to smash his glasses together with his face, so he ordered him to take them off again right away. But the young man did not react to these words at all. He was silently looking at the ground, and the lack of reaction made the guy very nervous. Unable to stand it, he hit him in the face with his hand, and Hanyul's glasses flew off. Blood flowed from his lips, but after he found himself without glasses, he realized that he was right in his assumptions. Coming here was indeed the right decision. He laughed madly and turned his gaze to the bandit. Hanyul was about to punch him in the face, but the guy's hand didn't reach him, and he smiled. When Kanyul tried again and looked at his opponent, another gangster was already quickly approaching, about to grab the young man's arm. He instantly hit him with such force that he knocked him down, and the protagonist flew down. The bandit picked him up with his hand and pressed him against the wall, hoping that after that, he would at least not come to his senses. It was some kind of incredible and powerful force. Haman could not even move under the hands of this guy. But Chiel's friend came up to him and calmed him down a bit, because he had to participate in the tournament, so he had to be careful not to kill the poor guy. But he liked to see things through, and once he started, he had to show this high school kid who was boss. Chiel swung, and if Hyunyul had been caught in the blow, he would have been finished. So as soon as the enemy's hand came close to him, the boy broke away and ran to the side to dodge it. He did not realize what he had just done, or how he had managed to do it. But now was not the time to think about it. First, he had to injure the bandit's legs so that he could not move quickly after him. With all the strength he had in him, the young man kicked the enemy in the legs. He succeeded. Kanyul hit the right target, which was good news. But as he sat down next to him, he saw the evil expression on his opponent's face. And for some reason, he did not even think of falling, as if he was not hurt at all. Then the guy realized that this was probably the end, because they would not let him go after that. It was a miracle because when he got very close, the boys heard sirens, and the police were on their way, so they had to get out of here immediately. Kanyul knelt on the wall in frustration, and the gang ran as fast as they could before the police entered the alley. When they had already run further and found a temporary shelter from the police, the boy asked Cheol why he had let that crook get away with it, because he had never let a victim do that before. But he angrily replied that it was not his plan. He was not going to let him go. Cheol had never seen anything like the strength of Kanyul. While his friend was trying to catch his breath, he asked him more about what had just happened. Usually in such a situation, people give in to him very quickly and get what they want. That's why Cheol was trying his best to drink it with his right hand. And because of that, his grip on the left hand loosened a little. In this short period of time, Hanyul managed to get out of his hands. In theory, this is possible, but in practice, no one even subconsciously thought of it. It was an interesting case, and it seems that Cheol will not forget this guy easily. He hoped that he would meet him again in the near future. Meanwhile, Hanyul was still kneeling among the houses, thinking about what he had just experienced. He somehow managed to find his glasses on the ground, although he could hardly see anything, which made him move by feeling, and he put them on. He could not do anything in this battle, and Kanyul did not want to feel that terrible feeling of powerlessness again. He was helpless again. To his great surprise, his uncle was there. He calmly approached the boy and smilingly explained that it was called weight difference. Kanyul looked up at him. He asked how he could surpass this difference, to which the man was silent and just looked at him. But after a while, he answered, Hanyul would have a chance to do it if they were a little higher than his own weight class. But a high school student who weighs like a kitten can't easily beat a man who is several times heavier than him. The guy was already disappointed. He thought that everything he had done and worked for so long had become useless just because of this factor. But his uncle didn't think so, and that's why they need to come up with another way. Hanyul would have to gain weight from now on to have a chance of winning. When they got home, his uncle brought Hanyul a lot of healthy food, and he had no idea how he was going to get it all in, because he usually ate very little, and there was so much food. But the man had another option. He could give up right now and do nothing. But that didn't suit Hanyul. He was serious about increasing his strength, so he decided that he would eat all the food that was brought to him. But when he finished the next banana, he was scared and asked if he would get sick right there. The uncle smiled and asked if it was a rhetorical question, because it sounded funny. After that, he said very seriously that of course a guy would get sick after eating these foods. What else could be expected? And Kanyul started coughing and put the food down. He also added that he would have less time to live, but in return he would gain the strength he had been striving to gain for so long. And Kanyul started eating again. His main goal was to become strong and destroy all these bandits, so he was ready to sacrifice everything. While he was eating with all his might, even though it was too much for him, he heard Haru's voice. She announced that the full list of this year's GT League participants was finally known. While this was good, it was not without its problems. Uncle raised his eyebrows and asked what it was. Haru moved closer and told him that Hanyula's opponent was very strong and famous in their city. The girl lifted the sheet to her eyes and looked at the list, asking if the boy had heard of this competitor. The name was Hancho, and Hanyul knew him really well after his last fight, from which he barely got out alive, thanks to the police who scared the bandits away. The boy was very surprised and scared, but his uncle reacted calmly and asked if Hanyul knew who he was talking about. The high school student looked down sadly and said quietly that he had met him yesterday in a dark alley. This made the situation worse because the case became even more difficult. Since he had already confronted him and could not give advice, the chance of winning was decreasing. My uncle saw this Chiol yesterday, and he was much heavier, and he had no problems with his muscles. Hyunyul continued eating without stopping, and at the same time asked if his mentor had any plan for this. He would do whatever he told him. The older man asked her to tell him again how Haru manages to defeat men stronger than her and what techniques and tricks she uses. The girl replied that she also exploits their weaknesses. She takes advantage of their lack of confidence in her and attacks them at that time. However, it was not that simple either, because in the arena, Kanyul would not be able to take advantage of her opponent's safety. It would not work with him. To attack his vulnerabilities, the guy would need much more than just relying on his opponent to underestimate him. My uncle thought and turned to the window. He had to determine what made Hanyul better than this monster Sheol. Hanyul was smaller, lighter, weaker. His training was very mediocre, and he had no experience, and the boy had already lost all faith in himself. However, Hanyul did have one advantage. Because he was smaller, his speed when he moved was higher, and this could play into their favor. Of course, Cheol was also quite fast, but if Hanyul was well prepared, the opponent would not be able to beat him easily. The boy stopped, holding the apple he had bitten in his hand, so he wouldn't have to eat it all. But his uncle objected, calling him a complete fool. He would still need to gain weight to be in shape. Since Hanyul did not really understand anything, his uncle decided to explain everything in detail. One could imagine a football player like Lionel Messi, who weighed only 1 kilogram and had no muscles. If this were true, he would never have been able to develop such speed. He was only able to do it because he was 6 feet tall and weighed 1 kilogram, and he developed his muscles properly. Now, Hanyul's goal was to gain weight in kilograms and to make up for all those extra pounds with muscles. Almost immediately, they started training. His uncle got all the necessary things, and Hanyul started working out. But at first, it didn't go well. The boy just fell down every time he tried to throw a punch. He was already exhausted and lying on the floor when he turned to his sensei, and he didn't believe that he could defeat such a large opponent while he was doing this. He went over to the guy who was about to go to bed, and after an hour's sleep, they would go back to training. But he had already slept in the afternoon, as his teacher had instructed him earlier. However, for the next 6 days, he was to have a strict regimen. They would try to use each day as 2 days, so he would have to eat twice as much, sleep and train more often. And as Hanyul tried to get to his feet, which were shaking from the physical exertion, he said that it was unlikely that anything would change much once he started training on this strange schedule. But everything had already been decided, and he should have listened more carefully, because no one was going to repeat it to him several times here. Human muscles are essentially a bunch of fibers, so at the moment, Hanyul was struggling with them. The guy adjusted his glasses. Would he have to worry about each of these fibers individually, which would make him stronger? But again, he heard an objection in his direction. His mentor had just said that it should be exactly the opposite. The young man has to destroy his muscles, train so hard that his hands shake. Hanyul almost felt sick. He didn't understand what it meant, but it sounded very scary in his head. The man explained that it is when a muscle fiber is damaged that the muscle repairs itself and grows new fibers. In other words, this process of damage and repair makes muscles appear larger and stronger. And the most effective way for muscles to recover is during sleep. So Hanyul needed to sleep more. If he is going to train for the upcoming tournament, he does not need a bodybuilding system. Short but exhausting workouts that will damage the muscles and frequent sleep will work to restore them will be much better. The guy was also worried about whether it would have a bad effect on his health. But it was obvious the uncle crossed his arms over his chest, looking down at the boy. Of course, it wouldn't be good for his health. Maybe his life would be a little shorter as well. Hyunul realized he had just asked a stupid question again. And anyway, if it was bad for his health, he wondered why he was even doing it now. His palms were covered with scratches and calluses, which made it very difficult to train at full strength. But the guy will only see results when it's time to fight, and now he needs to take a break from it. The more he plants, the less everything will hurt tomorrow. Kanyul barely got up and stumbled after the man. He covered himself with a blanket. Even lying down and moving his fingertips was very painful, and he wondered again why he was going through all this suffering. It would seem that he was ready for this, but now he regrets more and more that he volunteered for such hard labor. Because of this pain, he could not sleep. This hellish training lasted for 4 days, and Kanyul wanted to see if it had given him any results, which is why he was here. The guy was standing in the middle of the street where there were a lot of people. All of them were busy with their own business. Some of them could not stand on their feet after a few bottles of alcohol. In general, there was lawlessness. He walked among the clubs, houses, and shops and thought about the best place to go to run into some bandits. There was not much time to search every nook and cranny of the streets, so when he came to the next building, he thought it was a good enough option to look for what he needed here. His choice fell on a billiard club, and he wondered if he should go in, since there was no way out. When he went inside, he noticed that modern billiard clubs have changed a lot. There are no age restrictions for visitors, so people often come with their families to have fun and spend time together. But this place seemed to be very different from the others. It was different because the gangsters ruled the place, and it was their rules that were set. He was still shaking, but he knew that if he did nothing about it, things would not move forward. If Hunyul couldn't handle the people here, then a fight with Gang Daechun was out of the question, and he'd better not talk about Cheol. The boy stepped inside and looked around, looking for the biggest man he could find. One man caught his eye. His body was indeed bulky, but he was rather shorter than what Hanyul needed. Another guy, who was already standing at another pool table eating a burger, might be a good match. He was tall and bulky, but he definitely didn't have the muscles that Cheol had. It's already clear that it will be quite difficult to find an opponent who looks like Cecil here. But here came the perfect candidate for Hanyul, a man who shouted loudly that everyone would fall down if they dared to argue with him. Exactly what the guy was looking for, maybe even better than expected. The guy who was approached by this giant was a little scared. He started to praise him, and it turned out that he was the third strongest player in the region, but he immediately ordered him to shut up and give him towels. The guy shouted for them to be brought here immediately for the elder. The boy brought him a towel and held it out to him, but he was shaking with fear. But he immediately fell to the floor in front of him, dropping the thing from his hands. The guy standing next to him was also angry because it was so simple to bring a towel, but the kid couldn't even do that. The boy with glasses apologized for being late and bowed his head to the older man. But the man was angry. He wasn't going to use the towel that the boy had dragged across the floor. It turns out that even as the third in command, he is not taken seriously. Taishik was so scared he begged the man to take pity on him, and he would quickly bring another towel for his hands. But the man picked up the billiard ball and was about to hit the poor guy. He wasn't going to let him go that easily. The boy fell to the floor, covering his head with his hands, but when the giant approached him, they both froze. Takshik heard his name. He looked over to see Hanyul, who was looking him in the eye in silence. After waiting for a while, Hanyul asked something about the man. He wondered if he was the bad guy the high school student had been trying to find for an hour. The monster's blood boiled when he looked at Hyunyul, who was talking directly to Takshik. Today was a day when a bunch of fools wanted to end their lives. So the boy put his hands over his head and fell to his knees, while Hanyul stood before the giant, who was several times his size. He thought that Taishik had called his friend on purpose to help him get out of here and protect him, so he grabbed him by the shirt in anger. He was screaming so loudly that the whole billiard club could hear it, and the kid was so scared that he was going to die that he started screaming too, and he didn't even try to get out, because he knew it would be useless. So Shik burst into tears and shouted at the top of his lungs to Hanyul that this big guy was a really bad guy, a very bad guy, a real crook. These words hurt the man very much. His anger grew even more, and he took another swing at the poor boy. But before he could hit him, something hit him hard on the forehead, which took his attention away from Tai. He turned around to see who the idiot was that dared to do this to him and make his face bleed. There was silence as Hanyul stood calmly in front of the man he had just thrown a stone at. Everyone else was very scared, because after that, there was no telling what to expect. But Hanyul, who had taken off his glasses, was satisfied with the result, and the game was on. A mutt who had been serving the big man rushed to Hanyul, picking up a cue, and he did not dare to treat his superior like that. The boy noticed that everything that was happening now seemed to be filmed in slow motion. He was absolutely sure that he would not be able to hit him. He was really moving too slowly. When the stick approached him, the boy bent his knees slightly, grabbing it with his hand. And then he pulled him sharply towards him, and he lost his balance and flew towards Hanyo. He was not expecting this and screamed when he saw the face of the guy, who looked very confident. After a moment, they slammed their heads into each other, but the guy's teeth were knocked out. After that, Kanyo got rid of him and threw him away from him, and he hit his back against the wall. It was just what he needed. The boy was really stronger and faster than before, so his uncle was right about training so hard. The man came up to Kanyul and almost hit him on the head, but the boy managed to lean down to avoid getting bruises. The man was really very strong. One punch and Hanyul could forget about the tournament or revenge forever, because he would be in the ground. He moved away. It was important to keep enough distance not to lose. He couldn't find the man's weaknesses, and if he didn't succeed in the next few seconds, he was dead, so he had to think of something. A memory came to mind when he was training with his teacher and was almost at the end of his rope, with no energy left for anything else. Then the teacher told him that sooner or later, the opponent would show his vulnerability during a fight, and he should just watch his movements closely and see which part of his body he was protecting the most and attack at that moment, so as not to miss the opportunity. That's why Kanyul trained his fists for so long and diligently for quick punches. Simply put, this would be his so-called final punch. Once he got used to using his speed, his chances of winning would increase significantly. Then the man gave him a rubber band for his hand, and only then did the boy realize why he needed it. Kanyul was a bit nervous and asked if such a big guy could have any vulnerabilities. The mentor pointed to his knees, and they were his weak point. The more a person weighs, the more stress is placed on the knees, and even the most trained muscles cannot protect themselves from damage if they receive a direct blow. If Hanyul can attack his knee properly, he will have a chance to use a fatal punch. Remembering all his uncle's words, the boy began to observe the enemy more closely to find some flaw in the defense. The man kicked Tak Shik, who was getting in the way, so he ordered him to leave immediately. At that moment, Kanyul found a weakness. The weight of the big man was now on one leg, so he rushed towards him without delay. With all his strength, Hanyul hit the man under the knee, causing him to lose his balance and start falling. Kanyul found his next target even faster, as the man's chin was now exposed, so he could hit him with ease. This was perhaps his only chance for a fatal blow, and it would be the end of the matter. As the man went crashing down, he shouted at the last moment that a punch from a high school student would not cost him anything. But when Kanyul hit him, the man realized that he had been very wrong about the boy's strength. The boy had felt as if his fists were harder than stones, as if nothing else could be harder. And now he realized the need for a strong fist. The man whose arm was twice as big as the boy's head did not understand how this boy was defeating him so easily. The man grabbed hold of Hanyul's shoulders, and he had no idea how important the experience of a man who had been in millions of fights could be. Hanyul instantly flew away from the man, who threw him off with all his might. The guy's back hit the pool table and he grimaced in pain. The older man was about to finish off this kid who had come here for nothing and decided to go against him, while also protecting Taeshik. But there was more to come. Someone interrupted Hyung Nim, who looked back at the voice calling his name. Another big guy came up to him. Hyung had once told him that he could ask him anything whenever he needed to, and now he had one question. The man who appeared in Hyung's field of vision asked if he could give him this guy. He wanted to deal with him himself. Hyung smiled. He didn't know why Chel wanted this boy and why he was so interested in him, but Hyun-yul had made the man too angry to let him go now. Jong-il didn't like the answer. He personally wanted to strangle the boy. There were reasons for that. And besides, if word got out that the man was bullying high school students, it wouldn't play well for him. Hyung stepped away from Hyun-yul, handing him over to Cheol, who ruined all the fun for him. The man turned to Hyun-yul, saying that this time he was just lucky. If a few more minutes had passed, he would have been a wet spot. He was about to leave and told Cheol to take good care of Hanyul and to avenge him as well, and Cheol was grateful and thanked him. Hanyul got to his feet. Cheol didn't understand why it was so hard to be quiet before the tournament. Participants shouldn't be seen in fights, and it was as if he was deliberately dragging him into them. But Teo couldn't let someone else break his toy. He smiled as he moved a little closer to Hyun-yul, who remained silent. When he walked away, Tae-shik asked Hyun-il what was going on with him lately. He could see that the boy had changed a lot in recent months. Hanyul was silent, looking down, and his head was full of different thoughts. But Tae-shik tried to get some explanation out of him. because he was actually jealous of him, even though he didn't want to admit it in front of him. Taishik started to cry. He really wanted to be able to fight back against these people and finally feel like a human being and not a rag. He felt terrible now. I'm nothing more than a bug under your feet. But that sentence was finished by Hanyul. Taishik looked over at him. He literally ripped what he was about to say off his tongue. Hanyul was the same way. He was still a weakling in his eyes, and that was what frustrated him the most. The reason why he trained so hard is because he can't stop feeling this terrible helplessness. And helplessness, the guy was just looking for a way to forget these terrible feelings forever. He looked down at his hand. Sometimes Hyun-yul didn't understand why he had chosen this difficult path. But Taishik was even more upset. He called the bandit a trash to his face, and it was all because of Hyung. Now, the fact that Hyung was so angry with Taishik was on Hanyul's conscience, and he said that he was now obliged to protect him. The whole story started after a strange question from Hyun-yul. He asked, "Is that guy bad?" But in the end, the guy did what he did because they were friends. But Hanyul was surprised when Taishik called him his friend. They had never been on friendly terms, and Tai had set him up several times on Daichun's orders. The boy was trying to figure out something, and in the meantime, his sensei had approached them. The boy was supposed to be in the last part of his special training, and he was standing there staring at the wall for some reason. Hyungil looked at his uncle, who had no idea what kind of special training the man was talking about. The older man said that starting today, the boy would have a new schedule. He would only eat and sleep all the time. He was very surprised to hear that all he had to do was eat and sleep, and he didn't really like it. So, a few days passed, just as his mentor had said, and Kanyul did nothing but eat and sleep. And then came the day of the tournament, which greeted him with beautiful sunny weather. After the meeting with that bandit, there were no more trainings, but surprisingly, the boy was not afraid at all. Rather, he was excited. Leon's voice came from downstairs calling him, and it was getting close to time, and Hyun-yul seemed to have forgotten about the tournament. He quickly got dressed and ran outside down the stairs, making the excuse that he was thinking. The boy was startled when he saw 3 other people he didn't know, and the car that was supposed to take him to the tournament. His uncle was not pleased with his lateness. He was not yet cool enough to keep his teacher waiting. Leon turned to the man irritably. He was the one paying for everything here, so he didn't like that his mentor decided to go with this unfortunate punching bag instead of him. But it was obvious according to the teacher, even though Leon still didn't understand and blinked his eyes at the man. The fact was that the boys had to fight first before the tournament. Lee was participating in Hanam-dong, while Hyun-yul was supposed to be in Chungho-dong. The man did not want to go to an unknown place, so it was not surprising that he would choose a place that was closer. But that wasn't a good excuse for the guy. He could have at least given him some decent advice before Lee left. But he was so fed up that he just got in the car and wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. But when the teacher stopped him at the last moment, Leon looked back. Leon was even a little glad that he was going to wish him good luck, like a teacher to a student, and he smiled a little. But the uncle only wanted to say that Leon should walk him and Hyun-yul to the tournament venue. Now Leon was completely angry. The man pushed Leon away from him and said that he would get in the car first. For a while, the boy could not even say anything at such insolence. But then he broke through. Leon had not allowed him to do anything yet, neither to get in the car nor to agree to show them what they asked. Despite their quarrels, Hanyul was happy. His first step towards Daichun had been made. But he still didn't fully understand why everyone was so serious about this tournament and how important this GT League was. Soon they were all there, and Hyun-yul approached the sign, noticing that there was hardly anyone around, even though he had expected a much larger crowd. The uncle standing behind him added that they just wanted to prevent bloodshed, and the boy turned around asking what he meant by that. He told me that during the first tournament, a bunch of high school students who liked to fight and a bunch of small bandits gathered in one place, and as a result, there were people who were sent to the hospital before the battle even started. It was after this incident that the participants were notified of the time and place of the actual fight, and each match was held in a separate location. And now Hanyul understood why there was not a soul around. Soon after, a man with a tablet approached them, asking if he was Gang Hanyul, and he adjusted his glasses and stood next to them. The boy thought for a while, and then answered that he was, while his uncle remained standing a little further away. The man came even closer and handed the eye patch to Hanyul, who needed to put it on himself. It was necessary to prevent fighting before the tournament started. It seemed a little strange, but it was the rules. But then his uncle came closer and spoke softly in his ear, telling him to close his eyes before taking off his glasses. He didn't want to see Kanyul showing off without his glasses. The boy listened to him and closed his eyes, then opened them, but he was worried that he would become a completely different person after that. The fact that this test had a lot of unclear rules could not be mentioned at all, but the boy still put the blindfold on his eyes. The uncle repeated that if he started fighting before the fight started, he would finish him off before he entered the arena, but Kanyul assured him that he could tell where the normal people were even without the glasses, so everything would be fine. But suddenly, when he remembered all the past days of training, he realized that when he mocked these bandits, it gave him more pleasure than he had thought at first. The mere thought of it made him insanely happy, especially if his opponent is someone strong at first glance, like this guy. He lifted the blindfold slightly from his eyes. The thought was too tempting. And now that he had entered the room, there was nothing to stop him. Both of them took their places and prepared for the fight, while his uncle stood behind the door, but tried to see everything in detail. It was strange that he wasn't allowed to come in, because in the past, at least friends were allowed to be present during this. Lee Haru flew into the room, found her uncle, and asked him anxiously if anything had started yet. She came just in time, because the most interesting thing was about to happen. She approached him and told him something. There are rumors that in the second stage of the tournament, there were a lot of strong people from Cheongodong, which means that among them, all the score will be quite high. In that case, my uncle will be happy if Hyunyul doesn't need any emergency help here. That will be good. She looked at Cheol, noticing that he was much taller and bigger than they say. Both Cheol and Hanyul were ready to start, but for some reason the judge sitting next to them with the camera was hesitant to give the order to start. To tell you the truth, this judge didn't care about what, how, or why. He was almost falling asleep at his desk, and after being asked, he finally allowed them to start. Leiharu was shocked by what she saw, annoyed that the judge was not paying attention at all, but her uncle said that a fight between high school students is not considered to be something serious. In fact, they are slightly older kids who like to fight and drink beer and smoke in their free time. Therefore, it is extremely rare to see a high school student cross the so-called barrier of weight categories. The judge has most likely already made conclusions for himself that the fight will end quickly, so now he can think about something completely different. But for some reason, no one had started the fight yet. The judge turned to Cheol, who was standing closer to him. He asked the boy to hit Hanyul once, and then they would finally part ways. He was a very busy man, and was sure that Hanyul would not survive more than one attack from this giant. But Hanyul attacked first, and the punch was very powerful. This judge almost fell off his chair when he saw this in front of him. Cheol himself did not expect such strength from him either. The mentor who was standing behind the door was also speechless after this attack. He knew that Hanyul was more aggressive without his glasses, but not to this extent. The guy wasn't going to stop. He was beating Cheol with all his might, taking great pleasure in the process. His opponent couldn't even catch his breath to strike back. Haru was already happy that he had a chance to win, but his uncle was not so happy. The big guy would definitely not go down after one punch. When Cheol moved away from Hyunyul, he was able to stay on his feet and was now going to attack on his own, and then Hyunyul would be finished. He was angry at his opponent for having the courage to attack him first. But again, it was Hanyul who attacked first, and before he could even finish his sentence, he kneed Cheol right in the head. His mentor did not expect such a progressive result in just 1 week of training, although it was hard, but Hanyul managed to outdo himself. The two boys continued to fight, but only one of them was attacking, while Cheol was only trying to defend himself, but he was not very good at it. Haru opened her mouth in surprise and watched the boys. Now it was over. But it was over for Hyunyul, because even though he had beaten up Chul, he wasn't going to let it go. Cheol was about to wrap his palm around Hyunyul's, and Haru was afraid he might break his arm that way. The big guy smiled and said that regardless of the number of points, disabled people would not be able to participate in the tournament, so he decided to get rid of his competitor in this way. But Hanyul pushed away from him and wanted to deliver a fatal kick. However, Cheol put his hand up in time to prevent him from hitting his head. The girl could not take her eyes off them both. She watched their every move, and she could clearly see that Hanyul's arm was twisted, so it is not known how he managed to stay without injury. But her uncle said it was all due to instincts. His body automatically turned in the same direction as the palm and thus saved himself. Cheol was sick of it. His opponent's behavior was driving him crazy, and Hunyul knew he had to deal with it right now. If he grabbed him one more time, he would definitely not survive it. His strength was almost zero, and he was literally fighting with his last breath. When Chell reached for his arm once more to grab it and throw him to the ground, the boy jumped away to avoid being caught. He got down on one knee, starting to lose his balance, and looked at his enemy as if none of these techniques and tricks had worked on him. Chell did recognize that his opponent was indeed quite fast, and that was what knocked him down when they started fighting. But after he managed to withstand the blow, there was nothing else for Hanyul to do. The boy knew that after the fatal punch he had staked so much on, it was too dangerous to approach Chael, because if he hadn't managed to put him down in the meantime, it would be even harder now because of his fatigue, even if Hanyul just dodged the punches and attempts to grab him. In the end, Chael would still get his victim. Hanyul turned his eyes to his teacher as if to ask him something. There was only one option left now that his mentor had told him about that could lead him to victory. The teacher was calm now that Hunyul was beginning to understand everything he was being taught. The possibility of winning this fight was growing. Chael didn't care about the boy's tricks anymore. He was sure that nothing else would work. But Hanyul rushed towards him. Chael expected him to attack him directly, and he could easily deflect the attack. But the boy flew past him and dropped down to deliver his final blow. The giant turned to him with his hand ready to attack, which startled Hanyul. In a moment, Chael struck him on the head and he fell down. He had a very strange feeling. He could have sworn that Chael had missed, but he had a feeling that he was going to pass out from the pain. Hanyul found himself under the wall, already being very weak. He did not understand what was happening. Haru was worried the last time the boy attacked his enemy, he didn't succeed with this tactic, so she didn't understand why he was doing it again. He pushed off from the wall and threw his arm forward again to strike. With all his strength and great speed, he flew towards his opponent, not hoping to succeed this time. Hyunyul was only doing this because it was his last chance to win, and unlike his upper body, Chael's legs were going to be a much more important place. When the guy was close, Chael stretched his arms forward to grab him. His competitor grabbed hold of Hanyul's arms, preventing him from breaking away and preventing him from delivering the final blow. Chael lifted Hanyul above his head. Now the guy was definitely powerless against him. With all the strength that this giant had, he threw the high school student to the floor, head first, to deliver a stronger and more traumatic blow. All that weaklings like Hanyul need is to live with fear in their hearts of the strong like him. It was funny to him to see such weaklings trying to pose as a hero and show off their strength. This behavior only fueled Chael's desire to crush the insect. As Hanyul lay unconscious, he was about to finish him off. But at the last moment, Hanyul regained consciousness. And the first thing that appeared on his face was a crazy smile. And his mind was full of thoughts of destroying this bandit who had managed to get him so badly. Chael noticed that he opened his eyes, but before he could move, Hunyul had already put his foot forward to kick his opponent. The big man stood back, watching his opponent, shaking with anger. He had already said that such tricks would never work with him, but the man kept trying to do something. Hanyul didn't care about anything Chael said. He kept trying again and again and wanted to finish the job, knowing that he couldn't lose here. Hunyul was very close, and Chael was still amused by the fact that he was still hoping for victory. And he was tired of playing with him for so long, so he raised his two hands in the air and swung. Haru instinctively screamed. This time there was no way Hanyulu would be able to get away without getting hurt if Chael managed to hit him. His uncle also began to worry. He also had hopes of winning, but now everything was so unclear that he didn't know what outcome to expect. As Hanyul approached, Chael suddenly realized that he could not move. He also lost all feeling in his legs, and he had no idea what was happening or how Hanyul had managed to do it. The giant began to fall backwards, his legs did not hold him, and he lost his balance. And the guy was already ready to attack. There was no way Chael would have been able to block this blow, which would have been the end of the story. He began to scream from the desperate situation, still not understanding how someone like Hanyul could outwit him and defeat him. Hanyul gathered his strength into a fist and punched the giant in the face, and he fell. There was no way that such a weakling could defeat such an experienced thug. Hanyul did not stop to finally end this fight and finally leave this room as a winner who proved himself worthy of the tournament. Haru still wondered how Hunyul was able to defeat Chael in such a difficult situation. She didn't know. But his uncle said it was all accumulated injuries, but Haru didn't know about their plan and this type of training. Chael had just literally been standing on his feet, and now the guy managed to knock him to the floor. Her uncle turned his gaze to her and asked if she had ever seen any structure that would slowly and smoothly ignite. For example, a bridge pier can withstand a load of a point, but in reality it is only loaded by a point. So even if the pier is damaged somewhere and its threshold of withstandings is reduced to 5, the bridge will still be able to handle its weight. But if the threshold were to drop even further, the pier would not be able to cope with the load and the bridge would collapse almost immediately. It should not be forgotten that Chal had already taken quite a few blows that hit his legs and damaged them. All this time, Chal did not move and did not move, while Hanyul stood next to him, breathing heavily. In order to achieve this result, Hanyul continued to attack his legs for so long and relentlessly. The guy asked the referee how much longer he had to wait for the signal, but the man could not answer. He was betting on Cheol, who was many times bigger than this guy, but surprisingly, the winner was not the one he thought. Cheol grabbed Hanyul's leg, and the judge said that as long as the contestant could continue fighting, they could not declare a winner. Cheol wasn't going to give up just because he couldn't use his legs now. His arms were still strong, so he wanted to continue. With all his strength, he threw himself over onto Hyunyul, crushing him with his own weight. It was not uncommon to see children from good families suddenly see themselves as fighters for justice and think they can change the world around them, and that is how Kanyul looked in Cheol's eyes. And it gave him great pleasure to watch people like him fall in fear of him. Despite Hanyul's position, this was not the end. His mentor was sure of it. The boy continued to struggle as Cheol attacked him. He was punched several times in the face, his teeth were almost knocked out, but he kept fighting. Once again, Cheol missed, and Haru noticed, wishing it would be over sooner, and Hyunyul came out to them. Uncle shouted, now it was time to exploit the other weakness of the big man, which Hanul knew all too well. He sharply threw his arm away from him, but with his other hand, Hyul still held the boy's shoulder. No matter how strong a person is, there will always be parts of the body that cannot be trained. The shouting and hitting made Cheol feel very dizzy. It was making it very difficult for him to continue fighting actively, and he had to stop it as soon as possible in some way. He bit his lip so hard that it bled, but it helped him to come to his senses and continue his work. While he was in this state, Kanyul had managed to get out of his hand and was now ready to strike with both feet. With the same strange smile, he looked at his opponent, hoping to end his life as soon as possible. The guy pushed himself up off the ground with all his might and leaned on his hands to kick Cheol in the face. He almost snapped his neck, but it hurt for sure, and more blood spilled from Cheol's wounds. He still didn't understand how such a green guy could overcome him. His body hurt like crazy. Even making a single movement was impossible because of the horrible sensations. Cheol thought that if he could be defeated so easily by such a child, he was no longer a bandit, and that was out of the question. Hyungul was also unsteady on his feet, but he managed to walk over to his opponent and stood over him, remembering his words and holding his arm, which was a little sore. He didn't grow up in an ordinary family. After saying that, the guy fell to the ground next to his competitor. They were both lying there, unable to say a word. This fight had exhausted them too much. The referee did not know what to do now. He had to determine the winner somehow, but he did not know how to do it if they were both lying on the ground. The sparring was now finally over, he said, not knowing what else to say. And it was because of this sparring that Hanyul had attracted the completely unwanted and unnecessary attention of the others. The qualifying match was being broadcast live, watched by a large number of people who could not help but be impressed by the techniques and moves that Hanyul had mastered. A man sitting at his laptop was also watching the fight. He had been asked to check on Hanyul, but this had now resulted in the fact that his legs were injured. This meant that he now had no chance of continuing to participate in the next round. And their group Kang Han author was a laughingstock. The man who bowed his head before him and knelt down regretted it and apologized at length. Hyungnim was apologizing. He knew he was to blame. He was too safe with Hyunul, who gave the impression of being a defenseless and weak high school student. But it turned out to be the opposite. With so much at stake, the man stood up from his chair, not even looking at Hyungnim, who was begging for one more chance. He was a high school student representing the Hwaryung group, and he was sure that this victory would earn him the title of third-level champion. The man picked up the stick, extremely angry, and hated to think of those Hwaryung fools laughing at them now. The man ordered to immediately deal with this guy and destroy him. He broke into a shout and repeated his order again, raising his stick up to hit Hyungnim. At that time, Hyung-il was already on his way home in a bus full of people, and he felt awkward because many people were looking at him. Haru went with him, and he apologized to her for the whole thing. In fact, he could have made it home on his own, but his mentor told him to go with him. But the girl didn't want to leave him alone. There was little else he could do, so he apologized and felt guilty to her. Then he abruptly grabbed his arm, which began to hurt even more after the fight. Haru told him that his shoulder would be very sore for some time to come, because he had received a direct hit from his opponent, and she insisted that he put as little weight on it as possible until the next match. The bus stopped at a bus stop where there were even more people trying to get on. Kanyol walked forward a bit to let others through, and then his attention was drawn to the fact that people kept getting on and off the bus. As they began to move further and further back, they almost knocked Hanyul off his feet as they began to push in after each other. Now there was so little room that he literally had to press his body against Lee Haru, who was standing on the side. But what worried him more was the feeling that his shoulder was going to break off. It hurt so much to be pressed like that, and he couldn't move in this crowd. The blood vessels in his face were bulging from the intense pain, and he couldn't take it anymore. Haru looked at him. She scolded him for leaning on his injured shoulder. She told him to take care of that arm, or he would not be able to participate in the next match. Someone pushed him even closer to Haru again, and now there was absolutely no space between them, and the boy blushed with shame. He apologized awkwardly to the girl, but there was nothing he could do. There were too many people on this bus. She didn't say anything, but the boy decided to try to distance himself from her somehow. But she put her hand on his and hugged him lightly, telling him to just stand there. No need to think of anything. If he did not want to further damage his shoulder, he should obey her. Though he did not mind, he felt very uncomfortable in her arms. They rode like this for some time, Hanyul afraid to breathe, let alone look in her direction and meet Haru's eyes. Meanwhile, the man who had been so worried about Hanchul's defeat had returned to his desk, and Hyung-Nim continued to kneel in front of him. The man was so angry that he even broke the phone in his office and slammed it several times. Besides the fact that they had spread to this GT League, he had also brought this traitor here. He didn't even know what he was looking at when he made him third. Hyung-Nim was already with his hand and head bandaged, but he still continued to apologize, assuring him that he would find a new representative for their company as soon as possible. But the man was even more angry. He had already ordered him to use the same guy as before. The boss was about to hit his employee, who again covered his already damaged head with his hands. But suddenly another man came into the office and said that the boss shouldn't be so stressed. Because he was an old man, it was time to relax a little. But he didn't care. The boss was still stubborn. He didn't want to see him after he betrayed him and joined Hwaryung's group. But that didn't mean anything. The boss wasn't going to go against Hwaryung, because if he did, the outcome could be fatal for them. Hyung-Nim was very angry at this. He wanted to say something else to him, but he couldn't find the right words. The man calmed him down. There was nothing to be angry about. He came here because he was in the neighborhood. They were opening their new office nearby, so he decided to come and say hello to his old friends. But the boss didn't want to see his face. He must be really in trouble if he thinks that Kang Han can just walk around his territory like that. The man laughed ironically because everyone knew about the Kang Khan group and the latest developments. It is worth adding that the GT League qualifying round was simply unbeatable. It has never happened before that a representative of the group could not pass the selection. It was very interesting to watch. Such remarks made the boss even angrier, and Hyung-Nim was afraid that he would start beating him again. But at that time, the man had already walked to the door and was about to leave. He was going to come back later to say hello, and finally he jabbed at Chairman Kang Han once again, who in his opinion should have been thinking about resigning by now. He walked out of the office, closing the door behind him, and the two remained standing there. The boss was so angry that he started breaking everything in sight. Without even turning his head to Hyung-Nim, the man asked what was going on with the high school student who had beaten their representative. But Hyung-Nim didn't know how to talk about him. All the man knew was that Hyunul had stopped going to school recently, and they had started to watch his house closely. But no one was found there either. The boss must have been really out of his mind if he was still keeping a third person as a henchman, even a high school student. He reminded him of the question of whether he should keep him in this position, even though Hyung-Nim's answer would make little difference. He begged even harder for more time. He already had some useful information, so he had a chance to make things right. Hyung-Nim found out that a girl named Lee Haru always goes with him everywhere. The man made a promise that tomorrow he would bring Hyunyul right here to finish him off. Haru had a very strange feeling all day today. as if something was going to happen, and it was a little confusing. When she was walking home from school, she tried to put all these thoughts aside, blaming it on the fact that she was just nervous. But when she was close to her home, a suspicious man followed her. She went home and immediately went to Hyun-yul to tell him the good news. He was in second place among Chung Ho-dong in the preliminary results. The guy continued to be very careful with his injured arm, but now things were about to change, as Han-yul was among the 32 participants in their region. And if we talk about the shoulder and trust the uncle's words, then a couple of nights and Han-yul should feel much better. When it was time for them to leave, she reminded him that he could call any time if he needed anything. She emphasized once again that he shouldn't put any weight on his sore shoulder. But suddenly a large shadow appeared behind the girl. The man standing behind her grabbed her sharply by the shoulders, causing her to scream. Finally, he was able to find and catch her with two other guys behind him to help him. They entered the room, not letting go of Hara, who was trying to get out of his arms. Han-yul threw off his glasses, which he threw aside, and they fell into the hands of one of the bandits. Without waiting a moment, Han-yul began to save the girl and struck the man. None of them thought that they would come across something like this. They were not prepared to be beaten up immediately. One of the bandits turned to Han-yul and started running backwards before he could catch him, and he was shocked by the speed. Before he knew it, he was right in front of him. The guy was really moving incredibly fast. He shouted with all his might that he would kill anyone who dared to harm Haruli. While they were in a state of shock, Hyun-yul hit them as well, and the two men flew out of the room and into the hallway. The gangster, who was the luckiest and did not get hit by the high school student, quickly came to his senses and punched Hyun-yul in the shoulder. He screamed loudly. Unbearable pain shot through his arm, and his shoulder continued to hurt. He fell to the ground and grabbed his arm, screaming and screaming. The gangster was about to hit him when he was not in the best position to fight and quickly ran to him. He managed to kick Hyung-il, and he hit the couch painfully, receiving a powerful blow to the stomach. Hyung-nim ordered them to take both of them with them, which shouldn't be difficult now that they had Haru down, but Hyun-il could barely move his fingers. Kang Han's boss was already waiting for them, twiddling his thumbs. A call came into his office. It was his men, reporting that they had captured Han-yul, and now the question was what to do with them. The boss spoke thoughtfully, suggesting his own version of revenge. Since Han-yul had disabled their best fighter, it would be good to pay him back in kind. Hyung-nim, who was already elsewhere, only briefly said that he understood and would proceed as ordered. In the meantime, when the boss had already interrupted the call with Hyung-nim, his second employee entered his office. But the man was curious about what exactly brought him here. He stepped closer. He had heard about the shame that had been going around their group, and he also knew that it was due to the inattention of number 3. He couldn't believe that his boss would forgive him for all his failures so easily. The man did give number 3 one more chance, but if he did not fulfill his promise this time, he would not let it go. He knew for sure that if he failed to fulfill his mission, he would be dealt with on the spot. Meanwhile, Hyung-nim and the others were already preparing to retaliate against Han-yul, who had done so much damage to their group. Han-yul's hands were completely tied, he could not move, and Hyung-nim, mocking him, approached the boy with a hammer. It was because of Hyun-yul's fault that the Kang Han group lost 20 billion won in just one day, and Nim's own life was hanging in the balance. He kneeled on his lap, and his boss ordered him to do to him what Han-yul had done to Chul. But it's unlikely that this will be enough for Hyung-nim. But despite these words, the boy didn't seem to be worried, and he turned to number 3 without looking up. Hyung-il was ready to talk to him, but first let them let Haru go, who had nothing to do with this, especially since he had a respectable status. So why would he play such a bad guy? But Hyung-nim wouldn't feel bad about it because he hadn't done anything wrong. He didn't want to stall for too long, so he raised the hammer over the guy's head and said that gangsters generally start to feel incredibly powerful and in control. They put themselves above others. And this feeling is even more intense when they intimidate a trash like him to death. And just as Hyung-nim was about to swing, he heard a loud and sharp cry, begging him to stop and promising to help him get all 20 billion won back. The hammer fell right in front of Han-yul's lap, who was still sitting with his head down. It seemed like a tempting offer, even though he didn't believe that he could make 20 billion won. Haru Lee assured him that they could help him earn more than that, which confused him even more. It could be a reality. They could really make a lot of money if Gang Hyun-yul became their fighter. Hyung-yul had mixed feelings about what he had heard, but he hadn't expected to hear this. And Hyung-nim was also questioning whether she was serious about it now. Still, he couldn't just believe what she was saying. He didn't want to fall for such a cheap trick. Their company had already lost a fighter, so it wasn't easy to choose someone else. As he stood there thinking, another man came up to him and whispered quietly that in fact, the official introduction of a fighter as a representative of a group is only registered with the assistance of the GT League. So far, they had only informed everyone that they already had a representative, but had not yet officially registered, so Haru's suggestion really made sense in this case. And it might be Hyung-nim's last chance for survival, so it's something to think about before you turn it down. But he wasn't going to believe these high school students, especially since he wouldn't last even one round in the arena with Hyunil's injured shoulder, so representing the company was out of the question. At this time, someone began to call another gangster standing behind him, and the call left him speechless for a while. It was a big boss, with whom everyone was afraid to have a dialogue because he was really very cruel. He immediately shouted to Hyung-nim to solve something quickly, because they could not wait, because then they would all be finished. The man didn't know what to do anymore. The situation was too difficult, and it was too risky to choose a guy with a wounded shoulder to be a representative. But Haru was still trying to persuade him. There was still a chance that Hyun-yul would recover quickly. Time was running out, and the bandit asked them one last time what they were going to do with the boy, and they had to decide right now. Either they were going to keep him as a representative or cripple him as they had planned. Hyung-nim was very annoyed. He couldn't stand all the pressure around him from his people. At that moment, Leon was in training, and they were testing his endurance. The man asked him how he felt after all the exertion, and at the same time recorded everything. Leon felt just fine, he repeated this many times. Luckily, according to their own calculations, he will not need oxygen tanks or stem cell operations as long as he becomes a level 1 champion. But the guy was sure that he didn't need any cell surgeries. Just let them give them to his old man, and there would be no problem. However, the company could not waste such a valuable medicine. After all, it would take a whole year to get one dose of the drug, and there were no guarantees that it would have the desired effect. So mass production was out of the question. So the president ordered the medicine to be used only as a last resort. Leon was reluctant to take all these strange drugs. He was even a little scared of them. He put on a football shirt after checking his condition and was about to leave. But suddenly his phone rang and he picked it up. It was Leon's friend, whom he had asked to find at least some information about the girl he liked so much. The friend was able to find the address where she lived, and the boy was incredibly happy about it. His mood immediately lifted. He quickly began to pack all his things and said that he needed to go to a certain place, so they shouldn't even think of stopping him. But after a moment, Lee stopped himself and looked at the man in the suit. The man asked him again about the valuable and rare medicine he was going to give him. He ran to the exit, taking the medicine with him, and asked the man to tell his grandfather that Lee had used it on himself. Meanwhile, the boss was already on the phone to his subordinate, who finally picked up the phone, the commander demanding to know about his latest mission and its results. They talked for several minutes while he told him exactly what they had done. The grave Hyung-nim had dug for himself was already deep enough, and hearing the whole story made the boss even angrier. He couldn't understand how Hyung-nim could have thought of making Hyun-il their representative. Nevertheless, the man decided to give it a chance, but only until Hyun-il's first defeat, which would be fatal for number 3 as well. For he would also leave this world with the defeated Hanyul. The man standing next to the boss heard the entire conversation, and the commander ordered him to make sure everything went well. When Taishik noticed Hanyul wrapping his wounded arm, he immediately shouted at him to take off the bandage, because bandits don't attack him out of fear, but when they recognize that he is injured, they will be safer. Haru Lee said that the tournament among the selected participants was to take place in 2 days, during which time she was going to find a way to cure Hyun-yul and forbade him to take off the bandage at all. Hanyul was in a bad mood. Now he didn't understand how the girl had even come up with the idea of representing this company. Plus, if he lost, Haru would be in danger. Taishik stood his ground and shouted loudly for them to stop ignoring him. He knew that these thugs were just waiting for the right moment to attack him from behind, and he didn't want to go back to his old life as a runaway boy, so Hyun-il just couldn't show them all that he was injured. Haru knew by now that school was over, so Hanyul should go straight to the training room, and she would do everything in her power to heal him as soon as possible. But Hanyul had little faith that it was possible in such a short period of time. But the girl reassured him by mentioning that they had a friend who was almost a wizard. He would quickly be able to help them in this situation. While Haru and Hyun-yul were dealing with all this, Leon came to the place where Seung was supposed to be. He had been standing there for ages, but she still wasn't there. And in fact, now he was thinking that he didn't even know what to say to her. But his thoughts were interrupted by her appearance, and he immediately turned his gaze to her. He was frightened. He hid as far as he could and began to breathe very nervously. Leon tried to calm himself down by encouraging himself, but it was harder than he had thought at first. He thought that if he tried to start a normal conversation with her, the girl would just ignore him, so he had to find something to get her attention quickly. There was no time to stand still. She was about to enter her house, so Leon rushed over to her to make sure he didn't miss this opportunity. He was still very nervous, but he remembered what his mentor had taught him. He just needed to draw their attention to his person. And here he was, standing next to the girl he had fallen in love with. But he couldn't say anything more than hello. He began to say something about his wealth, while the girl simply ignored him. His body started to burn with shame. Now he realized how ridiculous he sounded. For a while they just stood there. Leon decided that it was better to keep quiet so as not to say anything else. But after a few seconds of silence, Seung walked past him, calling him an idiot. But he was not confused and replied that he had already been told this hundreds of times and he knew it perfectly well. He will never be able to fully open up his feelings to other people because he has never seen his parents show him any sincere love. That's why he tries to express his feelings in the only way he knows how. He pulled out a vial of medicine from his pocket. It was the only ampule that could cure his heart problems if they reappeared. Leon wanted to destroy it in his hands, squeezing it in his fingers, but it was snatched from the boy's hands. His attention was drawn to the silhouette of a boy in a black hooded cloak running past, which scared Leon. He leaned his hands on his knees and tried to get his breathing back to normal, but he still didn't understand what had just happened. He was further distracted by a phone call from the head of the department. Leon picked up the phone. The first question was about the medicine he had been given, and he didn't know how to explain what had happened. This medicine was created specifically for him, so it could not be easily given to any other person. It could even cause cardiac arrest. These words scared him very much. He fell to the ground and started screaming into the phone, angry that he was being told about these factors only now. He could have killed an innocent girl. Meanwhile, a black figure in a cloak was already holding a syringe with the ready-made contents and standing over Hanyul, who was sleeping peacefully on the couch. The mystery man injected the drug into Hanyul's wounded shoulder. The hooded man smiled as he did his bidding and took the syringe away. But he was suddenly attacked by someone, which scared him because it was really unexpected. He thought he was alone with the sleeping Hyunyul. It was Haru Lee who pinned the man to the floor, not allowing him to escape her trap. When his arms were immobilized, she was about to pull the hood off his face to find out who had done it. Under the cloak, she saw Tae-shik. She was expecting anyone, but definitely not this guy. She jumped away from him, realizing what he had just done to Hyunyul. But he fell to his knees. He had no choice. Tae-shik wanted to help Hanyul somehow, but he didn't know how. He said that Haru had also received a call from the head of one of the company's departments, Kyung Sung, who was trying to contact people who might know where Gangan was. The head told Tak-shik on the phone that this medicine was extremely important for Gangan. The young head wanted to give the ampule to someone else, so Tai had to stop him. But the young man had one question. He wanted to know how effective the medicine would be. The chief replied that this ampule was powerful enough to heal almost any cellular structure, and then he added that this medicine was very difficult to make. He wanted to say something else about it, but Tae-shik didn't listen and hung up. He had no other choice. Even death was a much better option for him than returning to his previous life, when he was a doormat in the eyes of others. When Haru heard the story, she became even more nervous. This medicine was made specifically for Leon, and it could easily kill anyone else. Tae-shik had no idea that such a thing could happen, and Hyunyul turned on his back and began to breathe heavily. Hanyul was admitted to the hospital so that he would have the opportunity and chance to survive the injection. Leon grabbed Tae-shik by the throat, confronting him about his actions. But the coward justified himself by saying that it was his life, and he didn't want to run in front of someone like a servant again. An assistant of the company approached him and asked him to calm down and not to worry so much, because it was in their interest to restore Kanyul. But he did not understand why it was important to them. It was simple. If something happened to him, an investigation would begin, which would reveal the fact that their research and use of drugs were conducted without the necessary certification, and this would not reflect well on their company. So for their sake and for theirs, Hanyul needs to come to his senses and recover. Haru did not leave the boy's side for a minute. She was very worried about his life, but did not really believe that the oxygen capsule could somehow turn the situation for the better. The man explained that oxygen capsules have been used for a long time since the case when the British athlete Looney recovered his strength right before the start of the World Tournament. The capsule used at that time accelerated the recovery process by about 2 times, and the new capsule is 2 times more effective than the previous one. However, there was still no guarantee that this option would succeed. They had done everything they could, so now they could only wait and hope that he would wake up soon. Everything would be clear by the next morning, and if there was no change, it would mean their defeat. Taeshik was not at ease because of what he had done to Hyunyul. He sat for a long time under the office and did not leave, and the doctors closely monitored the boy's health and recorded all the changes that happened to him. The nurse who came to his room looked at the young man's vitals, but when she looked at the capsule itself, she became worried. She immediately called the doctor to report the problem, and it was much more serious. Not that his condition had deteriorated, but Kanyul was not here at all. He had disappeared. On one of the streets of the city, there was a small van with street food, but instead of customers, there were bandits. They did not like the fact that these people were on their territory and did not pay rent, so they decided to simply destroy their way of earning money. All they demanded was timely payment. If it came without delay, it would be much easier for them and these people, and no one would touch anyone. A group of bandits was bullying a worker, demanding that he pay them 200,000 won each, but the man could barely earn 50. But they were not going to go away, and if he did not pay, the bandits would get all the money from him themselves. The thugs took the worker by the clothes and started beating him with all their might. The bandit was distracted from this activity by a voice coming from the side, someone calling him. A young man boldly approached the gang of bandits, which they obviously did not expect. In front of the tall men stood a small high school student, dressed in a customary suit that was issued in hospitals. The man was amused. He laughed when he saw a patient of the clinic. The bandit lifted the worker by his shirt and ordered Hanyul to leave immediately or pay off the man's debts. But Hanyul did not listen to him and ran straight for them. The guy was already approaching the group to knock them down. Hanyul managed to grab his arm and squeeze it painfully, causing him to cry out loudly. The man let go of the unfortunate worker's hand, picking up a chair instead, and was about to finish off Hanyul. But when the bandit got close to the boy and was about to hit him, Hanyul quickly pushed himself off the ground to strike again. The boy painfully kicked him in the leg, causing the victim to scream and start falling down. While the other members of the group were about to do something to defend themselves, Hanyul started fighting with them as well. Despite the fact that he almost died just yesterday, the boy felt fine. He stepped on one bandit's head and snatched a stick from the other's hand that could have served as a weapon. Pulling the stick toward him, Hanyul hit the other gang member in the face. The latter flew away from him with blood on his face, but the other man was already about to take revenge on Hanyul. The young man was almost hit in the stomach as he struggled, but this time he managed to dodge in time. After that, he managed to pick up a stick and hit the bandit with it. The other members of the group watched in horror as he writhed in pain and screamed loudly, but could do nothing. Later, Kanyul laid almost all of the gang members on the ground, leaving only one on his feet, who was about to run away to stay alive. He couldn't believe his eyes, couldn't believe that this guy could take them all down in such a short period of time. But then the usual smile appeared on Hanyul's face again. He was mad that he was mocking the bandits, proving to everyone and especially to himself that he was a human being, not a rag. He went back, begging them not to beat him. The bandit was no longer brave without his captors. Later, several other bandits came by and asked what all the fuss was about. He turned to them and pointed his finger at Kanyul, ordering them to kill him immediately. They rushed to the young man who was standing calmly among the bodies of his rivals, having already drawn their weapons. But suddenly they heard a whistle that stopped them all in their tracks for a moment. It was the police, and when they heard it, they could not continue their revenge. They had to quickly pick up the others and run away as fast as they could. But in fact, they were not policemen. The boy tried to whistle loudly to scare away the bandits and was out of breath. And that boy was Taeshik, who looked ahead to make sure that the bandits had already fled. And when he saw that it was all clear, he approached Hanyul, who had to go back because everyone was waiting for him. Taeshik already thought that he had turned into a monster that no one could kill, and he stepped closer to the boy, who was silently looking at his hand. But he didn't hear an answer, because someone was running toward the boys. It was Haru Lee, who had been looking for Honyul all over the city, so tired that she could barely stand, and asked where he had been all this time. Honyul calmly said that he had woken up in a very strange hospital, so he decided to just get up and leave, and Haru silently walked over to him and put her hand on his shoulder. She was worried about his well-being and asked him if he was feeling okay, and at the same time checked his shoulder. He was closely watching all the movements of the girl and was a bit shocked by it all. He felt awkward while she was touching him. He was so shocked that he started to fall down, not realizing how it worked. Haru gently supported him so that he wouldn't fall on his back and gently started him on his knees. But Hyunil still couldn't say a word. The girl asked him if he was okay, because you couldn't tell by his behavior. Now that she had told him about it, he felt as if something was draining him of his strength. This was really bad news because the tournament was supposed to take place tomorrow, but the doctor had warned him about this. They were just very unlucky, always ending up in places they shouldn't have. So Hyun-yul sat under a tree with Haru for a while. While they were dealing with their own problems, the two men were discussing whether there was a ready-made opponent for Genkanyul. The one with the long hair said that they had already found the best boy, the #1 in his region, so this high school student would not stand a chance. This young man did nothing but train, and that played into their hands. He was just a monster, destroying his target with a single punch. No one could go against him. Hanyul, Taeshik, and Haru had already returned to the ward with the doctor standing next to him, and it seemed that the news was really bad. Hanyul suddenly lost all his strength, as the doctor had warned, and according to the data collected from the oxygen chamber, his condition would only get worse every day. Taeshik panicked even more, timidly asking how serious it was and whether Hanyul could die from it. The doctor replied that the human body has a limitation to prevent stress, which in this case would have caused the destruction of body tissue. However, there was one but. These drugs completely disqualified this possibility of his body. Hanyul may have gained unprecedented strength and even quickly recovered from the previous injury, but his body will not be able to withstand this state for a long time, most likely in the near future. Excessive drowsiness and fatigue will appear, and as a result, perhaps even the general functions of the body that ensure life will be stopped. Haru didn't believe it, or at least she didn't want to accept such a bitter truth, but there was nothing she could do about it. Before Taeshik could ask a question, the doctor immediately emphasized that it was all true. He had told them everything, and he was annoyed that they were asking the same thing several dozen times. The boy was trying to get his way, but he still believed that there was some way to put everything back to normal. And to their good fortune, there really was. They had anticipated that this outcome of the effect could happen, so they had prepared countermeasures in advance. When the doctor took out a small jar of them, he told them that these medicines work exactly the same as for diabetics who cannot produce insulin on their own. Until they find a way to cure Hanyul completely, he will have to rely entirely on this drug. And if he wants to live, he will have to take it every day without any breaks. When he changed and gathered his things, Haru and himself left the office. They were going to the training room, which confused Taeshik. He thought it would be better to rest before the next match. But after the third bell rang, he found out that his coach was waiting for him there right now, so he couldn't miss practice. Soon when it was dark outside, the three of them were there. Taeshik was hiding behind Hyunyul, afraid to come out, only saying quietly that he was here for revenge. Chaol stood before the three friends' eyes, using crutches after the recent events and looking very angry. Hyunyul smiled. The Mafia had kept their promise, but Taeshik didn't understand what kind of promise the young man was talking about. Chol already knew that Hyunyul had helped him, so to speak, when he took the company's representative's place, because he would not be punished now, but Chol did not really know why the boy would do that. But he said with the same smile that he was not in a good time to help anyone else. He was here because he had a question. It bothered him that his own fatal blow did not work on him, because it was the technique on which he had placed the most hope and confidence. Hanyul was sure that during the contact, he had put all the power he had in his hands into the punch. But for some reason it had no effect. It looked like he was trying to break a stone with an ordinary egg. The answer was simple, and Chaol answered him with the same words that the boy had said. But Hyunyul did not understand the point any further, because he had put all his power into the attack. Chaol pointed to his feet. That was their job, and the boy fell silent, his mind moving. It was just like a thrown egg. If the body flies randomly in the air behind the fist when it hits, then a person cannot effectively show his or her own strength. One could imagine a drum machine firmly embedded in the ground and another on normal wheels. The fixed machine, which has no degrees of freedom, will be able to realize the full potential of the impact, while the machine on wheels will simply be pushed back, which will dissipate the full power of the attack. All of Hanyul's finishing punches were made in midair, without a stable footing. If he had kicked in the same situation, the effect would have been much stronger, but it would have affected the accuracy of the kick, so he would have hardly been able to hit the weak points, not to mention the fact that Cheol himself would have been open to a counterattack. Now Hyun-Yul wonders why his teacher didn't tell him about this before the fight. Haru said that it wasn't to hide any information from him. It just wouldn't have helped him. When she noticed his eyes full of questions and confusion, she realized that he had no fighting skills at all. The boy repeated her question thoughtfully and did not know where she was going with it. Cheol chimed in. It takes a lot of experience to effectively hit the weaknesses of an opponent who is many times bigger than you and also specializes in defense. When they first met, it didn't even look like Hyun-Yul knew any of the basics of combat, and all he could do was rely on his own speed and jump around his enemy. Now he was wondering how best to proceed, since he wouldn't gain much experience in one day. However, he could exhale, because if he recalled their last battle, there was definitely a way out. Although it was dangerous to the point of death, there was a way out. The only question was whether he was ready to take that risk himself. The boss and his number 2 were in his office discussing something. He had a good opinion of his own commander, but the decision about Hanyul confused him very much because he did not believe in his strength and victory. It seemed as if he had not only lost his own place, but also his head on the way. The man folded his hands in front of him and exhaled heavily. He was not pleased with such accusations, so he offered to put his own stupid place on the line, and if the other side could win, his career would be over. The man standing behind him couldn't take it anymore and shouted at him to shut up and watch his mouth. Number 2 found this gambling proposal quite interesting, so he decided to take a chance. This will certainly add interest to watching this match. Another man came into the office and told him that the match had just started, so it was time to sit down and watch the fighters. However, when Hyung-Nim looked at the screen, he was taken aback by what he saw. The match had already ended before it could even begin, and it was the first time that had ever happened, and it seemed impossible. Hanyul stood next to Cheol, who acted as a mentor for him. He gave him a lot of advice about the match, but the boy still doubted whether it would work. But now, without the right footwork, he won't be able to achieve a good and powerful shot, so there are no options. Hanyul was worried even more. He was still waiting for the teacher who was so needed, but for some reason he did not come, Cheol thought. He asked a little shyly if Hyun-Yul could stay the way he was before, whatever that meant, but the boy didn't understand any of it. Cheol remembered their first meeting, back in the alley, when they had dueled, and Hyun-Yul had looked like a crazed maniac who would crush his victims into dust. Hanyul adjusted his glasses and listened intently to what he had to say. He couldn't explain it himself, but he could definitely feel that when he took off his glasses, he became a completely different person, without fears, with a desire for revenge and a fierce passion. Usually he was dominated by the desire to beat up all the gangsters from school and beyond. But when he met them face to face, he would get incredibly scared and shake. But everything changed when he took off his glasses. It sounded strange, as if he was losing his fear along with his eyesight, and then he would run around like a fool to kill someone. And besides, there was someone he needed to apologize to, no matter what. At these words, his face grew sad. He had plenty of motivation because that's why he needed to beat this guy. In any case, he had been practicing his footwork and attack styles, but only for a few hours, so he didn't know how good it would be. But this time, he would have to rely on fate. He just had to show himself well in the arena, and nothing else could be changed. So the match started anyway, and everyone was now in the room with their boss. All the chatter in the office was overtaken by what was happening on the TV. Right from the first sharp punch, this big guy and Hanyul's rival was able to put him down. He stood defiantly over the battered body, looking directly at his opponent and savoring the victory. Haru, Cheol, and Taishik didn't expect it to happen so quickly. They were hoping for at least some kind of fight, but he went down literally in the first seconds. They were sitting on the bench watching the tournament on their phones, but they couldn't believe it was over. The referee, who was sitting in the room, came over to Hanyul, who was lying on the floor. He himself had not expected such a quick result, but he nevertheless announced that the match was over. But something happened after he said that, and he stepped back a little, frightened. Kanyul managed to get to his feet, although he was not standing firmly on them, but it was too early to give up. Sweat dripped down his face as he looked at his opponent, who was standing just a meter away. It looked as if he was really going to kill him. He was much tougher than Cheol. His opponent wasted no time in noticing that he was on his feet and immediately decided to hit him several more times to make sure he would not be able to get up. After punching him in the stomach, Kanyul fell down and the opponent was about to kick him. But after doing so, Kanyul found the strength to get up again and continue the fight. His entire body was shaking and cramping, but miraculously he stood up on his own 2 feet. The boy still kept his eyes on the enemy, who was standing far away from him. Taishik, who was holding his phone and watching the match, screamed in fright because he thought that Hyunyul might faint right now. But it was over. He didn't even take a stance to start defending himself. Taishik was very upset. He remembered that Cheol was supposed to be helping Hyunyul with his training, but for some reason they were not seeing any results. Cheol was also shocked by what was happening there. It was as if Hyunyul was not even human. The 3 of them were distracted from the phone by a whistle they heard from the side. It was a group of thugs wandering around the city, looking for someone to mess with. They would definitely be in big trouble if they lost this match. At this point, the camera showed Hanyul's face, grinning like a madman. When he started to walk closer to his opponent, but did not raise his head, he punched him hard in the head once again. The boss Hyungnim and the others watched his defeat and already knew what was coming. This student had no defense. He was openly facing an opponent who could hit him wherever he wanted and as much as he wanted. A man with long hair pulled back in a ponytail happily announced that it was over. But until the judge calls it over, they can't know exactly what the outcome of the fight will be. 2 men standing behind Hyungnim grabbed his shoulders, preventing him from standing up. The man who was number 2 asked to be allowed to deal with this high school student who had let the company down. The gang of thugs completely surrounded Chail, Haru, and Taishik, who were hoping to the last that Hyunil would get up and start a fight, but they already knew that this hope was in vain. The guy who was Hyunyul's rival was punching him in the head once again, and he was enjoying it. But during another such blow, Hanyul's mind seemed to be blown away. He shouted loudly for the guy to die and laughed loudly. The boy's opponent was about to hit him with his fist, but this time he missed unexpectedly. Now Kanyul got into a fighting stance and was ready to strike the rascal. He did as Cheol had taught him, fixed his foot firmly for support, and only then began to punch. Everyone who was watching the fight was very surprised because everything seemed to be clear and decided about the winner, but the fight was not over. Having a good footing, Kanyul quickly hit his enemy right in the neck and knocked him down. He immediately flew to the opposite side of the room and crashed through the window. The people who were standing near the moving were frightened to look at the window, which was shattered. Hanyul's enemy did not raise his head. He was silently looking at the floor, already losing his strength and consciousness. The 3 of them cheered and started jumping for joy, and Cheol almost dropped his crutches when he saw Hanyul struggling. Number 2 couldn't take his eyes off the screen and understand how it had just happened. The guy was literally lying unconscious, and now he was trying so hard to hurt his opponent. The boss assumed that this guy was deliberately exposing his body to the blows, but it even sounded ridiculous. The man was sure that no one would be able to stand up after being hit by their fighter. The boss was pleased with his choice, because not everyone can withstand such blows, and he had never encountered anything like it before. But for some reason, it seemed that number 2 was not happy at all that their group had been defeated, but he immediately began to deny such assumptions. And now it was time to remember their agreement with the 3rd one. When they had argued over his position, Taishik was so excited all Chol had been able to teach him was something. But the thing was, apparently his enemy's last strike hadn't been quite successful, so Hyunyul had taken advantage of that and started attacking himself. Tae smiled, remembering that it was called the Eagle's Gaze or something like that. But anyway, it was one of the guy's few but great advantages. So he had to take this risk where he would take the blows until the enemy let down his guard. But it was scary to think that he would be facing such a monster. In addition, Hyunyul had a problem with his shoulder, so it was a wonder he could withstand such attacks. Taishik was silent for a while, but soon spoke softly, partly because he had injected the injection into the boy's body. Still, he was very happy, because he wouldn't have to be a runner every day. But Haru noticed that something was wrong. For some reason, the judge didn't announce the verdict, even though the opponent Hyunyul had been fighting hadn't been up for a long time. Chol and Taeshik looked at the screen, simultaneously shouting something. The referee approached Hanyul's opponent and told him to get up and return to the platform immediately, or he would be disqualified. Hanyul fell to his knees and was breathing heavily, holding onto his arms with the last of his strength to keep from falling completely. Now he couldn't even move a finger, so he just hoped that his opponent wouldn't return to the battlefield, because he wouldn't be able to fight back properly. But luck was not with him. The enemy got to his feet, leaning on the camera that barely supported him, and headed for the platform. The guy was going to take revenge for Kanyul's hitting him, despite his terrible condition. The guy was literally ready to kill him right on camera in front of all the spectators of the match. One of the cameras, which was the main one, was caught in his hand, and the guy smashed it in anger, leaving nothing but shards. Taeshik was frightened when he heard a loud sound from his phone, and the screen went black. They didn't know what was happening there now. The image just disappeared. While many thoughts were running through their minds about the different possible outcomes of this situation, they heard a siren. An ambulance was racing down the road to the venue where the tournament was being held. Soon everyone was at the hospital. The judge also went with them, and they stood outside the office door to find out how serious it was. Haru came a little closer to the judge and asked him to tell her what had happened at the tournament and why the participants had been taken here. The judge thought about it and started to speak, but he couldn't get to the bottom of it. The anger of the competitor with whom Kanyul was competing was excessive. He lost control of his actions after he was hit hard. The judge himself was on the platform watching from there, and he approached Kanyul and looked at the other contestant who had already broken the camera. The latter picked up a broken tripod to strike with and rushed to the battlefield. But he didn't have time to get on the platform. The judge stopped him before he could. It was against the rules. Participants are supposed to use only their arms and legs to fight, and no foreign objects are allowed, so he immediately ordered him to drop what he was holding. But the boy wasn't going to give up so easily. He wanted to kill anyone who got in his way, and Kanyul also hurt him badly. The boy was stronger, plus he was full of revenge and anger, so he easily threw the judge away, freeing his hands. The man flew through the window, and the opponent Kanyul was supposed to fight was already on the platform. When he got rid of the judge who was in his way, the main target was open and nothing else would prevent him from killing him. The judge, who could barely open his eyes, screamed at the top of his lungs that he should not touch him. But of course, he didn't listen to anyone. He just ran straight at Hanyula to finally kill the man who had annoyed him so much. After Hanyul was hit, he started bleeding very badly, and they immediately called an ambulance. Taeshik had already thought of the worst-case scenario in his head, and he was worried and asked how badly the young man was injured, looking fearfully into the judge's eyes. However, the doctor who came out of the office said that this was not a standard injury. Everyone looked at him when the door opened, and each of them looked at it with hope. After the doctor appeared, they began to ask what happened to the boy. He could not do much to save him, unfortunately, but he still called them to follow him into the room. The three of them went into the room and quietly, without making a sound, approached the bed where the boy was lying. But when Haru got even closer and looked at the patient's face, she screamed involuntarily, covering her mouth with her hands. She immediately jumped off the bed and pressed herself against the wall, and the girl's body began to tremble from the feelings she was experiencing. The boys didn't understand what was happening to her, but then Haru walked over to them again and looked at the person lying in the bed. What they saw in front of them was truly shocking. Taeshik was the most frightened when he saw that it was definitely not Hyun-yul. He didn't know the guy at all. On the one hand, they were relieved because it meant that all those words about blood loss and so on did not apply to Hanyul, but still he was now in a place unknown, and it was unknown how he was feeling. They looked at the judge, who was talking to the doctor at the time, and asked him what this guy was doing here and where Kanyul was, who they had recently talked about and who was almost bleeding to death on the battlefield. But the judge did not say that it was Hanyul. He told them the situation, and they made up their own story about it. Taeshik screamed again, and the others just breathed a sigh of relief. When this guy attacked Hanyul, he didn't get his way. He immediately started coughing up blood and then fainted and fell to the ground. Taeshik asked if it could be because of the strong punch from Hanyul. However, the doctor assured him that it was not because of the blow, and he adjusted his glasses. It was the guy's fault because he had an overdose of doping. This information shocked them even more. Now Chell understood what that strange feeling was throughout the match, and while they were driving to the hospital, the doctor didn't understand why he had to take so many doping drugs, because it was logical that it would not end well. He was taking Veda 2 steroids, peptides, and doping drugs intravenously. An ordinary person is not able to take it all at once. Haru shouted out, asking where Hyunyul was now and if he was okay. They wanted to know everything about what happened after the camera broke down, because they could see that Hyunyul was not feeling well either. While they were talking, and the doctor and the judge were explaining everything that had happened, a strange man stood outside the door, listened to their conversation, and then quickly ran away without being seen. It was two men who were going to find out all the detailed information. The one who went to the ward carefully closed the door behind him and stood next to his colleague. He managed to sneak in to find out everything that had happened after the broadcast was cut off. And if this number 3 found out that Gang Kanyul had won the match, the two of them would not be let go easily. But he had a plan. He could lay low until things settled down, and then there would be nothing to worry about. In fact, things would be a lot easier if Hanul was unable to participate in the next match. The man smiled. But he was afraid to do that, because the big boss would definitely kill them if they laid a finger on this high school student. But they didn't have to deal with it personally. They could hire someone, but the man still didn't understand. He picked up the phone and dialed someone's number, because there were people who were even more disturbed by Kanyul than he was. The man said hello and got right to the point, telling him to go to the address the man had just given him and then teach this Kanyul a lesson. But the guy was terrified that he was going to ask this traitor to kill the guy. The man was glad to receive the call because it confirmed his thoughts that they could not do anything without him. After talking to the doctor and the judge, Hara still had a feeling that something was wrong. Something was very confusing. And this doping case doesn't seem like it's just a coincidence either. Cheol asked her what she thought about all of this, because maybe there was someone who was strongly against Hyunyul's victory. Tai Shik, as always, was panicking the most of them all. Hyunyul was completely alone now, and no one could protect him, which could lead to terrible consequences. In the beginning, Haru decided to call everyone they knew and also call the police immediately. It was really very bad. If someone wanted to harm Gang Hanyul, then they would definitely act, knowing that he was left there alone. They wanted to take a taxi, but it would have taken longer because there was nothing near them when they needed it. The only thing left was to get to him on their own and hope that they would get there first and save him. Kanyul was lying alone on the platform where hundreds of fights had taken place and was unconscious, lying next to the large drops of blood left by his opponent. Someone had already entered the room, and now Kanyul was completely defenseless and could have been killed by anyone. The shadow was getting closer and closer to the door behind which the helpless boy lay. The girl entered the room, opening the door quietly. When she saw the boy lying in front of her, surrounded by pools of blood, she decided to act immediately. Before she dared to approach the body, she heard voices approaching the room, calling for their boss, and she realized that something had to be done immediately. She quickly went inside the room and closed the door, looking for something to barricade it with. She pushed something towards them, even though it was a bit difficult. In the meantime, Kanyul began to regain consciousness. He opened his eyes slightly, looking around and asking himself how long he had been unconscious, because he felt like he had been here for quite some time. All he could hear were the screams of some strangers who were talking to the boss, and were very nervous when they found out that the door was locked. The guy still couldn't move. When he looked at the door, he saw the silhouette of a person, but he had no idea who it was. He just kept hearing the shouts of other strangers who were threatening him. Nevertheless, the three managed to get into the car of an old man, but they were quite annoyed that he was driving very slowly and asked him to increase the speed a little. But the old man was driving as fast as he could. That was the maximum, so he was annoyed by such remarks. Haru held her phone in her hand and hoped that the guy would be okay by the time they got there. She called Leon and asked if he had found Hyunyul yet, but the next moment she put the phone down and looked down. Taeshik panicked again and began to worry and ask her what was wrong. The girl didn't answer him and just asked her grandfather, who was driving, to go to Hyungsung Hospital. There she met Hyun-sung, who was already on an intravenous drip. She approached him, but could not say anything. He awkwardly started a dialogue with Haru and apologized to her, knowing that she was busy, but she had to give him so much time because of his own fault. But she said not to worry about it. She asked him if any strange people had broken into his house and tried to attack him. He looked down and heard different voices. It seemed like they were bandits trying to break into the room, but he couldn't even move a finger. But when he fully woke up, there was no one strange around him. He saw doctors around him who managed to bring him back to life. And then he was brought to this hospital, so he can't even remember if there were any bandits there or if he just imagined it. But just to be safe, it's better for Hanyul not to go anywhere from here, at least not alone, and the doctor said it will take him a long time to fully recover. Then she looked at her phone, checking the time, and Taishik was indeed late for their appointment. As soon as he heard from the doctors that Hyunyul was okay, he left immediately and didn't tell anyone. However, he promised that he would be back by 8 o'clock. The young man was a little nervous and uncomfortable in front of Haru Lee, so he said that there was no need to sit here with him and look after him. If she had her own business, she could leave. However, the girl firmly said that she would not leave, to which the guy said nothing but a simple, okay. In the end, she was really too worried about him, so she didn't want to leave and stay by his side. Taishik, meanwhile, walked around the dark corners and looked at his phone, remembering his text messages with Si Young from earlier. When he found out that Hyunyul was in danger, he asked her to send someone to the address he had sent her, and that was what saved him. He had to tell her something, so he continued along the same dark roads to meet her. But around the next bend, he was in for a not-so-pleasant surprise that made the already timid boy freeze in his tracks, putting his hand to his mouth to keep from screaming even louder. Tae-shik immediately ran away so that he would not be in another disaster. He hid behind the next house in the back so that no one would find him and tried to stop panicking over what he had seen. But when he heard footsteps approaching him, his heart began to leap out of his chest, but he still held on and tried not to make a sound. This time, however, he was swept away, and the guy he was so afraid to meet walked by. But Taishik had no idea what he was doing here or who he was looking for. Gang Daichun was wandering the same streets as he was, and could have been the difference between him and the guy if he had noticed him, and Taishik hadn't managed to escape. Now he was afraid to come out of his hiding place, but he knew that Gang Daichun was definitely looking for Seung, and she was in danger. He nervously picked up his phone and unlocked it with trembling hands. He dialed her number and put the phone to his ear, mentally begging her to pick up as soon as possible. But his hopes were in vain. The girl did not answer, and he lost hope that she would be okay. So he decided to call Hanyul. At least he had to know that his girlfriend was in danger. Taishik, propping himself up against the wall, hoped for an answer and wanted to hear Hanyul's voice, but he didn't answer either. His phone was on the dresser next to him, vibrating, but Hanyul did not hear the call. Because he was in an oxygen capsule, he could not hear any sound. At that time, Hyunyul was sleeping soundly and recovering. Taishik realized that nothing would come of this, and that he had to take matters into his own hands, so he ran as fast as he could in the opposite direction from Daichun. He was embarrassed that no one picked up the phone when he really needed to, but he kept running. The police he had called to Shung's house would go back immediately if they didn't see anything suspicious. And if Gang Daichun was already with Shung, there was nothing Taishik could do, so he should try to find her first. Seung herself was not far from Taishik at the time and was walking calmly through the streets. The boy was incredibly happy when he finally managed to find her, so he decided to catch up with the girl as soon as possible. But he was stopped by the appearance of Daochun, who came out of a dark alleyway right in front of the boy's face. His body began to tremble with fear. He realized that Seung was in danger, but even if he rushed to help, he could do nothing because he was not strong and would only expose himself and her to Daichun's hot hand. He picked up the phone and checked to see if the others had replied to him, but he was very afraid. He covered his mouth with the gadget, but in his mind he already realized that he had drank his own grave by coming here, to the place where his enemy was hanging around. Finally, he decided to look out for the boy and see where he was, so he gently poked his head out from behind the house. But to his surprise, Taishik saw no one there, neither the girl nor Daichung, but they had been there just a moment ago. While the boy had been calling everyone out of fear, someone did answer, but this call scared him even more. Hanyul was asking if he had really saved Shung when he had passed out and couldn't do anything, and more importantly, what was happening to Sung now. The girl wandered between the houses looking for Takshik and soon came across someone. Her body began to tremble, and her legs refused to move anymore. There stood Gang Daichun, who approached her with a smile, happy that at last his victim had fallen right into his clutches. Hanyul started screaming frantically and begging for help while in the oxygen chamber. But the girl had already fallen to her knees in fear and could not even stand up. Dao Chun sarcastically apologized for taking too long and being late and began to walk closer and closer, cornering her. She held her hands out in front of her to prevent him from touching her, but he didn't care. She couldn't even imagine how much he was thinking about her at the moment when Seung managed to escape from him. But now there was no one else, and no one would help her, so she could have fun. He lunged at her and wanted to catch her, to pick up right where they left off last time, but she screamed. But just as Daichun was about to hurt her, Leon grabbed his arm and stopped him. The boy turned to Shung, hoping that she was okay and that he hadn't hurt her yet. But the bandit continued to hold her hand tightly. The girl was shaking, but Leon assured her that everything would be fine now and that he would protect her, so she didn't need to worry. But before Leon attacked him, Daichun took advantage of this and decided to attack first. He managed to get in Leon's face, which almost caused him to fall back and lose his balance, and the guy could no longer hold him back. Daichun didn't know why there were always losers running around and getting in his way every time. He told her to watch him turn this Leon into a vegetable by himself right now, just like he did with Hunyul last time. But luckily, his next punch sailed past the boy's body. He turned his back on him, continuing to dodge his opponent's attacks. A moment later, he was able to punch Daichun directly in the back. Leon stopped for a moment, watching his opponent and hoping that he had succeeded, because after this tournament, he still had a damaged knee. But Daichun was not so easy to defeat. He soon began to rise to his feet right in front of Leon. He smiled ominously as he looked into the boy's eyes and was ready to attack again. Sejong started to get even more worried, remembering everything that had happened to her earlier. She grabbed her head and started screaming. D was about to punch Leon in the shoulder, but he skillfully defended himself with his other hand and stopped the attack. This fight was definitely going to be tough, but first he had to take care of Sejong's safety. That was his priority. They continued to fight each other, but neither wanted to give up. But somehow Leon still managed to throw his opponent against the wall, ignoring the pain in his knee. The guy pinned Daichun down, grabbing his hand around his neck and squeezing hard. He turned to Sejong and shouted at her to get as far away from here as possible immediately. They had to move quickly because Leon would not be able to hold the bandit off for long, so Sejong tried to get up. But her legs just couldn't move. She was in tears, and despite her best efforts, she couldn't get up. She needed to move somehow and escape, so she started crawling on the ground, as it was the only way out. Although she was not able to do it quickly because her body was shaking, she did her best. Leon's knees were starting to give out due to the injury he had recently received during a fight, and he wouldn't last long, so he turned to the girl and told her to run away. Sejong gathered all her strength and moved as fast as she could, but it was still too slow. The guy had almost let go of the bandit's hands because his strength was practically at zero, but for her sake, he held on even longer. But this only amused Daichun. He wasn't going to let her go before they had some fun together. Leon suddenly screamed, but he continued to hold Daichun's hands, and he noticed where his weak spot was and was glad. Sejong should have run away as fast as she could, but her legs still wouldn't listen to her, so she still had no way to get up. Eventually, the bandit was able to throw the boy away from him, whose knees could no longer take it, and whose arms were tired of holding up so much tension. Leon's legs hurt so badly that he was sweating. The pain was unbearable, and he grabbed his knee with his hands. When he tried to move away from the wall, he realized that his legs were not obeying him at all. He started to sway in different directions and could not walk normally. And after Daichun pushed him, he couldn't stand up at all. Leon was writhing in incredible pain in his legs, and he screamed out as he lay on the ground. When the bandit's hands were free, his face broke into a smile, for now there was nothing stopping him from catching Sejong and playing with her as he wanted. When she heard his voice coming from behind her, she was even more frightened, realizing what was about to happen. But as Daichun was approaching her, something suddenly stopped him and prevented him from moving forward. When he looked back, he saw Leon reaching out and grabbing his leg tightly, forgetting the pain in his own knees. Daichun didn't understand why this guy would go so far for her, but Leon continued to hold the bandit's legs despite the pain. Leon couldn't just leave the girl when he finally realized why she had rejected him so many times. Daichun was surprised by this answer, because it seemed that he was ready to become disabled for her as long as he was protecting her. The guy grabbed Daichun's leg with both hands and shouted loudly at Sejong to run away quickly. But now the bandit was clearly more focused on him because he was sick of this behavior. So if Leon wanted death so badly, Daichun decided to give it to the boy and lifted his free leg up. When the boy wouldn't let go, Daichun smiled and laughed and offered to break something else to make it more fun. The bad guy stepped hard on one of Leon's hands, forcing him to loosen his grip. After that, he screamed in pain and his eyes went dark, as if his bones had been shattered. After the blow, Daichun laughed again. Everything Leon tried to do was in vain. He had already managed to re-educate Sejong in his own way, so she simply could not disobey his commands. He rushed closer to her. They had already wasted too much time because of her friend, and Dae-chun told her to just go play with him. However, when he got to the girl, he didn't have time to reach her because she bit him on the leg. Leon still didn't give up. He tried his best to save Shung, and he clenched his teeth to inflict as much pain as possible. He was very annoyed that he dared to bite him and was about to take revenge for that too. He knelt down, holding the bricks in his hands, and looked at the boy who was trying so hard to get away because of the girl. The bandit shouted that Leon was dead after what he had done and attacked him with a stone. But at the last moment, Se-young managed to get up, and she took a stick and slammed it hard on the back of the bandit who wanted to kill Leon. The stick broke in half when she hit him, but that only made Dae-chun angrier. The guy looked at Se-young. He realized how much she was risking now. But on the other hand, there was no way out. They were both not in the best condition. Leon's knee was even sore after Dae-chun's blows. But the girl managed to gather herself and destroy the bandit. She pushed him with all her might right against the wall with the same stick. Leon prayed that their enemy would simply lose consciousness after all these attacks. He had less and less strength to fight. Daoshin clenched his teeth hard as he felt unbearable pain and looked at the girl. A loud scream rose up over the city again. The boy begged Se-young to run immediately, no matter what. If the bandit was able to fight, then they would both be dead. But Hanyul managed to get out of the oxygen capsule and escape from the hospital. He couldn't just leave his friend in trouble, so he immediately started to think of a plan and ran after her. He couldn't be late and let her get hurt, just as he had to catch up with Gang Dae-chung, who had caused so much trouble. Hanyul was in such a hurry that he didn't even have time to take his shoes with him, so his feet were already bloody from all the shrapnel and debris lying on the streets. Leon's hopes were not realized. Unfortunately, Dae-chun did not faint, and they did not run away. Instead, the guy took her hair and seemed to have nothing to stop him. Se-young tried to get away, but it was all in vain. He took a swing at her, and the two crazies were about to get themselves killed. The bandit threw her to the ground with all his might, and she hit hard, her body hurting even more. But he wasn't going to stop there. Dae-chun came even closer to her and wanted to slap Shung again for her terrible behavior. But Leon pleaded with her last strength to stop him, even though he couldn't stand up. He didn't stop trying to protect her and rescue her. Something distracted the bandit from his work, and he looked away from the girl, looking somewhere to the side. Kanyul ran as fast as he had ever run before. He was caught up in the screams he heard in the streets and quickly ran to the rescue. But as before, the boy only came to dead ends. He couldn't find them among all the buildings. But when he looked around, he did find what he needed. He definitely heard a sound. The boy walked closer to the place and shouted at the man to stand still. Hanyul was about to attack the guy, but he was surprised to see him sitting there so calmly. But Se-young was right there with him. He didn't see who he was expecting, but instead saw Tai-shik sitting next to Se-young, who was lying down and not moving, and he was scared when someone else started to punish them. Tai-shik arrived just in time before Dae-chun could do anything worse. The young man managed to scare the bandit with a whistle, and he immediately ran away from the scene, thinking it was the police. But the way in which Dae-chun Hanyul was scared away did not really bother him. He was interested in the condition of Shung, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Tai-shik replied that her pulse and breathing were fine, and he had already called the ambulance, so they should be here any minute. Now the guy could have been calm about Se-young, but for some reason Hyunyul screamed loudly and punched the ground. He was so angry that he hadn't had time to chase Dae-chun, whom he had been chasing for so long, and he knew that he wouldn't let him go. So sooner or later he would confront him and get revenge. So Hanyul left Tai-shik next to the girl and ran in search of the bandit. However, he heard a voice behind him that stopped him, and the young man looked back. It was the familiar voice of Leon, shouting for him to wait, but Hyunul had no idea what he was doing here. Lee was lying there exhausted and still unable to get up, but he said that Dae-chun was not a man he could defeat alone, and he should not forget his current state. It was not the best time to fight such a strong opponent. But nothing could stop the boy's fierce desire to kill the bandit who had caused him and Se-young so much trouble. He was already fixated on the idea of killing him and taking revenge for everything he had done before. Leon didn't give up and kept stopping him, knowing that Hyunyul couldn't defeat this crazy strong man alone. But since Lee himself couldn't walk, he ordered Tai-shik to go after him immediately. People would be here soon, so he and Se-young would be taken away. But Tai-shik was afraid. He could have followed the boy, but it was unlikely that Dai-chung would fall for the whistle trick a second time, so he didn't know if there was any point. But Hanyul had to do his best, let him bite him, but keep him from meeting Dae-chun. In the past, Hanyul had been lucky to get out of fights alive. But this time, he didn't know if he would be able to stay alive after another attack from Dao-chun. Hanyul wandered around the dark city again, hoping to find the bandit. But then the boy came to a large tunnel, through which he could see absolutely nothing, and he stopped in front of it, peering into the distance. This tunnel was the only fast way out of the city, so the boy ran inside. If Dae-chun was afraid of the whistle and thought that the police had come for him, then most likely he fled through this place. But as he continued to run, he was haunted by the thought that he might have been too late to catch him. And as he went further, he heard a buzzing sound around a bend that alerted Hanyul, and he stopped. He realized it might be a walkie-talkie and walked a few more yards ahead, but very quietly. And then he came across the silhouette of a man, and at the end of the tunnel itself, a bright light. Hanyul didn't want to see any other options and believed that it was Dae-chun standing there, so he ran further ahead. His mind flashed back to his past fights with him, and he really did hate him like crazy. As he grabbed the man's shoulder, he heard an older man's voice, completely unfamiliar, ask him what he was doing. The young man immediately retreated and apologized, saying that he had mistaken the man for someone else. The older man looked back and looked at Hanyul as if he were crazy, but kept silent and went on walking. The boy began to think that he was already too late and would never be able to do what he wanted to do. The next moment, however, this giant appeared behind the young man, greeted Hanyul, and clenched his fists, ready to fight. For a while, the guy just stood there silently and couldn't turn to him, unable to believe that he had finally met this scoundrel Gang Dae-chun. It was at this moment, when he needed to show all his strength and courage, that his body for some reason stopped obeying him altogether. Dae-chung laughed, reminding me to be polite to my elders. He grabbed Hanyul's hair from behind and recalled the situation with Se-young a long time ago. But the boy himself saw almost nothing at the time because he had lost consciousness. Dae-chun was very happy to replay the girl's words in his head when she was ready to do anything. And he really enjoyed hitting her in the face when she was begging him to stop and sobbing in pain. The bandit had already raised his hand to show how he had previously abused Se-young at a time when she was completely defenseless. However, Hanyul grabbed his wrist before he could touch the boy. Now the young man was not such a coward, especially since he had a desire to avenge the past long ago. After everything that had happened, it was Dae-chun's turn to beg to stop. When the gangster heard these words, he could only laugh, because he did not believe that some kid could do anything to him. But Hanyul did not confirm these thoughts. The young man hit him in the chin with all the strength in his hands. He immediately flew away from him screaming and closed his eyes from the strong blow. The guy didn't stop there and attacked his hated enemy once more to strike harder. This time, he took him by the hair and prepared to attack, while he somehow tried to stop him. Hanyul was haunted by these horrific memories all this time, when he failed to protect either himself or Se-young, and more importantly, with these thoughts, he struck Dae-chun again. After the older man fell to the ground, Hanyul set his face. Now he just accelerated. At the moment when Dae-chun was about to get up, the boy hit him again, saying once again that he was not done with him. The next blow was not so successful, and the bandit managed to put his hand under his face, which again did not work. Although he had been hit several times, he was still in great shape to fight, and Hanyul was already a little tired. The young man was angry, but it was Dae-chun who made the next move, kicking him while Hanyul was not looking. The jokes with him were bad. The bandit was used to dealing with anyone who annoyed him. So he took the guy by the hands and pushed him up. Hanyul kicked the wall while it knocked him over, but the young man was fine. Dae-chun was very angry that people like this boy dared to be rude to him. In the end, Hanyul fell in front of him, kicking up a lot of dust around them both. But he skillfully used this situation and hit him right in the head. However, this did not stop Dae-chun, who wanted to grab the boy's leg. Hanyul was very surprised to see that he was still standing, and he was in a lot of pain. It was a painful experience, as the bandit threw him and the guy got hurt pretty badly. To top it all off, Hanyul fell not just on the ground, but on a stick that was covered in nails, which now pierced the boy's back. Now his clothes were bloody from the back, and he tried to get the nails out of his back, but it only brought more painful moments and more blood flowed. Hanyul fell to his knees. He could not stand it any longer, but he could not give up now. His enemy, whom he had dreamed of finding for so long, was standing right in front of his eyes. Dae-chun knitted a piece of stick with nails that had been covered in Hanyul's blood. With it, he approached the exhausted man, saying arrogantly that people like him should only bow down and fulfill all the wishes of Chun and his kind, because everything that was happening now was because of the boy himself. Only because of his desire to play the part of a real hero who took it upon himself to take revenge on the evil bandits. As soon as Chun was about to hit the unfortunate guy, Tai Shik appeared behind him and attacked him without hesitation. The bandit did not expect this, and it distracted him from the main victim. Tai Shik bit his ear until it bled, and Chun screamed out in pain. Until the bandit could get out of Shik's grasp, he wouldn't let go of his ear. But eventually, he managed to get the annoying guy off his back. Daichun clutched his damaged ear and was annoyed that these losers had attacked him and bitten him. It was painful, but it made Daochun's desire to destroy them both even stronger today. At that very moment, Tai Shik stood up, although he was a little shaky from losing his balance. But he was no longer afraid of the bandit as he had been before. Chun didn't understand what was going on here. Now Tak Shik was unrecognizable. His face was covered in Chun's blood, and now the young man also wanted to see this matter through. At some point, Dae Chun started laughing out loud, and he thought that because these two were being bullied all the time, they had gone crazy and were behaving like this. The latter rushed at Tae-shik, but he was sure that he would soon be able to defeat such a weak boy. But then Dae-chun froze, his eyes rounded, and Tae smiled with satisfaction as he heard a stomping sound from behind. It was Hyung Nim and his team who came after this bandit. No one had the right to touch the man's money, so now the criminal will be in trouble. Of course, he was scared and no longer spoke to the boy so boldly. Even his voice began to tremble, and Chun involuntarily backed away, thinking of running away. But he promised that they would see each other again someday. When the bandit started to run away, the team ran to catch up with him, and Hanyul had to get back to the hospital as soon as possible. Tai Shik took him to the right place, and soon Hanyul was lying on the bed. Tai Shik didn't leave his side for a long time, and finally asked if he wanted to see Shung, which was easy to arrange because she was also hospitalized here after everything that happened that evening. But the guy refused. He couldn't look her in the eye, thinking that he didn't deserve it. He put what happened earlier on his shoulders because he was sure that if it wasn't for their close friendship, she would be fine, and no one would touch her. Hyunyul held his hands on his head, remembering what happened on that terrible night. He had fainted while she was about to be bullied by a gang of boys, and now nothing had changed. The boy still couldn't stop that idiot Dae-chun. But Tae-shik interrupted him and added that he had spoken about the successful rescue of Shung Kyung when he was unconscious. Hanyul was happy to hear this and remembered the same message from Tae-shik, but he couldn't believe that she was okay then. A young man lowered his head and looked down. That night, he was supposed to record a video for blackmail or just watch the boys having fun. After Hanyul lost consciousness, the bandits continued to beat Shung even harder and mocked her while she was crying. And it is unlikely that this abuse satisfied them in any way. They wanted to record a video to blackmail her, so they decided to tame her beforehand. However, fortunately, the police arrived in time and nothing worse happened. It was Tai Shik who called them to prevent all this. He could not bear to see all these beatings. The guy immediately started apologizing to Hyun-yul for not telling him about it earlier. He was afraid that Dae-chun would find out about it, and so he kept quiet. So when he called the police, he didn't tell them his name, just said that the person was being abused and begged them to come as soon as possible. Hanyul started to say something, but Tae-shik interrupted again and told him not to be angry with him, which was all he could do. However, Hanyul was not going to get angry or make any complaints. He filled almost the entire bed with tears and thanked him without stopping. Even words were not enough to thank him. Hanyul covered his face with his hands and fell silent, as if a weight had been lifted from his soul when he realized that nothing worse had been done to Sejong. Tae-shik, who was definitely not prepared for such a reaction, stood there in silence for a while, and then added that he was going to go see Leon. What the boy knew was that he had been beaten when he was defending Sejong, and that after that, Leon would no longer be able to participate in the tournament. Hanyul was curious about An's presence there, and Tae-shik told him that he had seen the boy follow Shung on his heels and never let up. But Tae-shik never imagined that his rival would be a rich boy. Hanyul caught on to the guy's last sentence, but he just started to change the subject, saying that no one but his company's employees had taken an interest in Leon. Tae-shik was quickly about to leave the boy's room and go to Leon because he didn't want to continue the conversation on this topic. But Hanyul stopped him again. He said that he would come with him, They had to talk about something very important. They went to the reception together and asked if they could visit Lienum, and the girl gave her permission and showed them where to write their name and number. When Taishik picked up his pen and looked at the piece of paper, he noticed that they were the first to visit him while he was writing, and that Hanyul was already standing in the doorway, about to enter first. But the girl at the reception denied it, saying that a man had already come to him and stayed there all night. When Hanyul did find it, he saw Se-young's face in front of him and froze in place. Silence reigned around him. The girl looked away from him, while Hanyul looked at her silently and did not say a word. Later, the guy stormed out of the ward without saying a word to her. He closed the door behind him and stood behind it. While his heartbeat accelerated, Taishik turned his gaze to him and asked why he ran out of there so abruptly. The young man no longer understood what was happening, and Kanyul still did not say anything. Taishik came closer, and the boy began to shake even more. Now it was clear that he had seen something. Se-young was standing next to the door, and for some reason she was also hesitant to speak first, so she avoided contact, just like he did. Kanyul realized that right now he would not be able to say anything to her, not to apologize or anything else. While the boy was crying on his clothes, Lee Haru came to the floor and noticed him as soon as she came out of the stairwell. He continued to stand by the door of the ward, clenching his fist and teeth even harder to keep from screaming. The only thing he could do at the moment was to promise her that he would come back to her and look into her eyes someday. However, first he needs to kill the scoundrel Daechun who hurt her. Only then will he be able to stand before her with dignity. And after defeating him, he will return and apologize to her, someone exclaimed joyfully. And Taishik immediately told me to leave this idea with Daechun in the past, because it could be very damaging. In addition to all this, Se-young herself was categorically against the boyfriend doing this. But Taishik shouted so loudly that she heard everything well and denied his words. She wanted Kanyul to go and beat the hell out of this thug, that he was abusing him the way he had once done to her. Only then will she accept all his apologies and be able to resume communication with him. Haru and Taishik stood there with surprised expressions on their faces after this statement. Se-young did not need to worry. This is exactly what he is going to do. He just needs to wait a little bit. Se-young stood next to Leon's bed, who was still sleeping soundly and recuperating. Hanyul left and Taishik quickly ran into the office and called the girl over. He was disappointed after what she said to Hanyul, because now there would be no convincing him to change his plans for Gang Daechun, and Tai did not understand why she would say such a thing to him. Haruli's voice was heard outside the door, and she was sure that their thoughts on Hyunil were now intersecting. Of course, they hadn't talked for that long and weren't close, but she was sure she was right. Taishik alone still couldn't understand what was going on here and what they were both talking about. Haru explained that she also had the same problem with people as Hanyul, and that she too used to be sure that bad things would happen to those with whom she would be too involved. One day, Haru opened Hanyul's phone, and he didn't have any messenger apps on it. It was strange. He doesn't talk to anyone, and he lives alone. Haru went up to Se-young and asked her about all this, but she looked at her silently. She also realized that beautiful words would not stop Hanyul from his unquenchable desire to kill Gang Daechun. Se-young remembered the words that Hanyul repeated to himself every day, which haunted him. "I killed my mother," he would repeat every day with a downcast look. Taishik screamed. The phrase frightened him and was not at all like Hanyul. But because of this situation, he can't stop blaming himself for not protecting Se-young from the bandits, because she was the first and only person who could open up to him. That's why Se-young decided that the only possible way to heal the boy's wounds was to let him deal with Gang Daechun, and there is a GT league that will control everything. While the three were talking, they heard a voice behind them that made Taishik jump on the spot and almost run out of the room. Leon woke up and tried to tell them something, but he was still breathing heavily and speaking slowly and quietly, so they immediately ran to his bed and asked how he was feeling. But instead of answering this question, he started swearing at the top of his lungs, because they had let Hanyul fight this bandit alone. Taishik recounted the words of the doctor who had been with Kanyul, who said that if the boy did not take care of himself, he would spend the rest of his life in bed. And if you think about it, Kanyul should be in an oxygen chamber right now, and if he gets into a fight, it could be fatal. So they started thinking about how to save him. Haru suggested going to his room immediately to see if he was still there, but Leon doubted that he would still be in his room after Shung's words. Most likely, he has long since fled from here and is now looking for Gang Daechun to end him and his nightmarish thoughts. However, it is unlikely that the boy would know where to look for the bandit, The company with which Tai Shik rescued him back then must have given him a beating, and Chun is hiding somewhere. But Leon did know one place where they could find him. They had to go there as soon as possible. And while they were talking to Leon, Hunyul was already outside Chungyong High School. The only way to find out where Gangdae Chun is now is to ask his wards, who are the only ones who can probably answer him. Kanyul went inside and began to climb the stairs to the upper floors. And at the beginning, he decided to talk to a guy who was missing a front tooth. He thought that this guy must be somewhere in one of these classrooms, so he started looking in each one along the way. A boy approached a high school student and stopped him by the shoulder, asking if he knew a bully who was missing a front tooth. But instead of answering, he shouted that Kanyul had not touched him and took his hand off his shoulder. Everyone started talking quietly among themselves and discussing Kanyul, not understanding what this errand boy was doing here at school, because they already had enough problems with local hooligans. Now they didn't know what would happen if they started talking to him. Hanyul was offended by the reaction of the school students. He thought he had come a long way since everyone thought he was a weakling. But upon entering the room, he realized that nothing had changed. But it made sense, because the GT League rivals knew each other only by their IDs. Despite all of this, the guy moved on, and he was still considered a rag to this day. But he needed to find Gangdae Chun. Kanyul entered the classroom, where he was accompanied by disgruntled looks from his peers and quiet insults that they threw at each other as they discussed him. Kanyul loudly asked where the bullies from this class were. The students were silent for a moment, not turning their heads to him, as if the guy had gone completely crazy. While Kanyul was waiting for some kind of response from the class, he heard voices coming from the corridor, and he finally found them. In front of him stood a gang of a few people who bullied the entire school and kept the high school students in fear. The students in the classroom were both angry and scared, and they were just unlucky that Hanyul decided to make more trouble for himself in their classroom. The group of hooligans walked closer to the boy and chattered among themselves, asking each other what this piece of shit was doing at school. The one standing a little behind him said that it was Kanyul, and he had received more than one slap from him before. Their leader broke into a smile when he heard the name, and it was supposed to be fun because he hadn't been able to say a word against it before. However, Kanyul himself did not know these boys and doubted that they were from their school. Judging by his posture and behavior, this giant is the new boss here, replacing Dao Chun. And the doctor was right. Hanyul had to take care of himself. By the time he got to school, he was already feeling very exhausted. The hooligans noticed that the guy didn't look good now, so the rumors were true that the last fight had badly damaged him. If they started fighting him right now, they would definitely have a chance of winning, which meant that they could be the ones to defeat Kanyul himself, the guy who had killed the entire clan of bandits. One of them asked Ma Sung-chul to let him deal with this boy. He hadn't been feeling too good lately, as he had to recover from surgery, but now he was ready for a fight. Kanyul was already well aware that he would not be able to deal with all these guys in his current state. The gangster was already close and was happily waiting for the moment to start a fight with him. And last time, Hanyul was just lucky that he was recovering from surgery and left him alive. The guy was thinking about how to act now. A direct attack would not help, because he would not have enough strength to overcome everyone. But the bully didn't delay. He immediately attacked with a loud shout, and for now, Kanyul could only dodge his attack. Perhaps there was only one way out of this unpleasant situation. Kanyul walked past him, and the hooligan looked at him with surprise. The first thing the guy did was to hit their leader with all his might so hard that he bled. The whole class was watching them in amazement, and now they were doubting Hanyul after seeing his actions. While the bandit was falling to the ground, stunned by the blow, Kanyul continued to beat him, taking a step forward. Eventually, the leader fell down, and Kanyul finished him off with his fist so that he would not get up again. After the main man of the company was neutralized, the rest of them began to behave less boldly. Kanyul showed all his strength, and the hooligan was lying in front of his feet and did not move. Silence reigned, and all the high school students stared at the boy, who had managed to emerge victorious in the fight against the main bully. His friends were already thinking of running away from the class. Since Hanyul managed to win so easily against such a man, they might soon be crushed into dust. While the one who wanted to deal with him so badly was silently taking steps back, everyone else fled the school. It was the young man who remained in the company that interested Hanyul the most, so he turned to him and approached him. He demanded that he tell him the location of Gangdae Chun, but he was ready to swear that he did not know the answer. Then Kanyul ordered him to shut up. The guy didn't understand anything. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and not to meet this nightmare again. Kanyo rushed at him, offering to start with one punch, wondering how long he would stay silent. But I didn't have to beat him either. He immediately split. He told me about a club where Gangdae Chun often goes to have fun. The bandit was already sweating and said that the place was filled with bandits, so there was no point in going there. The young man shouted that he didn't care. He wanted the address of the club. It was the H2 club, and Kanyul got there pretty soon, and there were a lot of people partying in that place. The boy thought that it would be best for him to go inside and look for Gangdae Chung there. He moved forward, soon encountering a security guard standing in front of the club's entrance, who looked at the young man with a displeased expression. And when Kanyul did not answer and just walked onto the door, he stopped him with his hand and did not allow him to pass. The guard grumbled quietly, asking what he was doing in this place in a school uniform. The man was definitely not going to let him in, so it would be better not to make him angry and leave in a good way. The boy scratched his head, assuming that the entrance for minors was closed, but then how could Gangdae Chun, who was his age, get in? Kanyul walked away, looking again at the note with the address given by the hooligan. He thought that maybe he had come to the wrong place. But while the high school student was thinking about it, he heard someone call out Dai Chun's name and call him over because the boss had some questions for him. It was indeed him. Kanyul had come to the right address after all. Now all that was left was to neutralize him and return safely. Kanyul immediately ran back to the door, shouting at him to wait, but the guard continued to stand his ground and was not going to give him permission to go inside. The man pushed him against the wall, taking away his opportunity to meet with Gangdae Chun, but he also warned him to get out, so ordinary words were not enough for the boy. However, his anger and rage took its toll, and Hanyul could not be stopped after seeing Chun with his own eyes, so he insisted that the guard let him go. The man was about to hit the boy, waving his hand at him and calling him a psycho. And as soon as the hand approached Kanyul, the boy's teacher, whom he had not seen for a long time, appeared between them, and the mentor pushed the guard away from him and protected him. The high school student definitely did not expect to see his sensei in this place, hardly believing it was possible. But when we heard some kind of commotion at the entrance, a bunch of guys approached the guards, curious about what was going on. The teacher smiled and turned his gaze to his student. It was time to look at his progress and achievements. A man in dark glasses who stood in front of everyone else happily asked if they even realized where they were. He did not look like a sober person. Sensei closed his eyes, waiting for Hunyul to act, but he moved forward so quickly that he didn't even have time to finish his sentence. The guy really took a lot from their lessons, and while his mentor was holding the guard back, he started to fight the intruder. One by one, men fell from his blows, knocking others down. It was unexpected that an apparently ordinary high school student started to tear apart their entire company. And while Kanyul continued to push them, the largest man of them all grabbed him from behind by the arms, after which the boy was unable to move. He easily lifted the guy up and wanted to throw him away. Kanyul began to lose his resolve and screamed loudly while he was in the air. Later, he found himself kicked by all the members of the group, who were standing over him with sticks, ready to take revenge for what they had done. One of them was about to finish him off with his bare hands, but the teacher intervened again and fought him off, protecting the boy who was still lying down. It flew straight into the windows nearby, breaking their glass. The dust rose again beside them, and Kanyul slowly began to rise to his feet. Looking at the teacher, he had never seen him in a real battle before, and the speed with which he deflected the boy's blows was truly impressive. The mentor put on his hood and called Kanyul a complete idiot. No one asked him to start a fight with these men, but the boy heard him ask to show his own abilities and speed. The two men were bothering the gangs of hooligans who were hanging out there, so they called for help to finish them off. Other bandits with weapons started coming out of different corners. There were really quite a few of them around. It was dangerous for Kanyul with his health condition. Realizing that Kanyul would not be able to run fast now, the teacher picked him up and explained that this was not what he meant when he told him to show his skills. He was curious to see how fast the student would be able to escape from this place. So together they started running away, and the bullies ordered their team to immediately grab them before they could run too far and hide. Somehow the two managed to get to a dark place to stop and catch their breath for a while. The teacher, who was still breathing heavily, warned Kanyul and told him not to go to that place again, especially not alone, because these bandits were not like the bullies at his school. But the boy had a clear goal. He needed to find one of them and he was not going to stop searching because of such danger. The uncle, resting his hands on his knees, guessed that the boy wanted to find Gang Dae-chun, but Hanyul looked into his eyes in shock, not knowing how he had learned this information. The teacher let his question slide and asked him what he would do with Dae-chun if they did find him. Perhaps the best he could do was to kill the bully. But Hanyul had one drawback. Gang Dae-chun's combat abilities were at a high level and worth a 10, and Hanyul had no more than a 1. But the boy couldn't just leave it there. He had a lot of reasons for that, and he was angry at his uncle's words. And the mentor understood all this perfectly well. He knew what Hanyul was so worried and busy with these days. Besides all this, he had one suggestion that would definitely interest Hanyul. After these words, one of the boys collapsed and fell to the ground, so the teacher had to take him to the hospital before telling him his plan. Later they got there and Hanyul was put back in bed for examination. And a short time later he was lying in an oxygen capsule sleeping while Haru, her uncle, and Taishik stood next to him in his room. The situation was not good. Hanyul would not be able to move for about a week, and the match was to take place tomorrow. In the meantime, there was something more important. These bandits would definitely not leave him alone after what he had done. In addition, if Hyung Nim and his wards find out that Hyunul won't be able to participate in the tournament, they will start to harass them as well. And while they were walking around the grounds of Hyungsung Hospital, they were visited by guests who took them by surprise. He was supposed to represent their company, so the team was definitely not happy about this prognosis for Hanyul's condition. Hyung Nim approached them, reminding them of their agreement, which clearly stated that Hyunul would not get involved in unnecessary fights. But Haru angrily replied that he was strictly forbidden to participate in the tournament at the moment. He could die, so it would be better if the guy appeared in the next round. But they were not satisfied with that. They had put a lot of money on his victory, so it was impossible to simply refuse. So they set a condition that if he did not appear in this match, they would kill him themselves. Hyung Nim turned to his wards and ordered them to immediately bring Gang Hanyul here and call everyone else. But at the same moment, Taishik started to stop them and asked them to stop, because it was a matter of a person's life, not just a game. But the man wasn't even going to listen to him and threw him to the ground. He doesn't care about anyone's life. The main thing for Hyung Nim is to save the money he has bet, win, and remain a decent person in the eyes of his boss. The man opened up and repeated once again that they should find Kanyul for him, so the wards ran to the hospital. Suddenly, Haru's phone rang, and she took it out of her pocket and looked at the screen. A few seconds later, the girl shouted loudly for them all to stop. She could vouch for the fact that Hanyul would still participate in the next round. Taishik started to get nervous. He didn't know what was going through Haru's mind, because there were only 130 minutes left before the match started, so it was unknown how Hyunul would be ready to fight so quickly. Hyung Nim looked at her with a smile, making it clear that she would be in trouble if she lied now. Taishik came up to her and quietly said in her ear not to say such rash things, because if Hyunul can't enter the arena, no one knows what the company will want to do with them. But Haru backed away from him and once again firmly stated that the boy would appear at the tournament, and if not, she was ready to become their slave for the rest of her life. So now she asked them to leave the hospital. But Hyung Nim didn't want to leave right now. First, he needed to make sure that the guy they had placed such high bets on was in good condition. She offered to take them to Hyunul's room, and Taishik listened to her promises with a sweat on his face, realizing what a hole she was bearing them all in. Later, they did go to the ward, but in the cell where Hyunul was supposed to be, Hyung Nim did not see what he wanted. This made him even angrier and looked like a bad joke. Now the guy looked more like a corpse than a living person. He could not be okay in this state. The man once again mentioned her promise and told her to get ready to pay for her words right now, that he had already accepted the lie when assessing the condition of their soldier. But the girl threw his arm off her neck, ordering him not to touch her. It made him terribly angry. He was annoyed that a high school girl would dare to address him like that. She once again clearly told him to never move her at all and was adamant that by the time the tournament started, Hyunul would be in perfect health and would be in the arena. Hyung Nim was not so easy to wrap his head around. The match had already begun, and Hanyul, who was almost dead, was in the hospital, so there was little chance that he would get back on his feet and run to fight his opponent in the tournament. The man was ready to slap Haru across the face, throwing a few insulting words in her direction. Taishik instantly reached out to shield Haru from the man's blow, but then she held the phone forward, telling Hyung Nim to look at the screen. Looking down at her phone, he glanced at the text. And the fact that the man saw it only made him laugh, and loud laughter could be heard in the ward. After that, she and Taishik left the office and sat down on the chairs next to each other, and the girl handed him the phone, showing him the message. It so happened that one of the participants of the tournament, Ma Sung-chul, was disqualified, so the GT League administration decided to allow Gang Hanyul to participate instead. This was good news, of course, but who knew that their friend would be competing against Ma Sung-chul, who had probably left the tournament as soon as he heard the name Hanyul because he was afraid for his life. It was good that they managed to buy at least a little time to restore it until the next stage of the tournament begins. But Taishik was a little worried about Hanyul's recent fight. He thought it might cause problems, but the girl reassured him because the bandits attacked first and the boy shouldn't have been eliminated from the match. The only thing that was really bothering her now was the problem that Hanyul would definitely have to face as soon as he returned to school. After all, he surprised the #1 boy in the school, and he did it in front of all the students. After some time passed, Hanyul came out of the oxygen chamber and was taken out into the fresh air. Taishik and Haru sat down at a table and asked him how he was feeling. He said without a single emotion on his face that he was feeling much better now. He could feel the lightness in his body. The girl was the next to speak, and Haru had a question to discuss with Hanyul. There was a guy nearby who was constantly following them wherever they went, and right now he was hiding near the place where they were resting. He almost fell over when Haru raised her voice on the last words, and he immediately came out of his hiding place holding a paper bag and apologized awkwardly for taking up their time. He was the one who always bought lunch for the #1 boy in their school. He stepped a little closer. Now the boy had heard that Kanyul was the new boss, so he brought him some bread, and the high school students looked at the stranger in amazement. Kanyul immediately said that he did not belong to any of these gangs, so he did not need to bring food every day. However, the young man who brought it all was completely indifferent to all these words. He quickly stood in front of Hanyul and thrust a bag of bread into his hands, begging him to take the food for himself. But Kanyul reiterated that he was not a bandit, so there was no need to do all this. But Taishik, as an expert footman, knew what would happen if Hanyul refused to take the bread. This boy who brought the food will die as soon as he gets back. The bandits who hate him will kill him immediately, but the boy really didn't need that bread. Taishik went on to say that the reason why the people like this one bring him bread is that they are asking for protection from other bullies. So if he doesn't accept it, it's the end for the poor guy, and if it wasn't for Kanyul himself, Taishik would still be the same. The high school student was still trying to persuade the boy to accept the bag of bread, and Haru was getting tired of it. But then one of these hooligans showed up and punched the kid in the face, and everyone was afraid of him the most. And for good reason, because he had been the leader of the bullies since high school. Taishik felt uncomfortable here as soon as he noticed him in front of him. The unfortunate boy who brought the bread was already lying beaten at his feet, and his shoes had come off. He put his hands in his pockets and called Ma Sung-chul, who often walked with him, over to his side. The leader claimed that he had not been watching this kid and that he was wandering around the city trying to get attached to someone and seek protection from the stronger ones. Ma Sung-chul apologized to his sunbai and promised that this was the first and last such incident and would never happen again. Shongbei poked little Oh Seng-shun again and asked where his lunch was, and Hyun Yul came forward. Even though he was a ranking boy from school, he was annoyed by such arrogant behavior. Sang-shin started to collect all the food that had fallen out of the bag while he was falling, but they didn't let him do it. Pushing the food further away, he would definitely not be treated well after such a betrayal. The hooligan yelled at him to come over quickly with the food he was holding. One day, Oh Seng-shun managed to put the product in a bag and approached it with trembling hands. Ma Sung-chul raised his hand up and started scolding this poor boy, about to hit him. But at the same moment, Kanyul shouted loudly, asking him where his bread was, which stopped the hooligan. Hanyul realized that this was a way to save this Oh Sang-shin from the bandits, so he went out to him and told him again to bring him food quickly. He stood there silently, not knowing what was going on, and Sanbi didn't care about another high school student who didn't look like a strong man. But Oh Sang-shin immediately smiled and exclaimed that everything would be brought to him quickly. The boy's happiness knew no bounds. He was rescued from the clutches of these hooligans. He immediately ran to Hanyul, and Ma Sung-chul only now saw his face while the boy was thanking him for saving him. While he was smiling happily, looking into the eyes of his rescuer, a bully from their school was already around the corner, who had long had his eye on Kanyul and wanted to take revenge on him. Now he was sure that this time he would definitely be able to deal with him, bringing another stick as a weapon. If he succeeds in bringing down Gang Kanyol, the current top dog, he will take over the position after he falls. The guy who was missing one tooth quickly jumped out with a bat at Hanyul and said that for the sake of Sanbei, he would deal with this loser right now. But while he was flying with the hope of finishing the guy off, Haru was instantly next to Hanyul and hit the toothless bully. He dropped his bat and fell down until the so-called number one realized what was happening. Hanyul screamed, and so did Taishik. He was afraid of everything, of any fights and hooligans that came across his eyes. Having taken a powerful blow from the girl, the high school student flew to the side and rolled a few meters more along the sidewalk, where he fell with a thud. He was stopped with his foot by a sanbei who had reached him, and he sighed, realizing what a loser he was. Sanbei looked at the girl, and she caught his eye with her courage and agility, hitting one of his wards. He turned his gaze to her, asked her name, and did not move from where he was standing. Of course, Haru ignored his question, but Hanyul did not immediately move towards him and was about to throw him to the ground as well. Taishik watched in fascination. Now Hanyul was using the low kick he had once used to take out Ma Sung-chul. The boy would never miss another opportunity to see it with his own eyes. But it didn't work out. The plan failed only because the sunbai tripped him up and Kanyul, who stumbled, just rolled down. In addition, the bully hit him again, pushing him away from him and mocking him. When Kanyul finally fell to the ground, he did not stop kicking him, intent on finishing the job and putting the young man in his place. After making another punch, Kanyul flew into the wall and hit his back hard against it, smashing everything in his path. He brazenly told him to wait for his turn and that soon the Sonbei would return to him. But now things were a little different and more interesting. While the boy turned to Haru, he needed to show her how not to behave in front of a bully like him. The girl backed away, taking a few steps away from him. He was already reaching out to her, repeating his question, annoyed that she still hadn't answered him. But Hanyul immediately crawled over to him and grabbed his arm, preventing him from hitting Haru and saying a few words to him. But Sombi was not happy with him talking to him like that. He was used to a completely different attitude, because everyone was afraid of him, so they were not rude, even though they hated him. However, Kanyul grabbed his arm again and shouted that he had never thought of him as a sanbei. After listening to this circus, the hooligan jerked his hand forward, after which Kanyul once again fell face first into the asphalt. It was not even fun to play with him, because he was too slow in his hands and attacks. But soon Kanyul rose up to face the bully, which he did not expect, and he stood there in surprise. Unexpectedly, he fell, receiving a blow to the head, which knocked him down. Kanyul glanced at him, hoping that this trick had worked on this bully. But he shouldn't have been written off so quickly. He was as ready for a fight as ever. He started to get up from his knees, which made him even more angry, and wanted to make this asshole disappear from the face of the earth as soon as possible. Kanyul realized that despite his poor condition, he had to move much faster than his opponent if he wanted to end the fight with a victory of his own. This impressed the leader of the hooligans, and the game became more interesting. Yet at first he underestimated Hanyul's strength and agility, but he still did not consider him a worthy competitor for himself. And when he was approaching the boy again, who was already feeling bad, Haru immediately stood in front of him, taking his hand in hers. Kanyul did not understand what it was all about and what she had invented this time. The hooligan, who had barely gotten to his feet, looked at them in surprise, not understanding what the two were doing. But while he was trying so hard to get to Haru and Hunyul, Taishik called for the teacher, who came right away and scolded them for skipping class. The bully immediately changed his face and turned to the teacher, saying that he just wanted to buy his younger classmates something to eat because they were so nice. He turned to the girl, waiting for her confirmation, to which Haru replied that it was all true, and pointed to Oh Sang-shin, who was holding the bread for them. Kanyul still had no idea what the girl's plan was, so he quietly asked her what she was up to as he stood next to her. When the hooligans had already gone back to school with the teacher and the three friends left the cafe, Kanyul asked why the girl had sided with the authorities, as she could have told the teacher, and he would have punished them for sure. However, Haru said that she had no choice, that the last time he fought Ma Sung-chul, they were just lucky, but if they continue to get into fights, then Hunyul will definitely be eliminated from the tournament. Taishik also agreed with her. The GT League had quite strict rules for its participants, so if they broke them and got into fights on the streets, they could easily be disqualified from further matches. Now, Kanye wondered how he would go to school after all the recent events. Everyone kept calling him a yang and looking at him sideways in the school corridors. He decided that it would be better for both of them to stop hanging out with him. For their own good, he would also put them in danger. And the boy did not want to repeat what had already happened to his family once because of his fault. He turned to them with a sad expression on his face. Perhaps it would really be better for them to stay away from each other and cut off communication from now on. But when he looked back, he didn't see anyone behind him. So he started looking for them. And when he came around the first corner, he spotted Taishik and Haru talking to some guy. After a moment, he knelt down and handed her the flowers, and Taishik watched in silence as he stood nearby. But he had no idea what was going on. And at the same time, Haru pointed her finger at Hyunyul, and the high school student looked back at him. As soon as the student noticed Hanyul, he immediately jumped up and started apologizing to him, while the boy himself looked at them with confusion. Hanyul scratched his head and asked what had just happened, and why he was apologizing to him while this strange boy was running away from the place. And Haru smilingly replied that after Gang Dae-chun left school, a lot of boys started to hit on her. So to avoid all this, she just said that Hanyul was her boyfriend. Hanyul was embarrassed to hear her say that. So the girls said that from now on they should stick together. Otherwise, everyone might find out that it's not true, and when those bullies come, nothing good will come of it. The same was true for Taishik. If Hanyul was not around, he would be finished at once. Very soon a suspicious car approached them. Two men in identical black uniforms got out. They were looking for Kanyul, and when they approached him, the boy was confused. He did not know what had happened again and why they were looking for him. There was no response to that. One of them just grabbed him. Kanyul didn't even have time to scream. They dragged him into the car and drove off. Taishik was running around Haru in a panic, timidly asking what had just happened. And before he knew it, Hyunul was gone. Later, a small black minibus merged into the traffic. The boy was tied up and set off. These two strange men sitting in the back seats next to him held him and told the driver to drive faster. They needed to hurry before Kanyul woke up. One of them smiled and thought that their boss would definitely be pleased with their work when he saw such an interesting specimen in front of him. This is a great chance for the Hwaryung clan to put their oldest rival, Kang Han, in his place. And that was not all. If their boss came to the Hwaryung clan, thus betraying the Kang Han clan, he wants to show his loyalty to the boss, so one could only guess what they would do to Hanyul when they were there. But probably first of all, they will cripple him so that he will never be able to participate in the GT League again. It only took a few broken bones or torn ligaments. When it was already dark, the beetle with Hyunyul was already at the Hwaryung Club, and they finally arrived at the boss's place. After some time, the guy did come to, but he was still tied up with ropes and with his eyes closed. His head was dizzy and painful, and he realized that he would not be able to get out on his own. Kanyul heard someone shouting to get him out of here, and it got even scarier, and he had to think of something immediately, even though he didn't know what it was yet. Someone kept shouting and told him to call for help, but the guy still didn't understand what was happening around him. At the same moment, his blindfold was removed, and he saw Hyung Nim in front of him, and he got on his nerves when he was informed that he had been kidnapped. And when he opened his eyes, he saw his mentor not far away, who quietly told the others that they had too little time and that they should get out of here as soon as possible. The teacher replied that Haru and that miserable coward who was always tailing them had called him and told him that Hanyul had exposed the Hwaryung clan, so he had gone to rescue him. But then Hanyul was very lucky again, because the clan's area was not so large. Now they were standing among a pile of corpses, and there was a risk that help might arrive, so the guy should get out of here quickly. His uncle told him to get out of here as fast as he could, and that they would deal with all the others who would come here. But Kanyul did not like the idea of just running away from the scene. But there was no time for arguments. The mentor told him to do what he said, because the guy was not to get involved in any way. And he must not forget that this area belongs to the Hwaryung clan, so the teacher asked him to avoid all trouble on the way. No matter what happened, he had to just run as far away from the area as possible. Kanyul did everything as the teacher ordered and was almost there. His clothes were crumpled and he was very tired. But he still had to wait for the bus and get on it to get where he needed to go. But suddenly he heard the girl screaming, and that stopped him. The guy stood still, because he couldn't just leave her there to fend for herself. But he remembered his uncle's words that he was strictly forbidden to be seen in any fights, and besides that, he hadn't taken the serum, so if he started fighting, his body wouldn't be able to take it, and all his plans for Gangdae Chun would be drowned, and all his dreams would be forgotten. He moved on, passing closed shops one by one. For now, it would be better to just ignore it all and move in the right direction. Yet he really wanted to look Se-young in the eye later. This girl was picked on by local bandits who dragged her into a dark alley to mock the poor girl. He started molesting her and taking off her clothes, telling her about her father, who owed them a large sum of money, so now she had to serve her sentence for him. He put his hand over her mouth and mockingly said that no one would hear her anyway, because there were almost no people here, and at this time of day, so he ordered her to shut up so as not to use his power again. He was anxious to get started and to allow his colleagues to get rid of it. And when he had already pulled off some of her clothes, someone called out to the man, and he turned around looking at the person who had prevented him from playing with the girl. A short high school student was standing in front of them, holding the handles of his backpack. But Han-yul couldn't pass by and decided to help the girl. While Taeshik and Haru were sitting on the couch and could only hope that Hyun-yul was okay, he was fighting the villains, saving the girl from harm. The last message the guy sent to Haru was that he was already standing next to the bus stop and on his way to the gym, so everything should be fine. Taeshik now blamed himself for not having time to give Hyun-yul the medicine because of the robbery, which could have caused him to lose consciousness at any time, especially if he started fighting with someone again. But Haru reassured him and told him that everything was fine now, and he was already on the bus and on his way to their gym. But the guy continued to worry. In order to convince himself that everything was fine, he kept asking the girl if she was sure, but he kept shaking at the thought that Kanyul might get hurt. He stood in the doorway with bloody hands, having entered the office of the bandit who had threatened the girl, and he had the same composed smile on his face. He was really amused by the fact that he was killing these scoundrels. The guy enjoyed it. There were a bunch of members of this clan lying on the floor, covered in their own blood, no longer moving. After knocking the door out of its hinges, he went to the man, who was panicking, spilling coffee on the table, and miraculously dodging all the debris that was flying at him. Head Hwar-young hid in a corner and shook with fear, not knowing what was coming. It was really scary to be in the same office as a psycho. Kanyul showed him the print of the sole on his shoe and climbed under the table where the boss was sitting. Showing him this, the guy said that he had stepped on his foot and it had annoyed him. Kanyul was about to kick him in the face while he was loudly begging him to stop and not hurt him. His own shoes had marks from his own sneakers on them, and the man kept screaming, but Han-yul even liked it, so he continued to abuse him. When he finished with him and got his way, the guy realized that he had done something he shouldn't have done again. He was in a terrible state. His body seemed to be tearing into small pieces. When he gathered his strength and slowly began to walk in the direction he wanted to go, even though it was very difficult, he heard someone's voice telling him to stop. It was the same man, Boss Hwar-young. He had gathered another team, and this time he was prepared for a fight and knew for sure that he would turn this guy into pieces of meat. Kanyul could not stand on his feet, so another fight was out of the question. His body simply did not listen to him and slowly began to fall to the ground. The guy fell in front of the bandits, losing control of his movements. Hwar-young's boss approached the boy who was lying helplessly on the ground in front of him. The man raised the stick up, about to show the boy what could happen if he started playing Superman like a weakling. Han-yul's eyes were slowly closing. He had no strength for anything. Thinking that it was finally over and his last fight had already taken place, he mentally apologized to Se-young because he knew that he would hardly be able to avenge Gangdae Chun for her. And when the stick was already near the guy's face, it was grabbed by the hands of the company boss, Kang Han, who literally saved him at the last seconds. Of course, the man was not alone. He brought his men with him, giving them a sign to attack the enemies, and he would take care of Kanyul. He was even excited. It was going to be fun. He had always wanted to prove that he was stronger than his former boss. Perhaps he forgot after he betrayed his organization, but this city has always belonged and will always belong to the Kang group. The man was about to attack, but he laughed because it looked like he had come here just to cry because his territory had been taken away from him. He told him to get out of here and let him deal with this kid who was already on his last breath. In general, why would he suddenly be engaged in the protection of helpless children? Kang Han's boss stepped closer, asking if he really didn't know who this guy was, but the man didn't seem to understand what he was talking about. Nevertheless, he decided to tell him about this guy and said that this guy is currently the most expensive fighter of all, and Kanyul barely had time to get up and lean on his hands. Sounded strange, and at first he thought that the man had gone a little crazy or that his tastes had changed a lot if he chose such a fighter to fight. Suddenly, a member of Hua Riyong approached them, telling his boss about force majeure, and he turned around, asking what happened. It was urgent, and he was very nervous, so he asked his boss to listen to him right away. He took a breath and exclaimed that the boy they had recently kidnapped was a member of the Kang Han clan, and realizing what they had done, he froze in his tracks. And only after these words did the man look at everything that was happening around him and notice Kang Han's boss and the same guy who had recently been riding tied up in their car. He came closer and did not know what this high school student was doing here. He did not know that Kanyul had been kidnapped and was sure that he was still in the car. After thinking about what he had just said, Boss Hwaryong couldn't help but laugh. It was hard to believe that this clumsy kid was Kang Han's representative in the GT League, and no one would have thought that he would have fallen into their clutches on his own. He apologized to his brother, and the smile still remained on his face, because he was going to take their representative away from him today. The boss asked in shock why on earth he would do this to this boy, and was immediately given the simple answer that Kanyul had broken into their lair himself. But the GT League rules state that any participant who engages in outside fights must be disqualified from the tournament. The man sarcastically said that he was sorry because their clan already had a lot of problems, and now this. So the man once again emphasized that it was time for his eldest to retire. For some time, the boss Kang Han was silent, digesting all this information, obviously not happy that the fighter who was supposed to represent his group was forced to be disqualified from the matches. However, there was a silver lining. Once he admitted that his entire office and a bunch of people from his clan had been blown away by a regular high school student. The city was quite small, so the word would spread very quickly, and if everyone knew that the office of the entire Hua Ryung company was terrorized and destroyed by a high school student, it would not reflect well on their reputation, and he had just heard that they had kidnapped their representative. Here he panicked and began to justify himself in every possible way, saying that it was not done on his orders at all and that it was the first time he had seen the boy. Now the Hwaryong clan was stalemated, and they continued to bury themselves further into a deep hole. It was already clear that the boss Kang Han did not stop mocking the fact that the schoolboy defeated the fierce enemies alone. Nevertheless, the Hwaryong clan decided to retreat, realizing that they were in no position to win. But they threatened that this would definitely not be their last meeting, so let them not relax. After all the showdowns, Hyunyo was sent back to the hospital, and he was being examined for a long time. He had never been kept there for so long before, so Tai-shik hoped that nothing serious would happen while he and Haru were sitting under the office. He had heard that the gang that kidnapped Kanyul was a big clan in their country, so he could only hope that this would not end badly for them. The uncle sighed. He was also standing next to them and said that this was definitely not something they needed to worry about right now. Hanyul needed to prepare for the next test, and the teacher wanted to talk to him, so he asked the students to tell the boy to come to the gym as soon as he was better. And my uncle had to leave now. His plans changed a bit, so he will definitely be busy in the near future. He said goodbye and once again emphasized that Kanyul should come to the hall as soon as possible, and after that, his uncle disappeared behind the hospital door. Tai-shik, as usual, was worried, not knowing what the older man meant by the change of plans. But the girl didn't know what he was talking about. Her uncle was very unpredictable throughout his life. A moment later, the doctor who had been examining Kanyul came out of the room where he was sitting. They both got up from their chairs at once and rushed to him with questions about their friend's well-being. The doctor only replied that something very strange was happening to him, but his friends wanted to know more about his current condition. They both asked the doctor about him while Lee Haru's uncle was sweeping the yard of his place of work. After a while, Kanyul came to see him, and his friends told him to go to the hall where his mentor would be waiting for him. The older man looked at him, teasing and smiling, and he was glad that he could at least stand on his feet now. Kanyul adjusted his glasses, saying that he no longer needed to take his medication. The doctor said so, although he was very shocked about it. In any case, the boy heard that the teacher was waiting for him at his place as soon as possible, but the man said a little more quietly that it was nothing serious. He just wanted to tell him about something. He told him that he wanted to arrange a duel with Daichun for Hanyul, and the boy almost fainted on the spot again. It was good news, although the guy was a little nervous and panicked and asked when the match could start. But the older man calmed the boy down to be quiet for a minute, Everything would depend on him when the fight took place. But Kanyul did not understand and asked for an explanation. The teacher was ready to arrange a match between them if the boy managed to fulfill two conditions, and once they were met, the match could be arranged right now, and he added that everyone would be watching her fight. The boy was determined to fulfill these two conditions as soon as he heard them, so that he could finally achieve his dream and face Dae-chung in a fair fight. The first condition was to improve my results in the GT League. It was meant that the guy should now win all subsequent matches, and he was also strictly forbidden to start fights outside the tournament. Kanyo realized that it would not be that easy, as he was literally drawn into skirmishes with the bandits. The guy may not lose in competitions, but as for the second part of the condition, he cannot guarantee anything. Sometimes his actions are beyond his own will, and he loses control of his body. The uncle turned away ostentatiously. He wasn't going to persuade him, so if something didn't work, he could cancel it. But Kanyul stopped the teacher and asked about the next condition. And this rule was that his students should reach the same level of scores as Dao Chun. It was easy to calculate using an example. If Dai Chun's score is 10, then Hanyul's is only half, so we needed to increase it to 10 according to the teacher's standards. If he fulfills all these conditions, his uncle will be able to arrange a match with his main rival. But Hanyul wondered how he was going to count the bill. He laughed. There was a machine that could do this easily, and the guy himself had probably used it. Kanyul had no idea what he was talking about, so his mentor called him into the hall to show him the counting machine that had already been installed. The boy was very intrigued by what the teacher told him. He was sure he had never seen such technology. When the boy entered the hall, he saw a slot machine, which is mostly used in amusement parks. At first, Kanyul did not believe that it was real and thought that his mentor was just playing a trick on him. But my uncle was very serious, and in fact, he had never seen a better way to find out the exact result in his life. The thing was that not only physical strength was important here, but also a fast and powerful striking technique. So the guy had to get a high score from this iron. He understood everything correctly, but he still had to pass more than one test to show his strength and speed. It turned out that his mentor had brought almost all the city's slot machines to the hall. The older man took a tablet with tests for the boy and handed it to him. There were several positions where his results would be entered later. The guy was already starting to have doubts about this strategy when he started to read it. But if he wasn't sure, he just had to try it himself. First, Kanyul was going to take off his school uniform. But the tutor shouted and said that he would not give him any points if he was not in uniform, which surprised the boy even more. He couldn't understand why the GT League requires its participants to wear their school's uniforms. If they were training in sports uniforms, the results could be even better. But the GT League is not a sporting event. It is just a teenage program created to help participants feel the spirit of camaraderie among school children. So they want to attract the attention of children who have run away from home and started a life of hooliganism. In this case, the boy thought that the result was no longer particularly important to them, and his mentor confirmed these words, because for Hyung Sung, the final result never mattered. All matches were played to attract the attention of the public. So it was time to put your skills to the test with this machine. He had a good ultimatum. If he scored 1,000 points, he would finally be able to meet Gang Dae-chun, so he wanted to do his best and get it over with as soon as possible. First, he had to take the correct stance and then put all his strength into the attack. Hanyul started by focusing all his attention on this. It only took a moment, and now it was worth looking at the result. And there was not even half of what he wanted to see. He managed to earn only 400 points. He didn't believe it, having put all his strength into the punch and getting such a low score. It couldn't be true. It was not clear how he could have reached 1,000. No one in his weight class could have reached the set bar. A voice coming from the corridor brought Hanyul out of this trance. A skinny guy walked into the gym, addressing his mentor, who, as it turned out, was also not quite healthy, but was already training the student. Hanyul did not know him, but he had the impression that he was going to faint because of his sickly appearance. But the first thing that came to mind was whether the teacher would want to spar with him. Kanyul apologized for interrupting, but he didn't think he could train with someone so weak. At these words, the skinny boy walked up to the machine and hit it, waiting for the points to be accumulated. And the result was really impressive. He scored as many as 1,500 points. Hanyul couldn't help but shout. There was no way that someone like this guy could score so much. But he exhaled and said that he was already short on time, so there was no need to delay the start of training any longer. He turned around and said he would start first. Kanyul took off his glasses, thinking that he and the teacher had rigged the cars, and said with satisfaction that he would regret what he had done. And while the guy put his glasses aside, he noticed his opponent was already approaching. He was really fast and seemed to be aiming right at his face. For now, Hanyul is not going to dodge the strikes. But when he bent down, his opponent was already on a level playing field with him. He quickly hit him in the chin, knocking him down. It was quick and unexpected, and Kanyul landed on his back and was trying to recover. Kanyul was sure that his opponent was aiming for his face. Looking back, he noticed that he was preparing for another attack. This time the blow was also meant to hit the guy's face, as the competitor was actively approaching and preparing to strike. Right now it was worth continuing to evade, as it was the only thing Kanyul could do. But at some point, while he was ducking to the side to avoid getting hit again, the guy turned sharply in his direction, as if reading his mind and already knowing what he was going to do next. Still, Hanyul failed to dodge the second attack from a competitor whom he had called a weakling at the beginning. The guy hit the floor, and it was too much for him. The skinny young man stepped toward Hanyul, who was still sitting on the ground. But this time he didn't attack. He just said that he really had a golden vision that had many advantages. The stranger had never seen such a super-fast reaction, except from the teacher himself. Hanyul blushed. He didn't think he had fought well, because he still couldn't read his movements in advance. Before he at least managed to determine where he would be aiming, his teacher told him that a person cannot completely hide his or her weaknesses and intentions. The body reveals it all, but here some trick was used that made it impossible to recognize them. But he lowered him a bit from the heavens, saying that he would definitely not use any tricks in a battle with an ordinary high school student. But then Hanyul was completely confused, not knowing what the trick was. Of course, these students, who hurt everyone and fight in the streets, did not know even the basics. But Kanyul did not leave his. He asked what had just happened before his eyes. The young man raised his hand, calling this technique a fist twist. The guy was already standing in front of him and wanted to hear a verbatim explanation. He began to tell me that in order to get the maximum force from a punch, you should relax your fist while preparing for the attack, and then apply all the force during the punch itself. If you have too much tension in your hand from the very beginning of the preparation for the attack, your muscles will quickly get tired and your speed will immediately drop. He showed what Hanyul needs to do to achieve a good result in the fight. The boy began to repeat the movements precisely after him to learn. The next step was to strike lightly, bending your fist to the inside. Hanyul followed him closely and copied every detail. And indeed, as soon as he listened to all the advice, he was able to perform the trick. So if he was going to throw an uppercut, all he had to do was turn the puncher to the other side. The reason he couldn't read the competitor's attacks was that most of them started the same way. But still, questions remained, and the guy did not understand the connection between the initial stage of the attack, i.e., the stance, and this trick. His teacher today explained that his arm is usually in a normal condition, which allows him to use different techniques. Because it is precisely because he changes something slightly afterwards that you can hit in different ways. But the beginning will remain the same, and this will mislead the competitor. This meant that it was impossible to predict or prevent the attack. But still, there was a way. You can learn evasion techniques, but it takes a lot of time. But for people like him, fortunately, there was a simpler solution. Without wasting a second, he ran to it because it was faster to learn and practice at the moment when he was being attacked. Hanyulu's mind went back to the boy's words, who had earlier spoken about some business and lack of time, and he wanted to finish the lesson himself. But he suggested that they had now switched roles. His opponent will no longer use his hands, so if Hanyul manages to hit his body, he can be considered a winner. The uncle was not too happy with this decision. He was a busy man, and spending several days on this was too much. But his colleagues suggested that he go home, and in return promised to let his student live. He continued to speak calmly, but suddenly Kanyul's fist came close to his face. Reflexively, he defended himself with his hands against the attack. After such a quick action, everyone was quiet. Now Kanyul realized how much it helps to simply relax his hand before attacking. The guy calmly grabbed his hand. The guy began to feel his muscles to see how much he had relaxed them. Everything was as he thought it would be. The uncle started to collapse, emphasizing that he was his student, when the boy made it clear that he really had good muscles. This was also a big advantage for Hanyul over some other future rivals. But Kanyul himself was gaping and had no idea what they were talking about. The rubber muscles were considered one of the greatest features of a fighter, which a high school student could not have suspected. Even among professionals, few can boast of this, so it is indeed a privilege. Usually during intense training, muscles increase in volume. They become larger and stiffer, even if you don't make any effort. But as a result, the speed and radius of attack decrease. But for some people, their muscles remain as flexible as ever and do not cause any problems, allowing them to avoid any restrictions in movement. Such fighters can train as long as they have the strength and desire, and without reducing their speed and attack radius. There is a legendary fighter who, until his recent retirement, never gave up his crown to anyone else. If you look at him at first glance, he looks like a normal fat man without strong muscles. But when he hits, his muscles become harder than stones. People with such abilities have long endurance and can recover very easily, which gives them an advantage in long-term fights. Few people are born with such gifts. Kanye wanted to add something else, but he continued to speak. He emphasized that it is when Hanyul relaxes his muscles that they become very flexible and elastic, not like others. By simply adding force to the stroke, his speed increases many times over. The high school student did not yet believe that he had such a gift. But then my uncle interrupted their dialogue. To be honest, he wasn't born with it, he earned it himself. But my uncle asked Khan if he wanted to give him another opportunity to strike. He was looking forward to another chance to try his hand at driving. Kanyul doubted his abilities and was against it, because he had failed before, even though he had put all his strength into it. But his mentor insisted that he do it. He was just curious. There was no way to get out of it, so the boy agreed and went to the car. I did speed up his punches, so now he was going to act step by step. Now he had to show a better result. To begin with, Hanyul relaxed his fist, which he was going to use to punch. He placed his hand comfortably, calculating where he would aim. After that, the young man took a stance, and all he had to do was put all his strength into the kick. Haru and Taeshik were at the doctor's office again. They came to ask about the match that was to take place tomorrow, and to find out if Hanyul could participate. The doctor said that after several cycles of injury and recovery, he noticed that it had a positive effect on the detoxification process of the stem cells. Before, they had no idea that this could even happen. Similar cases where excessive damage to the body is extremely difficult to heal. It takes a very long time to recover. Plus, they had very little data on hand, which made it difficult to obtain a sample, and given the unique circumstances of Kanyul. So what happened was a miracle. Apparently, this meant that Hanyul no longer needed to take pills, as Taeshik noted. The doctor nodded his head, confirming these words because, from now on, the guy's body should not get out of control due to the lack of medicines. However, there was one more small nuance. Before letting him go to the tournament, we had to make sure he was not in a hyperactive state. The very next morning, they were running with Taeshik to a match and were even a little late, so they had to speed up. But soon the guy stopped, shouting for Haru to wait for him. He couldn't keep running anymore and put his hands on his knees. They were definitely unlucky. Today, when they needed to get to the right place quickly, the entire highway was clogged. He really wanted to see the match with his own eyes, but it was about to start and they were still on the road. Already near the arena, the guy realized that he was definitely not able to run anymore. He was staggering, so he offered to sit down somewhere nearby and watch the match on his phone. The guy picked up the gadget when he received a notification and stopped reading it. A moment later, Taeshik shouted something without letting go of the phone. Haru approached him asking what was wrong, but Taeshik did not answer, only grew pale in the face. Later, he quietly replied that Hanyul was not at the match, but it was still unknown what the matter was. Haru started to worry because she knew that he had been preparing for the match, and now he just didn't show up, so something critical must have happened to make him not show up. But in the distance, I heard a voice approaching the two friends. It wasn't that Hanyul simply didn't come. It was a guy with a Hanyul carrying a backpack on his back. The guy just finished the fight very quickly. They spent only 3 seconds competing, and then the judge announced the winner. Sounded almost unrealistic because to beat someone in 3 seconds, and in the 16th round, you have to try really hard. But this genius was standing right in front of them, so it was all real. So, now the GT League final has passed, but active training has not stopped. Together they came to the gym, where Taeshik almost had a heart attack when he saw all the slot machines that Hanyul was training on. He went up to one of them and asked what he was doing here in the gym. Hanyul adjusted his glasses with his hand and explained that his coach had promised him that as soon as he scored 1,000 points, he would arrange a battle with Gang Dae-chun, which is why these gizmos are here. Haru took hold of her head, realizing that Hanyul was really obsessed with the thought of revenge on Dae-chun. It had taken over his thoughts, and he was doing everything he could to reach this moment when they would start fighting. Tae-shik was now excited. He hadn't played such games for a long time, so he wanted to try his hand at it and asked the boy for permission, which he gave because the machine didn't need tokens. Tae-shik smilingly told the others to get ready and flexed his fist. After all, he had once fought Gang Dae-chun himself. He soon hit the target while waiting for the results. In a couple of seconds, and the numbers showing his scores were glowing. It seems that the boy was quite satisfied with this. He scored 100 points and immediately told Hanyul about it. He was pleased, saying that he was stronger than everyone around him thought, and Hanyul was thinking about how to tell him that 100 was not enough. At this reaction, Tae-shik asked how much Hanyul had scored. Haru was also curious to know that her best score was 400 points, and Tae-shik was already disappointed, realizing that he had the lowest score. Hanyul blushed a little and quietly said the number 1,200. This is indeed a lot. They were expecting to hear much lower numbers. But there was also very good news. His friend thought that Kanyul had passed the test his mentor had given him. But in fact, it was not exactly what they provided. Hanyul did pass the fist-punching test, but besides that, the guy still has 4 unfilled columns. Then his niece asked him why he was leaving the gym so often. She was worried that he would start drinking again. But he said that he had recently given an interview, so he disappeared more than once. It was the first time she had heard about it from him, so she was curious to learn more. But my uncle kept it a secret for now. He only advised Hanyul to get ready because the journalists would soon be running around. And it did happen, only even faster than they expected. A lot of people with cameras came to the hall, wanting to talk to Hanyul, who was clearly not ready for this life. One of the reporters introduced himself as Lee Moon-soo. He worked for the Jinsung newspaper, and the man addressed the high school student, who had a message for all the bullies on behalf of all the outcasts at the school. His mentor walked by and looked him in the eye, expecting a loud statement. But Hanyul just stood there awkwardly, shifting from foot to foot, not knowing what to do in front of the whole crowd. Perhaps the only option was to take off my glasses to become bolder and start a conversation easily. So the boy's mentor quickly pulled it off Kanyul's face and asked him not to let him down, because that was a major part of his plan. Journalists approached Kanyul with microphones and continued to ask questions. However, what they heard was not what they initially expected. The boy looked at the camera and voiced his wish. He wanted these hooligans to find him. He wanted to say that he would blow these bastards away as soon as he saw them with his own eyes. The journalists eventually finished their interviews and left, and Kanyul put his glasses back on and became the same modest guy. He didn't know why the coach made him stand in front of the cameras, but now he had attracted a lot of attention thanks to the headline in the newspaper. Now he was actively training to win the super final of the tournament and not to become a loser in the eyes of Gang Dae-chun once again. And he continued to be helped by his assistant coach, sometimes even beating him almost to the point of unconsciousness. But this methodology paid off, and he was able to reach the highest level in his matches, completing them in less than 1 minute. Each time he improved, people who knew him began to actively support and cheer for Kanyul in the arena. However, at the same time, it became a target for many gangsters, including him. The TV started showing the news again, HNC News, which told about all the latest events in their city. They talked about the ST League, a joint project between the government and a corporation aimed at stopping violence, and the project has shown promising results so far. The number of cases of violence in schools has decreased by more than 60% since the project was implemented. And people who previously did not support the idea of sponsorship have now changed their minds about it, with many asking for the ST League to spread more and more. It was also interesting that such a good result was achieved not so much by the right campaign to minimize violence, but by just one student who was oppressed by everyone in the school. After that, this guy declared war on all the hooligans in the country, making a loud statement in front of journalists on camera. Leon had also heard this statement and was now watching the news while still in the hospital. The host also added that the rulers were currently considering spreading the ST League to the masses. The guy sighed when he heard all this, and Seyoung stood silently next to him, realizing that it was partly because of her as well. She was very worried about the whole situation, So Leon expressed his opinion and said that in that case she should go to him. Seung didn't answer, continuing to stare at the TV and think about her own thoughts. Maybe she didn't mind standing here next to him, but the guy said that because of his condition, she shouldn't give up on the others. The girl exhaled heavily. He knew she was here because he felt responsible and guilty for everything that had happened to the boy before. The girl quietly said the words that the doctor had passed on to her. Leon will be able to use a wheelchair from tomorrow, and that will be the end of his treatment. The guy asked her once again if she was going to leave, to which Seung again remained silent. He suggested that she go back to school soon, but she felt cold and her hands shook. Leon understood the situation he was in, but he assured her that even if he was unable to work normally because he could only move around in a wheelchair, he would still be able to take care of her. He did have a lot of money thanks to his relatives, but she sighed and looked away, making it clear that it was none of his business to think about her safety. She walked towards the door and was about to leave his room, as she had already stayed here for a long time. But at the last moment, Leon exclaimed that not all guys are freaks. Not everyone will be like Gang De-chun. She stopped. He still hadn't given up on the possibility and hope of getting Seung's attention. And the fact that she always focused on Hanyul annoyed him. He wasn't the only one who was a good boy she liked and trusted. The young man lowered his voice and turned his head to the window. He tried to reach her, tried to explain everything, but could not find the right words. While the boy continued to think about the rest of his sentence, Seung agreed that there was some truth to it. He looked at the girl, who left the room where Leon was lying after these words. On the same day, Haru, Taeyashik, and Hyunyul were walking together again on their way to school. The boy could not let go of the latest edition of the newspaper, which contained an article about his friend, who was gaining more and more popularity among people. While he was calmly reading, Haru suddenly took a fighting stance, as if she had seen an enemy in front of her, and Taeshik put down the newspaper and asked what was wrong with her. The girl was standing in front of an ordinary guy walking through the streets of the city, who saw her in front of him and abruptly stopped. But she stepped away, exhaling heavily. Ever since she learned that the Hwaryoung clan people had opened a hunt for Hyunyul, Haru had been nervous every time she saw someone who looked like a thug. Her friend agreed that the situation was escalating and that danger could be waiting for them anywhere, especially if this ST League became public. Now they had to decide what to do about the regional tournament that was about to start, which was really dangerous, even though Hanyul could easily beat anyone. Haru recalled the doctor's words. He warned that it would be very difficult for Hyunyul to maintain self-control during a fight. Judging by what she heard, it would take a lot of talent and skills to compete in the regional round, so it would be better not to take any risks and stay safe. The further he goes in the standings, the stronger and more fierce the competition will become. And as soon as he is injured, Hanyul will have to give up his regional championship title. The status of the first champion brings a lot of money, which explains the fierce competition, and that's why many people can't ignore the regional tournament. If Hanyul did go to the championship, he would have to knock out everyone he faced. While they were passing another store, they ran into a guy from their own school whom they had met before. The girl was standing in front of him, and he turned to Haru again, saying that he had called her, but she did not answer him. But Hanyul remembered exactly where they had left off last time and immediately took off his glasses, quietly telling him to get out of his sight if he wanted to live. He sneered and started calling the girl's friends losers, and he never thought that Haru would hang out with them. But the girl was comfortable with them, so she wasn't going to hang out with others. She liked strong guys, and Hanyul was just that, even though his appearance might suggest otherwise. He laughed as if she had just read his mind, so the guy suggested that they spend some fun time together. After these words, Hanyul could not stand it any longer and jumped forward to make him shut up. But I still couldn't hit it. Something happened at the last moment that prevented me from doing so. So the guy just collapsed on the ground in front of him and breathed heavily, kneeling and holding his stomach. His friends began to worry, thinking that his health condition had deteriorated again. This situation only made the high school student laugh, and he took Hanyul by the hair, mocking the loser and calling him garbage. Taeshik did not lose his cool and approached the boy, taking him under his arms to help him up. The friend gently pushed Hanyul away from the bully. Meanwhile, he continued his dialogue with the girl, hoping to lure her to him. However, she had a completely different opinion of this young man. Along with Taeshik, Haru got into a fighting stance and prepared to attack him. She wasn't going to let insults towards her friend slide, but he immediately covered his hands and said that he did not want any fight, especially since he was not in a position to swing hands with anyone. When Hanyul tried to stand up, Haru came up to him and sat down next to him, asking if he needed help. He really felt very bad. It happened instantly, and his heart felt like it was about to burst inside. The friend also came closer to the young man. He remembered what the doctor had said about the experience and where it could go, which is probably why he insisted that Kanyul should worry as little as possible. The girl calmed him down, saying that this bastard was not worth such nerves, especially since she could defend herself. Taeshik started talking about the tournament and everything related to it, and it was Kim Won-jae who was considered the most likely champion in the match. Nevertheless, they parted ways in good faith, and no one fought with anyone. And instead of going to school, the students went back to the doctor to check on Kanyul's health. The old man examined him and told him that this reaction was due to cardiac fatigue. Their tests showed that in a state of excitement, Hanyul's body produces extremely large amounts of adrenaline. Taeshik asked a little nervously if this could mean something worse for him. The doctor sitting at his desk explained that at this point there was no immediate tissue damage, but Kanyul would still feel severe pain inside. And the more often this happens, the worse the consequences for him will be. At the time, such problems were not at all urgent, because the championship was already at hand. And if Kanyul simply fell during the match, it would be the final end for his status. The doctor asked questions about this tournament and looked at the three of them closely, hoping that the guy was not going to participate in this tournament after such a diagnosis. After talking with the old man, the three friends returned to the gym, where the assistant coach was waiting for them. The first thing they asked him was whether it was possible to compete without being excited, and this put him in a stupor for a while. Hanyul still had some hope that this would still be possible, because he was desperate not to miss the match. He sighed, but in combat it was usually better to keep your cool and sober thinking, but you couldn't compete without getting angry. I had to come up with something that would allow Hanyul to keep his cool, but still be motivated to fight. And yet there was one way that could have been used. Later, the time for the tournament came, and they all went to the arena together. But Haru wanted to make sure that her friend would still be able to compete, because she wasn't sure that everything would go smoothly this time. Kanyul himself was not sure whether he would succeed in his plans. It would depend more on luck, as if he was throwing his lot in the wind, and it was unknown what would happen. But it wasn't a joke. Taeshik had already imagined the worst-case scenarios that could happen, right up to Hyun-yul's cardiac arrest, and his friend didn't even want to let him go to the arena. One of the organizers came up at a very bad time, interrupting the conversation, loudly asking if Kanyul was here, because he was about to leave, and the boy asked him to wait for a while. But my uncle reminded me that participants would be disqualified from the competition for not showing up on time. After these words, Kanyul seemed to be blown away and quickly ran after the old man so as not to miss his exit. All that was left was to hope for the best that Hanyul would come out of there alive and not fall at the feet of a competitor. Taeshik turned his head to the coach, who had to come up with a safe way for the boy to fight. The curly-haired man had given him some advice earlier, but he wasn't sure how much it would help. He had little experience in this area. But it was too late. The fight had already started, and there was nothing to stop it now. Both participants stepped onto the platform, and then Kanyul realized that he would be dealing with the same guy they had recently passed on their way. He was in a good mood. Now he could easily hit the man he hated so much and would not be punished for it. The young man was already waiting and wanted to start as soon as possible. But instead of starting a fight, Kanyul took off his glasses, putting them aside and walking up to his opponent, starting to whisper something in his ear. But again, the battle started very untimely, and a horn sounded to announce it. And of course, this was a green light for Hanyul's opponent to start hitting him, so he could only dodge the fists. If this little boy, who was a real trash in the eyes of his competitor, was too scared, then there were questions about his coming to the ring at all. Kanyul began to say something inarticulate, opening his face and looking him in the eye. But the second contestant's reaction was quick. Of course, he didn't react to these words, but instead did a small favor for Hanyul, going to finish with him as soon as possible. Taeshik was losing his mind as he stood outside the door and watched everything through the window. He had no idea what the coach had said to him, that Hanyul was now constantly whispering to his competitor instead of starting to fight normally. A few days before the tournament, the man advised the guy to learn a little more about his opponent, so that's probably what he's doing now. But the coach was not expecting what is happening on the platform now. When the nervous boy was already holding Hanyul's hair, the young man managed to say that he wanted to get to know him better. I received a clear answer to this. The competitor once again tried to hit me with the words that he was not interested in such an acquaintance. Despite his speed, Hanyul leaned down and missed. This guy had a height advantage, and being taller, he was able to grab Hanyul's arm and grab him by the back. It was now clear that Hanyul was using a boxing technique to deceive his opponent, but he managed to figure him out in a matter of minutes. He again attacked, saying that he hated boxers. Hanyul's eyes went dark when the boy kneed him in the stomach. He went on to talk about boxers, assuring me that he knew a lot about them. It may have been luck that accompanied him throughout the tournament, but he learned everything about boxing at the championship. He added that he had once studied it himself, but only until his father died while fighting in the ring. Kanyul tried to dodge again, but it was really hard. His opponent had more physical strength, and he did not let go of his hands so easily. In the end, he could not stand it, and his legs gave out, after which Kanyul began to fly down. Outside the door, his small support group was very worried. At this rate, the guy could have died. But the coach was closely watching the whole process of the fight, and it seemed to him that right now the guy realized how to proceed. His uncertainty and shyness were gone, and Kanyul stood up with that same smile on his face that meant one thing. His enemies were finished. But his competitor believed that by the time Kanyul started boxing, he was already dead, so he was sure that he would soon be done with him. The former coward seemed to let these words pass his ears. He only said that it was extremely funny and humiliating to see the son of a boxing champion turn out to be a worthless hooligan. The guy didn't say anything to that. Instead, he was thrown into the cold and started shivering. It overwhelmed him so much that he could barely get a few words out after a few seconds. Kanyul continued to touch on this painful topic for the boy and mentioned his father, who would hardly have liked who his son had become. He would have felt really ashamed if he were alive to see it all. Hanyul succeeded. He got him emotional. He could no longer keep his cool and was guided only by anger. The guy managed to dodge the attacker's fists and took a fighting stance. The only way you can control your own anger is to see your opponent in front of you, who is even angrier. He reached for Hanyul again, about to grab his neck with his hand. But because of his anger and unbalanced state, he failed and Kanyul hit him himself. All three of them, who were standing outside the door and were so worried about their friend, froze in their tracks when they saw what had just happened on the platform. But the battle was not over yet. They were both ready to tear each other apart, so the fight became more and more hellish. While the older man was speaking, Kanyul managed to run even closer and jump on him, kneeing him in the face so hard that blood began to drip onto the floor. This time, his opponent fell to the ground and rolled on the ground, almost tumbling. Haru and Taishik exclaimed with joy when the guy knocked his opponent down. And suddenly, Uncle Haru, who appeared out of nowhere, came into the room and he approached the others, looking through the observation window and said that now Hanyul was ready. But the girl didn't understand it. She didn't know what her uncle meant. He was talking about a fight he had promised to arrange, a fight with Kang Dae-chun. Soon it was over and Taishik picked up the phone. Everyone was discussing the tournament on the news, and he noticed that Hanyul's face was already on the screen, which was very dangerous, especially since they were only in the first league. But the journalists just wanted to reveal the winner's face, not even thinking about the terrible consequences that could follow. Haru suspected that this might happen, but she still hoped that the faces would be covered at least until the finale, and now everyone will know about Hanyul. His friend turned to the boy. Now he had to realize that he had become the most famous high school student in their country. But his mentor didn't think so. While they were sitting on the roof of the building, an uncle came up to them. Now the name of the national champion has been announced, which was also expected. The girl asked curiously who he was, and this answer amazed everyone. It was Kang Dae-chun himself. This information upset Hanyul, but he was also prepared for the fact that he would not meet his enemy in the first league. The boy thought about it and said that it would be better for him to find Kang Dae-chun himself, without waiting for them to face off in the championship. But the old man spoke up and told me, and I wouldn't have to look for it, there was good news, because the mentor knew where Chun was now. He also said that in any case, he would be able to arrange a match for them, as he promised. Haru didn't quite like the whole story. She wasn't sure that his plan was thought out to the very last detail, especially since he had recently brought a bunch of reporters here, which put Hanyul in even more danger. However, for my uncle, there was no problem at all. On the contrary, he thought it would be better, because Hanyul would become famous after that. But the girl reminded him of the Hwaryung clan, which had started hunting for Hyun-yul some time ago. And this could sooner or later bring him even more trouble. But the old man just threw up his hands and started making excuses that it wasn't his fault. After that, he gestured with his hand, saying that he had to go, because he was a very busy person, and the group of friends was now worried about what kind of trouble they would get into this time and what situations they would have to unravel. But my uncle looked back at them and assured them that they would not be in any trouble. He just wanted to make a star out of Kang Dae-chun. The three of them were numb and simultaneously exclaimed that they did not understand his motives at all. The girl knew that her uncle could be strange, but not to the point of doing something like that. After the master's words, a few days passed, and Kang Dae-chun really became a star, without whom no newscast could be complete. Of course, the majority of the population was very afraid of him and prayed when they went out to avoid meeting him in the dark corners of the city. At the same time, the popularity of Kang Dae-chun skyrocketed among hooligans, who admired him and dreamed of achieving the same success someday. Legends even began to spread about him, and he soon gained a lot of fans. Kang Dae-chun quickly became an idol for the entire gangster world. When Kang-yul once again left home in search of adventure, he ran into a gang of hooligans. They laughed when they recognized him. It was the same guy who hunted down the bandits. All of them were taller than the boy and already thought they would soon deal with him. The guy continued to be silent, and the bully came up to him and held his head, forcing him to say something, but he was a bully hunter, so let him start hunting. And soon his silence got to the bully, who decided that he had had enough of waiting and was going to attack. And as soon as he raised his hand, an uncle appeared behind him with several reporters who had already started taking pictures and videos. The man was already looking forward to seeing Kang Han-yul, and his uncle assured him that it would happen soon. They had to walk a few more meters along the only path that leads from his school to the gym. He exhaled, worried about his student. It would be better for him not to get into fights. Who knows who else will run into him and what they will want to do. In a few minutes, the uncle and the reporters were almost there, and he asked them to follow him. At that time, Kang-yul turned away from the bandits and covered his face, saying that they were most likely just mistaken and took him for someone else. But the bully knew perfectly well that he could not confuse him, and yet he once wanted to be famous, just like Kang Dae-chun. That's why he decided to start by beating him. And after that, Kang-yul stopped. The guy's body was covered with goosebumps, and he started shivering when he heard this name. The bully started laughing out loud when he saw Han-yul's reaction. But the guy was not confused. He threw off his glasses with a light movement, which fell under his feet and shattered. Returning to the image of a killer of hooligans, he quickly ran at him, hitting him hard in the face, demonstrating his agility. He fell down when he felt a lot of pain. Kang-yul broke his nose, and his whole face was covered with blood. The other two bandits looked at their friend in horror as he screamed and was unable to get to his feet. Kang-yul took him by the head and was ready to strike again, ordering him to repeat the name again, which made his blood run cold. When the boy remained silent to this order, Kang-yul hit him and repeated the nasty name louder to make him repeat it. While he was torturing this bandit, almost killing him, Kang-yul heard cameras clicking nearby. The journalists were standing behind him in awe and filming the whole fight. It was a real sensation, so they couldn't miss a single moment. His mentor realized at that moment that it was over. The journalists went on air, and one of them began to say that Kang Han-yul, who was known as a big outcast, had beaten a student from one of the city's schools. So according to all the rules, he should now be disqualified from the first league. Everything that his mentor had planned went down the drain in a flash, and what he had been working on for so long and with such responsibility was no longer worth anything. But suddenly someone's voice was heard thanking Kang-yul for saving him from the Yolandits who had allegedly attacked him. It was Tai-shik, who quickly came up with a plan to help his friend and knelt down and shed tears to make it look more realistic. Kang-yul himself did not understand anything at first, so he watched everything in silence. One of the bandits, hearing these slanders, immediately approached Tai-shik and took him by the shirt, starting to shout that they had not touched him with a finger. But the boy continued to beg for help and said that these hooligans had not calmed down yet. Later, the bandit let him go, moving away from the cameras, and Tai-shik calmly approached Han-yul and thanked him once again for his help. The journalist smiled with delight. He immediately made corrections, starting to tell us that it was the other way around and that Kang-yul had saved this poor boy from the hooligans. Tai-shik quickly walked past all the reporters and approached his uncle. In fact, he was surprised by this act of such a timid boy. Tai-shik bowed before him and asked him with a smile if he had done a good job as an actor. And it was really brilliant. The old man was ready to jump for joy when this kid saved his plan. They returned to their homes shortly afterward, and the next day the three of them gathered to discuss the past events that had come too close to failure. Tai Shik said that while Kunyul was beating the hooligans on the street, his uncle suddenly brought a bunch of reporters with him. And of course, he couldn't help but boast about saving him when everything was almost lost and hanging by a thread. Tai Shik proudly said that he didn't lose his cool this time and made his move to save his friend's fate. But Hera didn't care so much. She was glad that everything was okay, but she kept thinking about her uncle, who had been too active in recent days, but she had no idea what he was up to. Kanyo reminded the girl that when they first met, her uncle drank a lot and had no purpose in life. He was also curious why his mentor had changed so much in the meantime, and even opened a gym for Hanyul. They stood a little further away from Tae-shik and continued to talk about the whole situation. And as they were talking quietly, Uncle Haru came up to them and firmly stated that it was time for Hanyul to work. The girl sighed. She was no longer happy when he took such initiatives and asked in a monotone whether she would have to get out of any trouble this time. But the old man repeated his previous words with a smile on his face that it would not be long before the battle between Hanyul and Kang Dae-chun would take place. But then she couldn't hold back and screamed at him. He knew perfectly well that Hanyul would be easily disqualified for fighting outside the tournament, so one could only imagine what the Kang Han clan would do to him after such a disgrace. Tae-shik also joined the conversation and added that the plan almost came to an end yesterday, so it was better not to continue taking risks. And besides, the Kang Han clan will definitely not allow the two of them to just walk away quietly if they catch their representative in a street fight. But the man calmly replied that he had never said that the two of them would fight right on the streets of the city. He knew full well that Haru would not allow him to arrange an open-air match between the two. But the girl was not at all amused. She asked him seriously about his intentions for the match once again. Uncle and also Hanyul's mentor said that the government and Hyun Sung's group are not yet fully prepared to broadcast the competition, so before doing so, they will decide which match would be best to show to the public as a pilot test. But Kang Dae-cheon was the national champion, while Hanyul only recently won the status of regional champion, so there is no way they will be able to cross paths in the league. But the old man continued to stand his ground and smile wider and wider. He never mentioned the fact that these two sworn enemies were to meet in the league, and Hera was fed up with it and asked him to get to the point. It was quite simple. He just wanted to say that it would be possible to make this match fully official, even if it was not part of the first league. In his mind, it all came together in a single puzzle, while the children stood there in a stupor and looked at him as if he were inadequate. All that needs to be done is to make the audience want to watch such a match with their own eyes. If we manage to achieve this, the agency will be guaranteed an audience, so the match will definitely happen. It was also beneficial for the board to get positive feedback to the first league because they will definitely be on board with this event. It was all really well thought out, but it could have broken down at the very first stage. Haru didn't know how he was going to make the audience see this battle. However, everything was very easy here. Since both Hanyul and Kang Dae-chun are stars, all you have to do is submit an application and wait for it to be approved. They continued to discuss the whole plan in detail when suddenly someone's voice was heard from below, saying that Hanyul was going to challenge the champion, and they all went to the edge to see who it was. They were the same journalists, keeping up with them for a minute and filming everything that would attract the public's attention. And my uncle exclaimed joyfully that the great outcast, Kang Hanyul, was challenging the champion Kang Dae-chun himself. Their joy was indescribable. They had hit the jackpot, because this was the kind of news that was now of interest to the entire population of the city and even the country. So the reporters were going to broadcast this news to the public immediately. They needed to broadcast it as soon as possible before anyone else had time to challenge Kang Dae-chun. This plan of the Masters really worked. It was a good decision, because the agencies had a bit of a problem solving the issue of the fight between the two of them. Of course, the people were eager to see a duel between the great outcast and the idol of all hooligans. In the end, people got what they wanted. They saw the match. Everything was as his coach had promised, but there was something else. The results of this fight were important, not only for Hanyul himself. All the outcasts and poor souls who had been bullied at school came to the boy with tears in their eyes and begged him on their knees to win against Kang Dae-chun for their own sake and for the sake of all of them. A high school student burst into tears and thanked Hanyul, because it was thanks to him that he realized he was being bullied, not because he was too strange, but because of the problems in the minds of the bullies themselves who were doing it. When people like him looked at Hanyul, they got hope that someday they too could achieve something if they really wanted to. They began to realize that they were human beings, not rags. Hanyul inspired them. But the boy himself did not know how to accept compliments and praise. He only assured them that he was not such a person and tried to end the conversation as soon as possible. But he didn't even hear him over his own tears. The young man fell to his knees again and begged Kanyul to prove for them all once again that they were worth something, that they didn't deserve to be abused like this every day, and most importantly, that such people can achieve something in this world. Suddenly, Kanyul seemed to go back to his past when he heard these words. He remembered how he had come across his current mentor some time ago, how he begged him to take him as a disciple because he really wanted to destroy all these idiots. But he was too weak to do so. Recalling all this, the guy fell silent, and then quietly said that he could not teach this young man anything because he still considers himself a miserable insect. He still remained on his knees, hoping that Kanyul would change his mind. And soon a whole bunch of the same poor people gathered outside his gym, begging for this victory for the sake of all of them. The guy felt completely uncomfortable. He held his head and said awkwardly that he was not who they saw him as. These people did not care about such words. One of them even approached the high school student and grabbed his arm. It was an older man who looked very upset and asked Hanyul to help his son leave the room, believe in himself, and finally smile. The man continued to shake his hand and hope that he would succeed. But Hanyul took his hand away and took off his glasses. He felt that he should have apologized to them all long ago, because he had never been a decent person, especially since he had never considered himself special. Their last hope was dying, but Kanyul had something else for them. He knew for sure that these ungrateful hooligans would burn alive in hell. Soon a very heavy downpour began in the city, and it was raining like a bucket. Two men who had previously decided to hide from their boss because of an unfulfilled assignment were sitting in their not-so-comfortable hideout. The rain worsened their situation because now they could not stay here for long because they would be flooded with water. But it was also dangerous to go out into the world. The moment the boss caught them about to harm a member of their own clan, they automatically became a target for the Kang Han clan. But his colleagues suggested that he join the Hwaryong clan, as did their two former members. But now everything is different. If they want to switch sides, they will have to give up the entire district. And if they come empty-handed, it is not known what they will do with them. They knew perfectly well who was responsible for their imprisonment, who was to blame for the fact that they are now thinking about betraying their own feces. A man with long hair was sitting a little further away. He covered his face with his hands, thinking that it was the end. The situation seemed hopeless. But the other one did not lose hope. He took his phone out of his pocket and looked at the screen. The next moment, he laughed out loud and kept his eyes on the phone. His colleague watched him in surprise and cautiously asked what was wrong. It seems that their lives still have a chance to get better, and that this impasse is not the end. On his phone screen, an article about the fight between Hanyul and Kang Dae-chun was open. He stood up and was about to leave, but his companion had no idea what was going through his mind or what plan he had just come up with. And he was going to go to a meeting with the head of the Hwaryong clan. They had to walk in the pouring rain for a long time to get to the Hwaryong organization, but they did it anyway. As soon as these two entered the room, they fell to their knees in front of the head, bowing their heads down. A man in a hat, sitting on a throne, leaning on his cane, asked them questions, wanting to hear at least one good reason for them to join the clan. He said without looking up that the clan would have great wealth if they allowed him to join. Hearing the amount they were offering him, the head of the organization burst out laughing. He knew that these guys didn't have a cent on them, so he wondered how they were going to get such a pile of money. The answer was simple. He said the name Kang Hanyul, which should have been enough to get a large sum of money, and this answer attracted the boss's attention even more. The man continued, "Everyone knows how much money comes from all over the country for betting in the first league. It is very fascinating, and as far as he knew, the Hwaryong clan also invests a lot of money there. If given the chance, he was ready to make a promise that he would make sure that Kang Hanyul would definitely not get into the match, and the boss didn't even have to do anything, just sit and watch. To watch his favorite son confidently march to victory thanks to them. They vowed to bring Kang Dae-chun to victory in the match. And while the storm continued to roam the city, the coach announced that the match between Hanyul and Dae-chun would take place tomorrow, which caused a great deal of fright among everyone in the room because it was too soon. In fact, my uncle said that the battle would have taken place today if it had been up to him, but the rulers had set their own rules. Hyun-yul was sitting in shock and trying to digest all the information, and Haru couldn't understand why there was such a rush to get it done. It was not a personal whim. My uncle said that it was all the fault of the Hwaryong clan. In general, it was very difficult to even imagine how much money was invested in this fight. The Hwaryong clan is confident of winning, and that is why they are not afraid to take risks. You can bet that they invested all the money they had in this match. But it didn't seem that it was that simple. It sounded doubtful that they could let the guy go without asking questions after Hanyul's victory. But then another theory arose. If the Hwaryong clan loses, thereby losing all its savings, it will simply cease to exist. Especially since this clan has sworn enemies, the Kong-Khans. They will not just watch this happen, but will immediately get rid of their haters. But then Haru began to worry about another question. After all, there was also a possibility that Hyun-yul would lose the match and would hardly entail any negative consequences. Most likely, losing would have resulted in dire consequences not only for Hanyul himself, but also for his mentor. They both could have been killed after the failure. Har was not very pleased to hear this, but her uncle decided not to dwell on it, especially since he had finally received a call from the head of the TV show that was supposed to broadcast the boys' fight live. This was the first time she had heard of such a thing, and now she was even more confused by the old man's plans. The man picked up the phone and started answering the questions the organizer was asking him. He soon left the room, continuing to discuss the TV show. He was sure that if they collaborated, they would have incredible ratings. Haru still didn't understand anything and tried to get at least some information from Hyunol, thinking that he must know more. After that, without waiting for an answer, she asked the next question, because she could see that the guy was nervous. He was thinking about what happened recently when he beat up that bully. Then Kanyul couldn't control himself. He got carried away with the process and didn't think about anything else. But too many people, including the master, were affected by this story. The guy looked up. He said with confidence in his eyes that he could definitely win. It was a priority for him, for his own sake, and for the sake of Seong. He had to do it. Perhaps the only thing his friend could do for him was to encourage him and believe in victory. Even though they were only pretending to be a couple, Haru still felt very sorry for her boyfriend if he got hurt. After hearing these words, Hyun-yul was speechless, and his face began to turn red. She again broke the silence that had prevailed in the room and told him to try not to get hurt and to come back to her safe and sound. Although the guy confidently spoke of his victory to Haru, he was frank with himself and did not hide his doubts about his own victory. He was worried not for himself, but for Seung. He was afraid of causing her even more pain than he had already caused, and now Hyun-yul felt extremely lonely. But it would have been impossible to turn back the clock. Now he had to accept everything as it was and go through it with dignity, continuing to move forward. When he went outside and saw his sensei sitting on the stairs looking at him, he realized that he was not alone in this battle. The man fell asleep right there, and when Kanyul woke him up, he asked why he had been so sad since the morning. The uncle got to his feet and said with a light laugh that he hoped his student was ready for battle and that he had not yet wet his pants with fear. But it was far from that. Kanyul was aware of his responsibility in this match and was ready to tear everyone to pieces to win. Now he dreamed that the whole world would see the god of hooligans, beaten to death by a mere outcast. Hanyul was behaving very confidently, still wearing his glasses, and now Sensei realized that the time had come when his student would no longer need hypnosis. Now he was turning into a psycho, even with his glasses on. But when the man told him about it, the boy looked like he didn't understand. He just waved it off, saying that he meant something else entirely, that today Kanyul looked great in those glasses. Eventually, Kanyul asked his teacher a question, and the young man wondered why he, a complete stranger, had been helping him all this time. Kanyul had heard that before he met him, the man had been drinking all the time, and he didn't want to do anything, let alone take on a student. But now his current mentor was taking crazy risks to keep up with his student. My uncle exhaled, not that he wanted to talk about it, but he felt that this moment would come sooner or later. But the boy still did not understand what point his teacher was talking about. And instead of starting a conversation, my uncle quickly ran to the bathroom, telling him to wait for him here and not to run away. Kanyul stood there with mixed feelings and thoughts. not understanding why his mentor had such an attitude towards him and why he played such an important role in his life. Suddenly, the guy heard a scream not far from him, a girl loudly begging for help. Of course, he couldn't just let it go and took off running to help. When Kanyul came running to hear the cry, he saw a girl with eyes pleading for help, as well as several men who froze when they saw him. It was a crucial moment for the Hwaryong clan, and the men who wanted to join it had to know whether Hanyul would show up for the battle today if they wanted to live. But we didn't have to worry about that, because they had a good trap. But now to make their own plan a reality, they should go right now. However, before leaving the room, the men heard someone's voice and looked around. He was a member of the Hwaryong clan. He came into the room with a big smile and asked where they were going so early. They were not happy to have such a guest. He literally disrupted their plan. But the elder quickly sat them down and reminded them that when they were in the Kanghan clan, it was thanks to his kind soul that they had this status. And even if they managed to join the Hwaryong clan, they still remained under his leadership. The man had clear intentions of killing Kang Hanyul and watching him sing after he was defeated. But the boss had already taken care of that. The men thought they had tricks up their sleeves and began to scare him with what would happen if Hwaryong touched a member of another clan. However, he did not start talking about a representative. If they wanted to get to Kanyul, they had to kill someone else first. It would be impossible to catch this high school student in such a short period of time with the guy guarding him. But he shut him up. He could have dealt with anyone. So I thought the boss should have backed off right then. The ventilation made even more noise from the strong wind outside, and the man laughed. It really sounded like a mockery of him. The only way to stop this guy was to kill him, and there was no way the two of them could have done that. The wind was howling harder and harder, and the two of them were frightened by his words because, judging by them alone, this guy was a monster. Meanwhile, while Kanyul was taking care of his business, his uncle ran to the restroom. He breathed a sigh of relief when he had done his job. It was a truly heavenly feeling for him. But suddenly he heard a loud scream that startled him. The man did not understand why the girl was screaming in the area, and now had to decide whether to go help her or run to the match that was about to start. For a moment, a very strange thought occurred to him, and he tried to convince himself that this could not be real and that he was imagining it. But for some reason, his intuition told him otherwise. The man ran out of the restroom as fast as he could, shouting Kanyul's name loudly. But he didn't have time to do so because he immediately crashed into a man dressed in all black. And he definitely didn't come here to do his business. He was holding a big knife. Then Kanyul, who also heard the screams, looked around and immediately ran to the victim of the bandits to save her. He was also running as fast as he could, realizing that time was short before the match and he needed to help her get out. Kanyul saw the unfortunate girl pushed against the wall by several hooligans who silently turned their gaze to him. And there were only a few minutes left before the match started. Even Taya Shik and Haru had managed to get to their seats, but they didn't see Hyunyul anywhere. His friend was worried and panicked the most, as was his usual practice. Earlier, Hanyul had promised that he would be examined at the hospital before he started the fight. But now something very strange was happening. Neither he nor Uncle Haru were answering her calls, which confused the girl. The guy also began to suspect that something bad had happened. They simply could not allow this to happen. If Kanyul loses this fight, the consequences will be terrible and irreparable. It would be over for all of them. So his friends ran to find him. Meanwhile, my uncle saw more than one armed man approaching him. He was not frightened, but rather angry, and he grumbled that he did not have time for them, so they should leave in good faith. One of them immediately jumped forward, brandishing a knife and ordering him to shut up. However, they definitely did not expect the man to be well prepared, having a lot of experience behind him, so he quickly reacted to the attack and fought back with his hand. His uncle abruptly turned his arm to the side and slammed it against the stone wall with all his might, clenching his fist. Soon, the toilet door flew open, followed by all the other bandits who had come for his soul. Eventually, he managed to run out of the toilet, and now the main thing was to find Hanyul, because he was sure that it was all a trap. But while he was thinking which way to run, someone pushed him in the back, and he began to lose his balance. When he recovered, he saw the silhouette of a man in a black cloak approaching him with a knife, and then his mentor mentally apologized to Kanyul for not having time to do anything. The next moment, he was pierced on both sides by sharp knives. Haru and Taishik could not even suspect what was happening to them. The time until the tournament started was running out faster and faster, but it was not here yet. The girl had a bad feeling about it all. She felt very anxious. She immediately ran to the gym, thinking that something terrible could be happening there right now. Taishik tried to catch up, but he could barely manage it. They did make it to the bus stop, but the line was incredibly long, and it happened at the exact moment when they needed to get to the scene on time. Taishik was starting to worry, but he pulled himself together and tried to call a taxi. Haru kept pushing him, reminding him that they had very little time to do all this. And then the last hope was lost. They were now on the outskirts of the city, so the fastest the taxi could arrive was 10 minutes. There were so many people here at the wrong time, but she had already begun to wonder if there was any other way to get around them all. Suddenly, a black car approached them and stopped abruptly in front of them. It was Leon. He noticed Hera screaming loudly, and his car stopped next to her, so he decided to find out what was wrong with her. She said in a panic that Kanyul was still not there, and the battle was about to begin in a few minutes. He quickly opened the door and told them to get in the car immediately, and that was their only salvation. The situation had already been reported to the boss, but he didn't believe in it. However, Hyung-nim stood his ground. He was sure that someone had kidnapped Hyun-yul and that it was to prevent him from participating in the match. The boss reasoned that in his opinion, Hwa-ryung was not the kind of person who would do such a thing, but then the question still remained, who is behind this? And then he realized that it could be the two traitors themselves, number two, who had been acting strangely in their last few days, and Hyung-nim also confirmed this theory. He ordered all their people to gather immediately. They urgently needed to throw all their strength into finding Kanyul. If they could, then soon everyone would die. One of the people who had participated in the mission with Hanyul had already come to the organization and reported to the head about all their actions, and the head was interested in the man who had defended Hanyul and who needed to be disposed of. The man in the black cloak replied that the best of the best had been sent there to handle this task accurately, and they should receive reports from them on their work very soon. And the former number two had to deal with the representative of the Kangkon clan himself, so they would have solved all their problems, but their hands would have remained clean. The head ordered that, as soon as the results of the match were published for the people, they would find the little weakling, Kaln Kangkon, as well as all their enemies. They all had to die. The ward said that almost everything was ready and they would soon start fulfilling other orders. Meanwhile, they had already taken the guy to an abandoned building where all the windows were broken and no living sound was heard except for the wind. There were video surveillance cameras in the room where he was sitting. Kanyul was sitting alone in a large and spacious room, tied to a chair by his hands and feet. Kanyul began to creak softly when he came to and realized where he was. He did not believe until the last moment that this could have happened to him right before the match with Gang Dae-chun. He blamed himself again, remembering these guys and the victim. He realized that it was all a miserable trap. He shouted very loudly for these bastards to let him out of here immediately. But in this remote place, no one would have heard his cry and helped him. Meanwhile, Leon and her two friends Hanyul had already gone to the gym, but they were moving very slowly because they were stuck in traffic. Today, the traffic was indeed incredibly terrible, which made it impossible for them to get to the right place quickly. Leon looked at the driver of the car and asked hopefully if they could speed up at least a little. But the man replied that in this situation, it would take at least an hour to get everything together, and they were powerless in this case. Then the guy took his phone and was going to call his assistant, but it was not known whether he could send someone. Leon called the assistant. As soon as he picked up the phone, the guy shouted out to send someone to the gym immediately. It was urgent. Taishik held his head and was very upset. He was already thinking that all this was pointless and would not work. After all, the match had already started, but the arena was not there at all. Even though the guy was in an almost hopeless situation, he did not want to give up. He did not believe that everything could end like this. Hanyul had been working towards this goal for so long, but it all came to an end in just a few minutes. All his hopes for revenge on Gang Dae-chun were already in vain. He remembered the master and mentally apologized to him for once asking him to take him as a student, thus pushing him towards dangerous enemies. But when he had already said goodbye to his dreams, he suddenly felt something very strange. The knots began to untie themselves and the ropes fell from his limbs. Since he could not see anything, he only silently hoped that it was for the best and not another trap. When it was completely unraveled, the guy got to his feet, and now everything he had thought up earlier made no sense. Kanyul took off the blindfold and saw daylight through the window. He came closer to examine the area and understand at least the approximate location. But when he looked out, he could hardly make out anything, because the place was far from the city, somewhere closer to the mountains, where there was absolutely nothing. Kunyul did not understand where he was and how to get out of here. But when he was looking around the territory, he heard someone's voice calling his name from the distance of the forgotten corridors. The boy grabbed his head, trying to remember all the past events. The last thing he remembered was the moment when he ran to the bandits to save the girl and remembered his uncle, who was most likely captured by the thugs of the Hwaryung clan. Now he had lost faith in everything. While Taishik was panicking and the others in the car were trying to find some way out of the situation, Haru picked up the phone and saw something very strange. The match between Hanyul and Gangdaechun was being broadcast right now on all screens across the country. Taishik grabbed for his phone, not understanding how they could broadcast the fight without a competitor. Something completely unhealthy was happening now. Taishik tried to make something out of it all, and what he saw on the screen and Hanyul himself confused them all even more. Nothing was clear now. The arena was not where the fight was supposed to take place. It was an abandoned school where there was not a single living soul except for these two. The organizers who were behind it all and watched the match were happy because their ratings were simply off the charts. They started covering the air with a dark revenge match of the kidnapped fighter, and it was a brilliant idea for a reality show because it was the perfect way to show how important this fight was to Kunyul. He was sure that everyone who was watching them now was cheering him on to victory. The man was just incredibly happy. He thanked them for allowing him to turn his idea into reality and kidnap him, which completely revitalized the show. But instead, the other end of the call simply did not answer, and he thought that the person had simply hung up. But my uncle tried to say at least something. He sat under the wall covered with his own blood and mumbled something with his last strength. He could barely breathe due to the large loss of blood. The man was already sitting in silence. Although he was attacked by a bunch of bandits, he managed to kill them all, and now their bodies were lying on top of each other on the floor. The man felt that he might soon join them, because with every breath his strength was leaving his body. He coughed up his own blood when he tried to breathe again. Each time he found it more and more difficult. When he closed his eyes, memories of Kunyul and the last question he managed to ask flashed through his mind. But only now he answered this question in his mind, not to him. The man knew that in this meeting Hanyula had sent him, the last chance. His son used to be bullied to the point of suicide, but he didn't notice it because he was so busy with his work. So all he did for him was cook for him so he wouldn't starve to death. After the tragedy, he started drinking and forgot the meaning of life. But Kanyul became the chance for him to make amends with his son, even though he will never thank him. It was all he could do because he thought about the kid's well-being when it was too late. But now he had no chance for anything. Falling to the ground in a pool of blood, the man had already lost his grasp of reality. He had done his best, giving all his knowledge to Hanyul, and now he could safely trust him, so he knew that he would see their joint plan through to completion. Meanwhile, TV screens continued to broadcast the fight between Hanyul and Daechun. The idol of the criminals was in a great mood when he beat this loser, but he didn't understand the point of broadcasting a match with such garbage at all. They clasped hands and looked at each other with the look of a murderer. Of course, he was sure that Kanyul would be afraid, because the thought of meeting him in an abandoned school would keep him awake at night. But despite everything, the boy stubbornly kept on his feet and did not give up. He admitted that he was really scared, that he was trembling then. But at the thought of losing his chance to kill him and wipe him off the face of the earth forever, Kanyul pushed off the ground and flew up. So I kicked him hard in the face and his nose started bleeding. Daechun flew in the opposite direction from his competitor and hit the chairs in the classroom. Meanwhile, Kanyul pushed off the chair and launched another attack. It seems that now he was as angry as ever. His desire to end the life of this bastard was greater than any other. But when he stepped closer to Daechun, something began to disturb him again. This gave his competitor the opportunity to attack first this time, and do so by surprise. He slapped him hard and tried to grab his arm to prevent his opponent from running away. Daechun managed to detain him and took Hanyul by the shirt collar. The bully considered people like Kanyul to be those who should serve the stronger ones, like dogs. After these words, he threw him into the ground with all his strength, after which the blood again splashed on the walls of the office. Daechun didn't see it as his fault. He hated such losers. But people like Hyun-yul were born to be such trash in the world. He has seen weaker people who could not defend themselves against him because of their physical strength. And every time he noticed one nearby, he instinctively wanted to trample these miserable creatures underfoot. It was not the bully's fault that they bullied them. It was the loser's fault for being who they are. He recalled his past victims and shouted loudly that they were all failures who deserved only to die at the hands of the stronger. He firmly stated that it was not about him or the bandits torturing their own victims. They have only themselves to blame for their terrible situation in life. After his long speech, he threw the chair he had under his arm at the camera so that it would not film anything unnecessary. Dae-chung picked up a stick that was left over from other broken things in the room. With it, he stood in front of Hanyul, saying the last sentence before killing him and winning the match. The bully raised a stick over the head of the unfortunate Kanyul and said that only the one who gave birth to him was to blame for what he was going through, that only his parents and his own ridiculous desires and dreams could be blamed. Finally, he was going to hit him and put an end to this feud, but he was suddenly distracted by something and stopped for a brief moment. A moment which was enough time for Hanyul to get to his feet and hit his opponent, knocking the stick out of his hands. The boy was too angry, and these words that Kang Dae-chun had just said to him made him even more nervous and allowed all his anger to be released. He pushed it harder and harder, remembering those who asked him to win this victory for them all and show them that they did not deserve all this abuse from the bullies. They suffered only because there was no one who would weed out such sociopathic hooligans as Dae-chung from the normal mass of humanity. The organizers immediately noticed that the camera was now broken and no one else would be able to watch everything that was happening, and their ratings would immediately drop. In the beginning, they planned everything so that the fight would take place in the hall, so they installed all the cameras there and hung one in the classroom to show the story of Kanyul's abduction. It was the only one, and now it's broken. Their boss was just incredibly angry, with ratings falling right before his eyes and all the money he could have earned lost. So they had to come up with something urgently. They were both in a small van parked behind an abandoned school, so the man ordered him to take the camera and get out. In the end, he ran out of the bus and ran to the classroom where the most interesting things were happening, clutching the camera in his hands. Very soon, the man was on the spot and prepared to start broadcasting right away. But when he entered the very hell where these two were fighting, all his desire and motivation to stand there with the camera immediately disappeared. Someone flew right in front of him and crashed into the wall, almost hitting the expensive lens. One of the participants was on his knees and trying to move away, ignoring the intense pain in his body. Hanyul stubbornly believed that right now was the moment when he would kill him, and his desire was so strong that in the rush of euphoria he did not even notice that the cameraman was standing on the side. He will be the person who will kill all these bastards who used to abuse the defenseless and weaker than themselves. But then darkness began to reign in his eyes. He stopped at once and flew to the ground. Kneeling among the broken chairs, the guy put his hand on his chest. The cameraman was silently watching everything and didn't miss a single moment of their fight. But the fact that Hanyul collapsed in the middle of the room confused him. When he lifted up his jacket, he saw a large blood stain, and the wound hurt like crazy. But he couldn't remember when it happened to him, because he didn't feel it at all at the time of the injury. Kang Dae-chun smiled with satisfaction. It didn't matter how hard such losers tried, or how much they got off their knees, because such people would continue to be trash in the eyes of the powerful gangsters. They were all just losers. Dae-chun jumped up to him, almost standing on Hyun-yul's arm, and then he sharply hit him with a hard shoe right in the recent wound, which caused a huge amount of pain. The bully did not stop beating him with all his might. He wanted to wait until the boy's body was in so much pain that he simply could not stand it and would die in agony. Here the operator was already getting angry himself. This was not part of their plans, and he said that they should immediately call the security service to stop this outrage. But the man was categorically against it. He ordered him to stand there and film everything. The fight was to continue no matter what. Back when he was discussing all the details with his mentor, Hanyul, he was very interested in one point that he did not dare to ask for a long time, but he finally spoke up. He didn't understand why they wanted to collaborate with a dying show like theirs, because there was no reason to do so. They had the support of the Hyung Sung group. Then the teacher said seriously that he hadn't chosen them because of the show itself, to which the man asked for a more detailed explanation. He needed someone who would allow the fight to continue to the end, regardless of the consequences, which is why he wanted to cooperate with them. Because the leader of their group was a father who became an object of bullying. Then he heard a clear phrase from the man, where he assured that they would never stop the fight, even if Kanyul was beaten to a pulp. All he asked was that they be allowed to fight to the very end, until only one of them survived. So the man ordered the cameraman to continue filming. He was ready to take full responsibility for the consequences, but the fight had to go on. Everything was fine, but only until they saw the cameraman, who would have been happy to get out of here long ago. Kanyo was lying on the floor and his body was convulsing more and more often, but despite the pain, he was ready to fight to the end. So he immediately grabbed a chair in his hands. He immediately flew at Kang Dae-chun's head, but he covered his face in time. While this was happening, the guy literally had a moment to get up and continue the attack, but his consciousness had already begun to leave him. Perhaps it was time to end it forever, even with his last breath. But the bully would never give the victory to the loser. Kang Dae-chun took his opponent by the shoulder and pulled him closer. He lifted Hanyo with one hand above him to show his strength. He slammed him hard against the wall and added that such a fate awaits anyone who wants to become his enemy. Meanwhile, Leon, Haru, and Tae-shik finally arrived at the gym, and they all ran to the building with An on crutches, the girl having a hunch that something was wrong, so she wanted to find her uncle as soon as possible. And when they entered the room, everyone was stunned. All the walls and the floor were covered with blood, and now they were sure that something terrible had happened. Haru put her hand over her mouth, imagining the worst-case scenario that could happen. These traces of blood led them to the back of the building, where the restroom was located. Of course, Leon was the last one to walk with his crutches and kept asking the two of them, and he was also worried about his teacher. But when Haru and Tae-shik got to the next pool of blood, they saw nothing else there. The girl began to shake. She was almost crying. Her uncle was the closest person to her, and she completely refused to believe that he would no longer be around. Meanwhile, Tae-shik followed the trail of red liquid and noticed that someone was trying to climb over the wall. The two of them ran up there hopefully. However, there was nothing there but another trace of blood. At that moment, the girl fell to her knees. Her pain was indescribable. Someone snuck in here and took her uncle, and most likely they came too late. Tae-shik tried to console Haru and mentioned all the possible places where the elder could be. He ran back and hoped to find the man. The girl stayed where she was. When he just ran around the corner, the guy screamed loudly and ran back to the windows of the building. Haru came to this cry, but the guy had already fallen to the ground and was crawling away. There were a lot of bones lying there, covered with blood. The girl came closer to the window, unable to say a word. Tae-shik adjusted his glasses and asked if she knew what could be going on here. However, Leon, who finally got to them, showed them the screen of his phone, where the fight was being broadcast and they were in big trouble. On the camera, it looked like Kang Dae-chun was about to kill Hyun-yo. Indeed, the guy knew no pity, and no one was giving him a stop, so he had every right to do whatever he wanted to his competitor and make him look like a loser to all the people. He wanted to demonstrate what he would do to his victims, who will want to resist him. Hanyo began to fall to the floor, but Kang Dae-chun had only accelerated and was now about to throw all his jin at the boy. With all his strength, he punched him in the face, pushing him even harder into the floor. At that moment, everyone froze at the screens, and the operator tried not to make a sound. The bully began to like the show more and more. He didn't care if anyone wanted to stop him, and he didn't care how many convictions he would get. He knew that no one could stop him. He looked again at Hanyo's body, which was no longer moving on the ground. Dae-chun first wanted to leave something that would be a sign that Hyun-yo had gotten involved with the wrong gangster. The operator tried again to reach the main man. The whole situation was getting worse by the minute, and it couldn't be left like that. The man didn't know what to do anymore, and on the one hand, he had an agreement that no one would stop the fight, but they couldn't show the world the bully who won. Suddenly, the cameraman, who was in the hellish room, screamed very loudly. Dae-chun recalled that Hanyo had once broken his friend's leg, so now it was time to take revenge. The bully promised to personally make sure that he did not use his arm anymore, and after that, he was going to break his bones. When Dae-chun abruptly stood on the boy's limb, he screamed out loud from the incredibly painful sensations. The king of bandits sat down next to him, repeating his words that Kanyul would always look pathetic. No matter what he did or how hard he tried, he was born that way, and that was his fate. The guy took him by the shirt while Hyun-yo was screaming in pain. Dae-chun knew how this situation would end for him. He just needed to apologize, and after the victory, everyone would line up to shake hands. And this story will not change, even if he breaks his arm in front of the whole world. Kanyul, who was breathing heavily, tried to speak, but he could not finish even one word. Dae-chun approached him, once again calling him trash, and asked him what he had said. At this, the guy shouted that he had only one hand to finish the fight with him and win. But his weak and badly damaged body did not allow him to get up. and the thought crept into his mind that this would be the end of him. The show's organizer stood up from his chair. He didn't know what to do anymore. From the very beginning, it was impossible to bring the fight to an end and show the murder on the screens. But he was gnawed by doubts because of the words of the customer, who demanded that the rivals not be stopped. The man was so worried about the possible consequences, he blamed himself for allowing it to come to this. With tears in his eyes, he powerlessly said that the struggle was over at this stage. The operator accepted his order, but still continued to look at the competitors at the other end of the office. He looked at the two men standing behind him. The cameraman sighed heavily. Now it was time for the last words for the broadcast. He looked down, realizing everything that had happened. But he let them down again when he heard a sound from Kanyol. The boy was still alive and trying to speak. He quickly put his hand forward, blocking the way for the two men, and told them to wait. He went on to say that one healthy hand would be enough for him to win. Daechun was amused by this, and he watched him suffer for a while longer. But he jumped away from him when Kanyol screamed again. After that, the younger man hit Daechun with his uninjured hand until it bled. This made the guy fall backwards. Closing his eyes, he lost his balance, and Hanyul finally had the opportunity to get to his feet. Leon, who was watching the fight with others, shouted with joy that Hanyul succeeded because of the exercises he had been doing every time he went to the gym. But Tae-shik was still anxious, looking at his friend's phone. Leon said with satisfaction that Hanyul had learned all this from their master. There was a certain technique for breaking bones. You had to find the weakest part of a person's body and hit it with all your might. The fight continued, even though the guy was in great pain all over his body. Without leaning on his injured arm, he got up from the floor and rushed at his opponent, Dae-chung. After the attack, the perpetrator was lying on the floor motionless and barely breathing, and Kanyul took hold of his injured limb and stood over him. He reminded Daechun of his own words that he wanted to leave Hanyul with something permanent, something that would be a lifelong sign. But now they have switched roles, and he will keep the mark, which will remind him of this battle for the rest of his life. After saying these words, Kanyul jumped as hard as he could on his competitor's knees to break his legs. The guy had completely lost his mind. He started stomping on his feet and mocking him for not even coming close to completing his plan, which he had so proudly announced. Daechun was in a terrible state, so much so that he was already begging the guy to stop doing it. Hanyul laughed that the king of bullies himself was begging him to stop, amused that someone who was an idol to so many people was begging for some poor high school student who was bullied and called trash by everyone. But then he calmly told him to keep begging. He begged for it from all those who suffered at his bloody hands. Being completely innocent, begged for it from the people whose lives he had broken. And to all these words, Hanyul added that he should immediately apologize to his friends. Seung-kyung watched it all from the hospital room, where there was a TV. Daechun in turn denied everything the boy said, and he did not want to admit his guilt to these people. The hooligan started shouting at the cameraman standing in the doorway. He ordered him to immediately stop this inadequate person who was going to kill him. The man looked around, but the two were nowhere to be found. They had simply run away and he was left alone. Daechun kept writhing in agony from the pain, and now he was ready to ask for help from anyone because he wanted to live. And while the cameraman did not force him to move further, Kanyul continued to beat him all over his body, hoping to beat him to death. Then I heard another scream, but something unusual from Daechun. He was lying still and begging for forgiveness. He was apologizing to him and to those he had broken. Those who were in front of the screens immediately became quiet for a few seconds listening to these words. Kanyul stopped beating him for a moment and looked up, and then he started crying. The hooligan continued to apologize to Hanyul without opening his eyes. But the guy stepped closer to him again and started talking. It was too late for all these apologies and repentance. Nothing would have helped him. Everything he once did to all those innocent people could not come close to a mere apology. He had to be punished, severely punished for everything he did. Daechun did not stop calling himself garbage and a miserable creature. The guy should have known this feeling himself, and the only way to get rid of these feelings is to take away those who are worse than himself. But this time Kanyul answered calmly, it was not like that at all. After all, no one gave these hooligans the right to choose whom they want to beat and deprive of a chance for a normal life. Daechun continued to shout loudly, begging him to have mercy on him and stop. Later, the whole nightmare ended. An ambulance arrived at the abandoned school and took both boys with them, treating their wounds. When they arrived at the hospital, Kanyul got out of the car. While he was lost in his own thoughts about everything that had just happened, he heard someone call out his name. Before he even had time to look back, Haru threw herself at the guy, wrapping him in her arms. She was not going to let go of him, and Kanyol stood there in surprise, unable to touch her with his finger, and they were silent for a while. But nevertheless, the boy broke the silence and asked his friend what had happened. The girl could hardly hold back her tears, hugging him tightly. She told him that her uncle had disappeared, and this news stunned the boy. As here, Taishik suddenly ran out of the hospital and called them both over. His uncle was lying in one of the wards of Hyungsung Hospital right now. The guy was very scared himself because he didn't know what had happened to the master and what his condition was now. Now the three of them ran as fast as they could up the building's stairs, and when they reached the right room, Taishik pointed to it and said that the man should be here. They looked inside the office, and the girl was most afraid because she didn't know what to expect to see. In the ward there was a bed near the window, and a person was lying there, covered from head to toe with a white cloth. Unable to contain all the feelings inside her, the girl fell to the ground with her hand over her mouth to keep from screaming out loud. But the nurse sitting at the table not far from them exhaled a sigh of relief, saying that she was getting a little tired of the patient because he was breaking the rules. She went to her husband's bedside and once again emphasized that he should not be engaged in any kind of exercise. And this was not the first time she had made such a remark. And then Lee Haru's uncle's hand appeared from under the white cloth, at which point the girl's heart stopped and she forgot how to breathe. Her uncle was very exhausted and bandaged, but still alive, which was the most important thing. He barely smiled as he peeked out from under the blanket. The girl rushed to him with hugs, and her joy knew no bounds. He laughed slightly when he saw his niece, but Haru immediately pulled away from him, thinking that she might have hurt him when she hugged him so abruptly. She asked him how he was feeling. Taishik exclaimed in fright, remembering that the whole gym was covered in blood when they got back there. It was strange to hear that he was okay after that. Hyunol felt happy to find him not only with himself, but also with a sense of humor. My uncle smiled again and turned his head to Haru. He was certainly happy to see her, but if the girl continued to squeeze his hand as hard as she did, he would definitely not feel better. The girl took her hand away and breathed out a sigh of relief, but she was still worried about how it had happened. The master would probably not have survived if the gangsters had been the first to find him, and not the girl's friends. But Haru had no idea what kind of friends he was talking about. He only replied that they were probably on the roof now, which surprised them all even more. He looked at her for a while, and then asked why she was still here, and not with them. He looked at Hanyul. He should have said hello to them as well. Of course, Hanyul already knew exactly who we were talking about, and while he was climbing the stairs to the roof with a broken arm, he was thinking about how to talk to Shung. Then she came out of hiding only because she completely trusted Hanyul. But the girl was hurt again, and again because of his fault. When the boy came to the door, he stopped to think about what he could do to correct his past mistakes. He could not decide to open the door for some time. Hanyul knew that he was the only one left, and he had to do everything to regain the trust that had been between them all along. And suddenly he remembered one important thing that both cheered him up and made him sad. Hanyul wasn't the only one who was able to win the girl's trust after everything that happened. Leon tried hard to find a way to befriend her and succeeded. He lowered his head and doubted whether they should see each other at all now. And just as he was about to push the door handle to leave, he heard Shung Kyung put him down. She had heard all the apologies on TV, and Kanyul had done what he had promised and given her the opportunity to trust himself. For her, Dai Chun's apology was very important. She wanted him to feel what it was like to be a victim of abuse. Sejong sincerely thanked Hanyul for all of this, and finally added that he no longer needed to take care of her. Despite the fact that he had been thinking about this moment for so long, when they would see each other again, right now he was unable to turn to her and look into her eyes. Yunyul was already standing at the open door, but Sejong stopped him with her words. He didn't even need to apologize to her. She was only alive because he had saved her from the water a few years ago when she wanted to end it all. And Sejong really appreciated such a sincere and open friendship, and tears rolled down her face at this point. It was Kanyul who made her live life and look at the world anew with a desire to live on. The guy barely uttered a word of gratitude, but still did not turn his face to her, which was covered with salty tears. These words of Sejong's were the most important to him. He took risks for them and proved that he really cared about their relationship. In the end, they broke up, but they never managed to have a normal conversation, and Kanyul even started telling them that he was going to leave them again because of some business. Everything else seemed to work out, and the master was even able to persuade the Kanghan clan to cancel their agreement with Hanyul to win the match against the Hwaryong clan. Haru calmly listened to Taeshik's words, but she had suspicions that all this strange behavior was because of his mother. Hanyul always considered himself to be responsible for his mother's death, and Haru knew it. The boy also mentioned that he had heard something similar from Sejong, but he did not know the details. Perhaps after this incident, Kanyul decided that he was bringing only trouble to the lives of his loved ones. So in this situation with his friend and mentor, he also saw only his own fault. Now that everything is back to normal and the danger has significantly decreased, Hyunyul decided to stay away from the people who matter to him, so as not to bring bad luck here again, and Taeshik gently asked Haru what happened to his friend's mother. The girl was silent for a moment and looked away, a story Se-young had once told her. Told about the day when the boy's mother left her family and lost custody of her son. Kanyul was crying a lot that day, and when his mother was already at the gate with her packed things, he begged to take him to the amusement park, asking to do it for the last time. The woman couldn't help but listen to him and responded to the request. She loved her son very much, and this was an opportunity to spend some more time with him. But because of the tears and hysteria, she couldn't see properly while driving. It was then that the terrible incident happened. A truck collided with a car on a curve, and that day Kanyul survived only because his mother covered him with her own body, and he was almost not injured. It was indeed very scary for Taeshik, who listened to the whole story with horror. As soon as they finished the story while standing in the hallway, Kanyul approached them. It was clear that he was nervous and exhausted, but he wanted to say goodbye to his friends, with whom he had become very close during this difficult period. Haru asked him again if he really wanted to leave them, which was the last thing she wanted. She tried to convey to him that all these troubles were not because of him, that thanks to his courage, Sejong and Uncle Haru are not in their graves now, but still live with a smile on their faces. And she smiled because of him too. The girl realized that most likely Hanyul had already made up his mind what he wanted to do next, but still tried to convince him. He stepped closer and said that there were reasons for all this. He finally managed to find the courage to go to his mother. He had never visited her before because he was too busy. He tortured himself and blamed himself for the fact that his mother was no longer around, and this feeling was very unpleasant, very painful. But now he realized that it was all about finding an easier way for himself. He didn't care what everyone else felt. He just thought that if he lived such a bad life, he would be able to compensate for everything that happened to his mother. Only now Kanyul realized that he shouldn't have run away like that. No matter how much he wanted to end all this suffering, when he was younger he didn't notice the pain he was causing people who cared about him. That's why he came to the conclusion that he would now start living his life and taking care of the people he loves and values. Kanyul smiled awkwardly again and said that first he wanted to return to his home, where they lived with his mother, to clean her grave and catch up on everything he had missed. When Haru heard this, she had hoped that Hanyul was not leaving for good. He didn't say anything to that, just handed her a piece of paper, and she looked at the text and asked what it meant. The note contained the address where he used to live with his mother. Hanyul asked Haru if she would like to say hello to her sometime. The girl reacted positively to this and said that she would definitely come to her someday. Taeshik, who had been standing silently on the sidelines, listening to their dialogue all this time, could not stand it any longer and exclaimed that he did not understand what was going on between the two of them if Haru was going to visit his mother's grave. Kanyul began to make excuses and shout that everything was not as he had imagined, and his friend began to laugh out loud because the guy really looked funny when he tried to make something up. Kanyul realized that there was no point in coming up with something, especially since the master, who was now in a wheelchair, had arrived, but was as stubborn as before, reminding him that his student could not just leave whenever he wanted to until he personally gave permission. At the beginning of his studies, Kanyul signed a slavery contract with him, so the guy at least has to teach all these children whom he brought here himself. But I had no idea what kind of children Master Kanyul was talking about. He opened the door in front of which all the outcasts of the country gathered to have the idol teach them. So since it was his fault, the master told him to deal with this sea of people himself. Hanyul, seeing all this crowd, began to beg the master to take pity on him. But the man was not going to give in. He smilingly said that in addition to his studies, 80% of his earnings should go to him. Haru again took hold of her head, hearing all these conditions, and Taishik did not stop admiring this man. Gang Lian's passed. At Machen High School, bullies regularly bullied weaker students and fought each other, and teachers and the principal did little to prevent this. Two boys who were passing by the school in the rain heard screams coming from the school premises, and one of them began to resent the terrible management of the school. The other just wanted to pass by as quickly as possible so that they would not accidentally get hit. He quietly said in his friend's ear that this school had the most troubled students from all over the country, and they were not much different from ordinary gangsters. They were unlucky enough to stop near the door, where the hooligans saw them. The two of them ran away in the moment, while Leon stood next to the car and held an umbrella over his head. He would calmly stare at his notebook and reread what was written there. It turned out that he was in the right place. His new school was located here. Inside, someone was being beaten again, and the unfortunate man was begging them to finally stop and feel sorry for him. A crimson guy was standing by the window, and next to his feet was a school student who was covering his head with his hands and begging him to stop beating him so hard. The bully was fed up with the fact that the kid kept asking for pity like an annoying parrot. He was angry with him because of an unfulfilled promise, after which he gave him a chance to improve. But he failed again, and this time the gangster decided not to be so lenient with the boy. When he was about to hit him with the chair he had in his hand, Leon entered the room. Seeing this scene, he immediately knocked the chair out of the giant's hands, and the boy screamed even louder. It was an unexpected event for the whole class, and every student looked back at the stranger with a wide-eyed look. He picked up a stick that had fallen under his feet and was ready to beat the new guest who had just appeared unexpectedly. The giant clenched his hand into a fist and said with a supercilious smile that Leon could not scare him. He instantly rushed at Anna, pinning him to the floor and wanting to show him where he belonged, and was about to hit the boy. He even found it funny that someone decided to play with him, despite his poor physical fitness. Leon only smiled silently, having already received several scratches on his face, and quickly grabbed the bully's hand with his own. After that, the guy pushed off the floor and hit his opponent's face with his foot, and of course, he started to fall. The student grabbed his nose, which was already bleeding, and looked angrily at Leon, who had come out of nowhere and ruined all his plans. However, he still knew he would win the fight because he had never been defeated before, so the giant pulled out a sharp knife and was ready to strike again. Leon spoke to him for the first time and behaved very calmly, which further unbalanced one of the most violent students of Machen's school. The fact that his attacker had a knife in his hand would have played into his hands in front of the police, because now everything Leon does will be considered necessary self-defense. Such reflections did not suit the creature, and with a weapon in hand, it ran at the boy, who still remained calm and stood silently in place. As soon as his enemy approached the right distance, Leon dodged a sharp knife. After this action, the bully was not in the best position at all. His hand was held tightly by Leon, and now he had to try very hard to at least somehow hurt his hater. Leon didn't listen to him, but said his own thing. And now, every time this idiot pulls out a knife with the idea of attacking someone, he will remember the pain of hell. After these words, Leon twisted his arm with all his might in the other direction, and a very loud scream was heard from the school. After that, the guy pushed him again in the chest, and the bandit fell down with a broken and completely dislocated arm. With a loud roar, the giant crashed to the floor and continued to scream, his arm hurting badly. Leon boldly approached him and put his foot on the chest of this thug, who looked more like a trash, asking him to stop because he hadn't done anything to him. This hooligan began to threaten him, involving his father, who was supposedly an important person here, and the consequences for the boy might not be very happy. However, Leon was completely indifferent to both his father's words and his father's actions. The boy still behaved calmly and confidently. He didn't expect such courage, because he was used to everyone being afraid of him, and even afraid to make a peep at him. And here was someone so brazen who dared to hurt him, and Anne wasn't going to stop there. He stepped on the bastard's shoulder with all his might. The boy straightened his tie on his shirt and didn't even look him in the eye anymore, and didn't care about his father. After all, he could not be richer than Leon. The guy took a notebook out of his pocket and a pen and began to run his eyes over the lines, and crossed another name off his list. The next day he was already at home, but his grandfather found out about his recent antics and was not happy about them. He was very angry that nothing affected him. His grandfather even turned a blind eye to the fact that his son had stopped studying, but it was too much to constantly involve himself in various fights, especially since he had a heart of gold. One of the aides expressed his opinion that Gang Leon could fight until he was recognized as the strongest in the country. All these fights were the result of his wanting recognition of his strength. But the old man had a different solution. If Leon wanted to become the strongest, he could simply participate in fighting matches, instead of running around in strange places and looking for adventures. However, the doctor who accompanied Leon assured him that such fights have certain limitations, so it would not satisfy his grandson, and he wants to become the strongest first of all to feel peace. Lo Kingji asked if he had understood the doctor's message correctly, that his grandson only gets calmer during fights. And it was true, Leon was now experiencing a very strong sense of anxiety, and fighting was very calming for him. Now the grandfather didn't understand anything at all. He wanted his grandson to feel better, but he was still worried that one of these fights might not end the way he wanted. The doctor explained that in elementary school he had developed a fear that went with him into adulthood, and that his parents' divorce had taken a heavy toll on his psychological state. And since neither of his parents paid attention to how their son was suffering alone with his own fears, Leon became like that. He has an urgent need to become much stronger to be sure that he can protect himself, regardless of the complexity of these problems. So this is reflected in fights, and the more dangerous it seems, the more he feels safe after it is over, and this is how he cures himself of his own fears. It was addictive, like a drug, and in the future he would look for even more dangerous conditions and even more dangerous people to fight. There was no other way for Leon to overcome his anxiety attacks. His grandfather was already upset, thinking that nothing could be done about it. But the company's assistant broke into the conversation and said he had one option to help his grandson. The man recalled the very project they had discussed with the head of the company. The doctor, in turn, did not know what project they were talking about. The point was that there were no rules. It was supposed to be a very dangerous place with dangerous people, but the difference was that it was all official. At that time, Leon once again went out in search of danger. He had several addresses of different schools, but the one he was going to was quite far away. He was really hoping that this time he would get a more interesting and serious opponent. As he entered the school grounds, Leon came across two bandits who were mocking the boy and demanding a considerable amount of money from him. They were laughing as they beat him and kept going, because they wanted him to give them even more money. So Leon found a victim, and he instantly came over and sharply hit one of the hooligans. He fell to the ground and hit his back against the pole. The second one, who was standing next to him with cigarettes and a lighter, calmly spoke to him, saying that if the guy came in, he had enough courage. Leon replied in the same calm tone that he was also wondering if there would be any money from a couple of good hits. He laughed as he lit a cigarette. Leon was lucky today, because the guy was in a good mood, and maybe he wouldn't be too cruel. He told Leon to get out of here as soon as possible, and then he would pretend that he hadn't seen what had just happened. But the guy came here to get the dose he needed to get into a fight, so he pushed the hooligan and the cigarette fell out of his hands. The bandit was not going to stand for this. He took Leon by the shirt and looked him in the eye angrily. He only said that he advised him to let go of his shirt and not to destroy his clothes, because he would not earn enough money for 1 in 10 years. Of course, this did not affect the local bully in any way, except to make him want to hit this stranger even more. But the boy again used one of his favorite tricks and twisted the bully's arm. After that, Leon threw the boy to his friend, who was still sitting by the pole. The president's son, Hyung-sung, sarcastically apologized for his bad habit of breaking the attacker's arms. They were both already quite scared, having felt his power on them, so when Leon began to approach again, they realized that it was time to run away. The boys immediately got up and ran away from there as far as possible. Leon immediately turned to the victim, who was sitting in the corner, and said that he did not need to be thanked for this act. He was a simple representative of the new era of model youth. But he just stepped on him more and called him a psycho. The guy stood up, and Leon was silent for a moment from this reaction. He took it in his head, of course, that he was uncomfortable hearing such things about him, because he had saved him, and here was such ingratitude, and it was because of such incidents that the boy did not like to meddle in other people's affairs. The guy who had just been mocked almost cried. He was already thinking that it would be better to just give them his money and they would leave him alone. But now, because of Leon, who has been minding his own business, he simply cannot go to this school anymore. The guy was surprised by this answer. He replied that the hooligans would never feel sorry for him the next time he came to his classroom, and that simple money would not be enough for them now. It was impossible to imagine how crazy they were. He was so worried about all of this that he put himself in the grave alive. But Leon decided to help him to the end, so he said that he would take care of everything and that he shouldn't worry. He straightened his tie and asked the younger man a rhetorical question, saying that he wanted to beat the crap out of the gangsters at his school and whether he was okay with it. This scared the guy even more. His eyes started to darken with fear. Leon was really a psycho if he wanted to do such a thing. The boy assumed that even if Anu succeeded in dealing with the head of the hooligans, he would still be finished the very next day. But Lee had a slightly different plan. He picked up the phone and fell silent, dialing the number carefully. He called his grandfather and told him that starting tomorrow, he would be attending a new school. The young man listened to his story with amazement, but did not believe what he was saying because it was impossible to transfer to another school in one day. Right after Lee hung up the phone, a car pulled up to him and a man called out to him. The family's assistant was already preparing the documents for the young man to enter the new school, and he said that everything would be ready soon and that he could visit the school today. But Leon was disappointed by his appearance. The young man once again emphasized that the next time they followed him, he would find a hiding place that no one would be able to get him out of there. The man began to make excuses and said that it was just a coincidence. The boy whom Anne rescued still couldn't get over the shock. He couldn't believe his eyes when he actually transferred to this school for him. But it wasn't quite like that. It had been in his plans from the beginning. He had wanted to visit this school for a long time. Lee looked again at his notebook. Swansea School had been on his list for some time, and then he had the opportunity to go inside. Leon and this bank went to the classroom, where the boy asked Jing Zhenxi where the fifth group was. But then he wondered why he needed these people from the fifth group. At this moment, without even giving me time to answer, the same bully whose arm Leon broke yesterday and who was already walking with a cast burst into the classroom. He threw open the door and ordered Jing Zhenxi to drag his ass over to them. While the boy was about to hide under the desk, this scoundrel came up to him and wanted to push him. But Leon's voice came from the next desk, and he looked at him and said that he had probably attacked him too weakly. Now the bandit's confidence instantly dissipated as soon as he remembered the face of his nightmare. Wallen was sitting quietly at his desk, not even lifting a finger. He wanted to run out of the classroom as fast as he could, just to avoid seeing him. It scared him. It seemed that he was being chased. The bully fell to the ground, crawling away from the boy. After that, Leon stood up and walked over to him. He needed someone like him right now. He told him to give him a tour of the school. First of all, Leon had to visit the head of the third doc, Ma Kangchen. He was afraid of the hooligan and could not refuse him, so he took him to the right place. But the office was quite far away, in another wing, and Leon asked him with a displeased face how much further it would take. But they were almost there, and the young man with the broken arm told him to wait outside and went into the office. He literally jumped out of his seat and ran to his boss. The guy was already telling him about Anna when he broke his arm. When the main gangster of the school got up from his seat, he walked over to Leon. This guy was tall and weighed several times more than the boy. Leon started the conversation. There was no time to drag it out. The break was about to end. It was better to solve everything quickly and not delay. But the boss didn't budge. Instead, a few guys from the same gang stood behind the new student, taking up the teacher's pointers. One of them took Anna by the shoulder. He was already studying here for the second year. However, Lee, as usual, used his trick and broke the arm with which he touched him. The guy twisted in pain and screamed. Leon simply hated it when someone touched him without permission. Another member of this group decided to take revenge for his friends and rushed towards the guy with a stick, intending to defend his territory. However, Leon quickly put this bandit in his place by knocking him down. He flew to his friend, whose arm was also injured, and they were both lying among desks and chairs. Now the young man, who was the most unlucky because he was the first to fall under Leon's hot hand, was left standing alone. When he saw that the guy had dealt with all his friends, he panicked even more. Anne was about to put him on the ground for the second time, but at that moment he was stopped by his boss, who asked him what his purpose was in coming to the elders, who could beat him to death. But then Lee heard that it was a class of sophomores, whom he was not interested in at all, because he was looking for a third-year student, Ma Kangchen. The boss of this group laughed when he heard about his senior, but if Anne really wanted to deal with him, then he was really tired of living. The bully was interested in this perseverance and offered to let him see Ma Kangchen, but only after he could fight him. Lee turned away from him and broke the other arm of the bandit who had attacked Jing Zhengxi recently, and he began to writhe in pain again, and ordered him to bring him to a certain person, but the latter lied to him and brought him to his own boss, which made him very angry. So the high school student decided not to stop with what he had already done to him and add a second arm. The bandit began to beg him to stop and wait, but it was too late because the bones had already begun to crunch. The bully started shouting at the top of his lungs that Ma Kangxin had been suspended from school, so he couldn't take him to someone who wasn't even in school. Someone like him couldn't even access it, so he had no idea where the third-year student was now either. After these words, Leon let him go, but asked when Ma Kangxin would return to school. Instead of answering, the hooligan rushed at him and grabbed him with both hands. Knocking Anna down and grabbing his arms, he begged his elder to help him. The head quickly reacted and started attacking the guy on the other side, who was too relaxed and allowed himself to be grabbed. Suddenly, another high school student appeared in the classroom, defended Anne, and shooed the boss of the group away from him. He was happy that he was able to do this and landed successfully on the floor. This, of course, did not please the sophomores, and the younger ones started attacking them, which was unacceptable. The blonde man stood in front of Leon and addressed the boss, telling him that the guy had only recently transferred, so he didn't know the rules, and it would be better to just let him go. But in the head's opinion, Chen took on too much. He would have already started to deal with him, but suddenly a teacher entered the classroom and stopped the whole bacchanal in the classroom. The man sent all the students to their classrooms, and Leon left the classroom a little disappointed, not having found his target, Ma Kangxin, and the blonde man ran right after him. A student who had recently transferred to a new school turned to him and asked why he was so attached to him. The blonde man came a little closer and started talking to Anne, and the boy noticed how well he could fight, so he thought that Lee was a martial artist. However, Anne was not in the mood for conversation and only grumbled at him to mind his own business. The white-haired man just wanted to warn him that with Leon's current strength, it would be too difficult for him to defeat Ma Kangxin, and these words hurt his ego, and he stopped. But the guy didn't let on. He only began to suspect that this kid was from Ma Kangxin's company, since he had followed him so far just for those words. But Chen did not understand what he was talking about. But a moment later, he smiled and said he wouldn't mind joining a company, and suggested Leon's company as an example. But the guy pulled away and called him a complete idiot for doing so. Leon sighed. He didn't care about playing bandits with him, so he ordered me not to follow him anymore. But Chen didn't care what he said. He was going to get his way anyway, so he smiled and followed the boy. For a moment, the high school student stopped and looked at the blonde man who was tied to him from behind. Chen continued the conversation and said that it was unlikely that this group of bandits would deal with Lee one-on-one. Most likely they would attack him with their entire clan somewhere behind the school or some other place where there were few people. So we would have to form our own gang to fight the bullies. And we should do it before Ma Kangxin goes back to school. And we could start with Lin Duji, who almost killed him today. However, Lee reacted aggressively to these words as well, gritting his teeth and saying that he would have easily dealt with him if someone hadn't stuck his nose in. Chen covered his hands and laughed nervously, telling him not to get angry, but that it was still worthwhile to complete the job. However, Leon clenched his fist and said that it would be better to get rid of Chen altogether. But the latter came back saying that he was on his side and fully supported him. Still, Leon's angry look scared the little blonde, and he said that he still had some business to attend to, so he should leave. The hooligans were sitting in class and coming up with a plan to get rid of this devil gang Leon. They had gotten a good beating from him today, so they were not going to turn a blind eye. Their head replied that this issue could be resolved quite easily, especially since he was alone against them all. He asked if all the members of their gang were gathered to fulfill their plans. However, before they could finish, Leon himself came to them, for the second time, and kicked the head's face with all his might. Blood appeared on his face and he turned his gaze to the boy, realizing that he was dealing with a brave opponent. The next moment, the loud one hit the desk with his fist and pushed his hand through it. Leon managed to jump out of there in time, and his opponent interested him even more, because it was going to be even more fun than he had previously imagined. Since Leon needed the strongest possible enemies, he was excited to compete with him. Another gang member quickly got up from his seat and decided to call everyone else into the classroom to help deal with the boy. They all ran to the classroom in a few seconds, holding sticks, and now the team was complete. The hooligans shouted that they should all attack Leon together and put an end to such a scoundrel who had brazenly invaded their territory. But then Lee Chen reappeared and pushed the bully hard, and he fell on his friends so they didn't even have time to enter the office. Together they fell in front of the door, knocking each other down. Lee Chen picked up the pointer and walked to the exit, and with a confident smile he suggested that they try to enter the classroom again. The bandit with the broken arm quickly shouted out to call absolutely all the members of the group because they realized that the fight could be more serious than it seemed at first. The blond man turned back and told Gang Leon to deal with their leader as soon as possible. While there were not many people here, he would have a better chance of winning. At that moment, the head of the gang of hooligans approached Leon, almost knocking him down. The bandit swung his fist at the boy and hit him, but he managed to defend himself. It was then that Leon realized that this sophomore had a lot of strength, and that it would not be so easy, especially since he would not be the only one there. This time, Ann was able to put his hand in front of his head, but he would not have been able to stand it for long, so the bully continued to attack. The gangster laughed and once again emphasized that such a weakling would never be able to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. It would just be a waste of time and energy. Already in the scratches, Leon thought about what to do next, because if he continued in the same spirit, he would definitely not be able to counterattack his opponent. After stepping back a few steps, Douche swung again, thinking that his freshman rival would not be able to escape this blow. However, Leon deftly stepped forward and leaned over, preventing himself from being hit. The gangster with the broken arm was cheering on his boss, and when he noticed that Leon had stumbled, he started shouting even louder for Douche to crush the younger man. However, the boy stood calmly, leaning on the desk, until the group leader blinked and the boy ran away from him. Leon was used to thinking about his next move in advance, so he calmly carried out his plans while Douche just waved his hands in his direction and tried to hit him on the body. The bandit came closer, but stopped fighting for a moment due to shock, and Leon started talking to him. The guy noticed that Douche could not work with his legs, and these words made the leader angry, so he started swinging his fists again, but Ann remained calm. Now, Douche was curious to see how much the guy would be able to dodge. However, Leon did not seem to be tired. He again easily jumped to the side so that he could not attack. Douche could hit as many times as he wanted, but there would be no use in these blows. One could tell that Leon knew his techniques perfectly. He had faced similar fighters more than once, so he clearly studied their trajectory of blows, which was different from others because they did not work with their feet. Soon Douji fell from An's punch and flew into the desks and chairs, and Lee Chen had no doubt that he would win. The hooligans were stunned to see what was happening in front of them, and now their leader was bruised and unable to get up. They began to be afraid, realizing the power of Leon. When everyone else entered the office and saw that the boss had been defeated, they immediately wanted to go back to avoid his fate. Now the gangsters had no idea what to do next, because Ma Kangchen was now absent from the school, and it was now run by Duje. And since he was disposed of, their entire army was confused and did not know what to do next. At the right moment, Li Chen climbed up on the desk and said seriously that from today on, Leon would be their new boss, and any disputes with him would be severely punished. After the showdown, Jing Zhengxi, Li Chen, and Lian gathered in the school corridor and discussed what had recently happened. The boy was a little worried and asked if Leon was okay after such a difficult fight with the head of the bullies at their school. Now they had to decide what they would do next, but Leon had no answer to this question. However, Li Chen, as always with a smile, approached the boys. The answer was obvious to him. He said that Leon was now the boss of their school, which almost made Jing Zhengxi's jaw drop. Leon asked why he was having this conversation, to which Li Chen replied that his leadership here was temporary, only until Ma Kangcheng returned. It's not that Leon was trying to maintain his status as the boss at this school, but he just couldn't help but ask everything about this Ma Kangchen if he was told with such confidence that no one could beat him. Li Chen replied that he used to be involved in some not-so-legal business and had seen many hooligans, but he had never met anyone as strong as Ma Kangchen himself, most of whom were just meat. But he had an incredible talent for what he was doing. Leon snorted, saying that he supposedly had talent as well, but Li Chen brought him down from the sky and said that he was not at all like Ma Kangchen, which offended the boy. Here Ying Zhengxi joined the conversation, remembering this bandit with fear. He generally resembled a psychopath, not a normal person. Ma Kangcheng was endowed with a fighting spirit and knew how to fight very well, and he was ruthless. He did not spare anyone, So it was extremely difficult to find a worthy opponent for someone like him. But if Ma Kangcheng fought a psycho who changed schools for the sake of fighting, then maybe something would happen. Lian was about to punish the boy for saying that, but Li Chen didn't mean that he was just different. While the boys were sitting on the roof of the school talking, a whole bunch of hooligans came to them, each of them holding a stick. Lian himself did not understand what was happening, and Jing Zhenxi covered his head with his hands, already imagining what might happen now. He was very afraid, and he had a suspicion that everything would end very badly for them, and there was nowhere to hide in this place, so he panicked even more. Li Chen, on the other hand, behaved very confidently and looked at the crowd of bandits. It was a success to see so many hooligans who were ready to take part in the next fight. However, for Lian, it was still too strange. Even if he managed to defeat their leader, none of this explained why so many people suddenly decided to take his side. However, Li Chen reassured him that during the time he was involved in dark deeds, he had already learned to understand such people. As soon as he said that half of them had already decided to join Lian, they began to suspect each other. Lian laughed as the three of them moved forward, but there was something more important than all that. Li Chen lied to these idiots that Ma Kangcheng might never return to this school again, and this also played a role, because they almost immediately decided to join them. Perhaps now was the moment to be proud of the fact that Chen was a hooligan like me and knew all these nuances. Now Li Chen was curious about their third companion, whom the boy called almost a fan of Lian, but he denied it. The guys moved away from him to talk. The blonde asked how they knew each other in the first place, and when he pointed his finger at Jing Zhenxi, he began to tremble. Because this guy is attached to Lian, no one dares to touch him, and there was something else that Li Chen knew about him. Jing Zhenxi was the town's whipping boy, and all the bullies bullied him, knowing that he had neither the courage nor the strength to respond to them in any way. At the same moment, Li Chen apologized to him and told him not to take it too personally. He didn't say it to offend him, it was just evident in his expression. Jing Zhenxi didn't seem to be afraid. He chose this path for himself. The blonde man just wanted to say that Lian and this boy were too different, and it was strange that he was running after him. As soon as Lian was about to step further, he saw the family assistant in front of him and wanted to run away. He was already very tired of them following him, but the man said that the boy needed to go to the hospital today. Lian insisted last time that they were no longer following him, but the assistant came up with an excuse this time, saying that because Lian had a doctor's appointment, they had arrived at his new school in advance, waiting for classes to end. But when Li Chen heard the guy being addressed as Mr., he became even more confused, not realizing who was standing in front of him. Now he decided to call him his elder, to which Lian sent him away and told him to shut up. Later, when Lian got into the car, she drove him to the hospital where the doctor forbade him to organize similar fights in the future. He already had all the latest data on the guy's body, and it was not very comforting. But Lian immediately stood up from the chair and said that the doctor didn't have to worry about all this, because he himself felt perfectly well what condition his heart was in. When the guy had already opened the door, he waved to the doctor and told him to tell his grandfather that he was completely healthy, and that was it. But immediately outside the door, the young man was met by an assistant who asked if the medical examination had been completed, to which Anne replied that he was too tired today and asked to postpone the examination for another day because he wanted to rest now. To this, the man replied only that he had been pleased with him in recent days. To his own surprise, Lian did not skip classes and attended school every day, which was just wonderful and could not but rejoice. The guy smiled and said with a slight mockery that he had been obsessed with school and going to school lately. The man also said that Dr. Han would advise Lian to make friends, which would have a very positive impact on his health. And especially the doctor recommended that patient Lian start a relationship with someone, which would also help him socialize and improve his health. Then the man began to speak a little nervously. He knew that it was a little difficult for Lian to admit his feelings. Perhaps because of this, he did not date anyone. And finally, he added that it was nothing to worry about. But Anne was already very tense because of this dialogue. He clenched his fist and looked away from his assistant, asking them not to talk about this topic. But anyway, the man was really happy that Lian had adapted to school life so quickly. The next day, the boy went back to school, spent several hours listening to the lessons, and during the next break, one of the students burst into their classroom and started shouting loudly that something was wrong. Anne turned to Li Chen and asked what was wrong with this guy. He told me, smiling as always, that this high school student's name was Zhang Sen, and that he was the one who had gathered all the hooligans on the roof yesterday, and that he was a fan of Leon's and was crazy about his fighting style. But Jung Sen exclaimed that now was not the time to get acquainted. All their people were split into different clans. They had gone to different places, and it was not known how many people were left with them. Li Chen was not so cheerful anymore. He could not explain it at all, but he said that it was most likely the work of Ma Kangcheng's parents. Their family was one of the most influential in the country, so it could be true. In fact, they said that Ma Kangchen should go back to school today right away. If this turns out to be true and Ma Kangchen returns to training today, it will be a complete failure for them. And moreover, their fighters have scattered. Zhang Shang tried to convince them all to stay on their side, but he couldn't tell how many people would follow his words. So he told everyone to gather on the roof in 10 minutes so that he could calm them down, at least, and tell them about the plan. Li Chen decided to go check if Ma Kangchen had really returned, and Leon told him to go to the roof and try to secure all the remaining fighters. Leon was still calm, but he was even more interested in the personality of this boy Ma Kangchen, because he must be a difficult person if he could turn the whole school on its ear. Jungsen went with him and showed him the corridor of the administrative building, which was a place that was rarely visited, so they could relocate here for now, and when the time was right, they would go to the roof. But to Leon, the whole situation seemed very strange. When they passed by one of the classrooms, they noticed that everyone there was calmly continuing to study. No one was panicking. But the guy said it was because of a certain agreement. The idea was that if they sacrificed one or two people themselves, they would not move anyone else. Zhang also said that it used to be a very good high school with high scores. But everything changed a year ago when Ma Kangcheng transferred. He used his parents' connections more than once, and soon this school turned into a haven for disadvantaged high school students. That's why nerds don't care about everything around them as long as they are not disturbed in their studies and turn a blind eye to everything. Leon didn't know who it took to turn a school into a living hell in a year. He was definitely not an ordinary guy. This is where Zhang Xing said that this is why he decided to rely on Leon in this case. He promised to end the rule of that bully Ma Kangchen, and now it was time to move forward more quickly, since everyone else might already be there, and it was better not to be late. However, as soon as they looked up on the roof, they saw absolutely no one there. And only now it became clear that the whole thing was just a trap to lure Leon to a place where no one could help him. So Zhang attacked him by surprise. He pushed the guy with all his might to the roof, where he began to bleed to death. He didn't invite anyone here, but still, the plan was successful, and we managed to lure that devil Leon to him. Somehow the guy managed to get to his feet. Although he was shaking quite badly, he realized that he was caught, but it was too late. There was only one way out, to fight against the opponent armed with a knife. Jungsen once again decided to humiliate Leon, saying that no matter how strong he was, he would still not be able to defeat Ma Kangchen, and that everyone who followed him would soon return to them. But after such insulting words, Leon already forgot about his injuries and saw himself as the only target to be neutralized. But Zhang quickly ran back into the school and closed the door so that Leon could not get out. Now the guy was left alone, and the coward ran away because he was not a fan of various battles, so he had no desire to start anything. Leon was angry, but he was also angry with himself that this idiot could so easily wrap him around his finger. Every second his condition was getting worse, and he had to think about getting out of here, which was not so easy because he didn't even have time to take his phone with him. Although it was humiliating, there was really no other way out. He was standing alone on the roof of the school, without communication and with a severe injury, so we had to call for help. But in a moment the guy fell down. His heart started beating at a frantic pace. He also did not have any medication with him, and his eyes were starting to close. His strength was waning. Meanwhile, Li Chen burst into the classroom, running as fast as he could, but he was still late. There was no one there, even though Zhang Sen had told him that he would take Leon to Ma Kangchen's class. But then he realized that Ma Kangchen hadn't been in the room yet, and it all confused him. And they thought that Zhang Sen had simply betrayed them and came up with a plan to neutralize the new leader of the school. There was no one there, even though Zhang Sen had told him that he would take Leon to Ma Kangchen's class. But then he realized that Ma Kangchen hadn't been in the room yet, and it all confused him. And they thought that Zhang Sen had simply betrayed them and came up with a plan to neutralize the new leader of the school. After some time had passed, Zhang Xing opened the door and looked at Leon lying motionless on the ground. Li Chen ran upstairs as fast as he could when he saw someone who looked like Ma Kangchen. However, when he got up to the roof, he noticed Jing Zhengxi trying to save Leon with the pills. Li Chen held his head. It was unclear what was going on. However, Yen Xie suggested that the boy should first be sent to the hospital because it could have ended badly. At that moment, Leon stood up and exhaled heavily, saying quietly that he didn't need any doctor because he had taken medicine and everything should be fine. The boy fainted only because he did not have time to take the medicine he was taking in class, and now everything will return to normal. But this was the first time Li Chen had heard of any pills that were a necessity for him. Leon has a heart condition, so he has to take his pills regularly. While the blond man stood there, not understanding anything at all, Jing Zhengxi replied that when Leon and Zhang Xing went to the roof, his friend forgot to take the pills with him, which were lying next to his phone, which was ringing all the time, so the boy decided to check it out. And there was an alarm clock reminding him to take his medication, and he thought it was important, so he rummaged through his desk to find the thing he needed. And as a result, he found these pills. And when Jing Zhenxi went to the roof, he noticed Gang Lian lying on the floor. Zhang Sen was nowhere near there. Shuffling his feet, An got up and staggered away. When he turned his back on Li Shen, he noticed that there was blood on the guy's back, so he finally decided that he needed to go to the hospital. But Leon refused. Now he needed to find the guy who almost killed him here. And after that, he needs to finish the business with Ma Kangchen and forget about him forever. But Li Chen was not sure that Leon would be able to defeat Ma Kangchen in such a terrible condition when he could barely walk. The guy ignored him and instead suggested that he and Jing Zhengxi change clothes, which raised a lot of questions for him. He did not understand why such fraud was being carried out. This was necessary to prevent him from being sent to the hospital, because if it was noticed that he was injured, the people who were watching him would immediately report it to Ma Kangchen. But the blonde was categorically against such an action. Leon had just gotten back on his feet and was already going to fight the strongest. It was certain death. However, Leon knew better than to think that he was in such a state, that if he just bandaged the wound, everything would be fine, and he had never felt so excited before. So now he felt just fine, and no injury would have hindered him. What is much more important now is that they have one last chance to confront him one-on-one before he manages to win over everyone else. Jing Zhengxi felt completely unnecessary here. He had no idea how he could help them. They changed clothes, but then Jing Zhengxi said something rather suspicious, saying that he had some business to attend to, and that when he finished it, he would come back to them both. Besides, he shouldn't be involved in such a showdown at all. He's too weak and will only get in the way. If he were to leave them and be caught by Ma Kangchen's men, it would only make things more difficult for everyone. So the best option for him was to simply hide somewhere far away. Now they had too little time, so they had to hurry. Leon moved forward as fast as he could, ignoring his injury, and Jing Zhenyi remained on the roof. Blondie had heard that Ma Kangchen was gathering all his men in the gym, so he should be there as well. But when they got to the gym, they saw only one person inside. But when the guy saw who it was, he immediately froze in one place and could not move. When Ma Kangchen's army was already approaching, Li Chen shouted to An to come to him immediately. Only Ma Kangchen was inside the gym. The others had not yet managed to get there. It was a chance for the guy to fight him in an equal fight, but we had to hurry. Without waiting another minute, Leon ran into the room, relying on Chen to assure him that everything would be fine and that he would be able to handle it himself and wait for help. But then he was disappointed because no one said that there was anyone left on their side at all. In the meantime, Leon went inside and closed the door, and he saw the same guy whom the unfortunate outcasts fear and whom all the bullies admire. Ma Kangchen straightened his hair and realized that this was the same Gang Lian that his people had told him about. He smiled awkwardly and nervously, saying that he was glad to see him in front of him. Leon was a little confused by this because he definitely did not expect such a reception here and was mentally ready to fight. Picking up the basketball, Leon said he was annoyed by Ma Kangchen's expression and lightly kicked the ball. After this kick, he kicked the ball hard and it flew towards a blond man who was innocently standing nearby. But he easily caught the ball right in front of his face and laughed again, saying that he had had this expression since he was 6 years old. Ma Kangchen threw the object back into Leon's hands and continued to stand calmly, saying that this was the expression he saw in the book. When An caught the ball, he suddenly approached it quickly with the same smiling face. At the same moment, Ma Kangchen hit him on the waist in the same place where he had a fresh wound, and he dropped the ball out of his hands in surprise. The boy grimaced in pain and was sure that he was hitting him on purpose, knowing that he was injured. Leon quickly grabbed his opponent's arm and was about to hit him to wipe that smile off his face. And while Leon tried to hold his limb, Ma Kangchen made sure that the young man had an injury and should be hit there. He kicked him again in the same place, and that was almost the last straw. Li Chen was right that he shouldn't go into the next fight with such an injury. To be honest, Ma Kangchen expected much more from this psycho after all the stories from his people. But Leon was a real disappointment to him. But for saying that, the high school student abruptly pulled him to him, taking him by the clothes. Despite the pain in his body, Leon was enthusiastic about the battle and wanted to win, so he took a swing at him, showing that he had written him off too soon, as he was just warming up. Leon managed to hit Ma Kangchen's body, which was a success, because the boy started to fall. This was his chance and possibly his only one, so Leon needed to end it as soon as possible. But despite the recent attack, Ma Kangchen deftly defended himself and stepped back, and Leon missed. Realizing that it was time to act, Anne grabbed Ma Kangchen's clothes, and his opponent grabbed the boy's arm. Silence reigned as they looked at each other with anger in their eyes, like predators. The blonde was stalling for time, which the boy didn't have much left, and soon Ma Kangchen's men would break through to the gym. Leon knew that he would be able to hold on for some time, because his wounds were not that serious. But Ma Kangchen was now talking about his friend, who was outside, and it was not known if he was alive, because he was fighting alone against all these bastards. He was able to put a few of them on the ground, wounding them, but there were too many for one person, although Li Chen held on confidently and did not let anyone into the gym, despite his fatigue. He didn't give up and was ready to take more blows. But the hooligans already considered him a corpse that they would quickly knock down. However, the blonde man asked them with a smile what they would do if Gang Leon managed to put down their leader, and the latter suggested that they should not wait too long and join on already. Chen tried his best to buy time so that his friend would have more opportunities to win. The bandits started laughing out loud at this suggestion. Soon they will find their way inside. They just need to finish off one person, and Gang Leon will have to stand up to 30. Li Chen continued the conversation and said that Leon was much richer and more influential than their leader, which they categorically refused to believe. They ran at the guy in a pack, weapons in hand. While Leon was distracted, Ma Kangchen quickly caught him and was about to kick him again. And when the whole army of hooligans changed Li Chen for one, he realized that this was the end. He could not withstand such a wave. Leon called out with all his might to his friends standing outside. While Leon was distracted, Ma Kangchen quickly caught him and was about to kick him again. But it turned out quite the opposite, and Ma Kangchen's self-confidence did not help him hit the boy's body again, but instead he hit him himself. Li Chen was already completely discouraged in his own abilities. He knew that he could not win so many at once, but when Li Chen had already silently accepted defeat, a black-haired boy fell at his feet, and he opened his eyes to look at him. When the blonde turned his gaze to the side, he noticed Jing Zhengji, and behind him were quite a few people who were ready to fight on his side, bringing whatever they had at hand as weapons, mops, brooms, and various sticks. Jing Zhengxi had already thought he was too late while gathering them all, but it was better now than never. High school students were coming to the battlefield, and more of them were coming, even though the bot army was not so easy to persuade to join the act. Li Chen didn't know what their motivation was or why they agreed to do this, but he was very glad that he was not standing here alone. They said that they had no other choice, and they were not particularly fond of hooligans, and they would not want to say after graduation that they had graduated from a school that was filled with such bandits. They, like Jing Zhengji, decided to trust Gang Leon completely and hoped that he would be able to deal with Ma Kangchen and stop all this bacchanal in their school. Li Chen laughed nervously. He was incredibly grateful to the guy, even though he was suspicious the moment he wanted to leave them. The blonde man exclaimed with all his might that Jing Zhengxi had saved her. So Gang Leon was simply obliged to fight for him, risking his life as he did. Ma Kangchen seemed very tired now. He was on his knees and unable to move, while Leon bought time to recover a little and go on the attack again. Ma Kangchen sincerely did not understand where in the world such idiots came from. He could have easily hidden somewhere and not bothered anyone, but he had to fight and show everyone that he was a hero. But Leon said that he would not have done otherwise, even if they kicked the same way. But in general, his own kicks would be much more powerful. Ma Kangcheng's punch to the boy's waist was nothing more than a mere tickle, so Leon quickly approached him and swung. Here the blonde laughed again and offered to make the guy's blows weaker and took off running. Taking an awl from the ground lying nearby, Ma Kangcheng stabbed Leon's knee with all his might, causing spasms all over his leg. But at that moment, An realized that now was a very good chance to hit him unexpectedly while he was busy attacking. And the guy succeeded. He slammed his fist into his opponent's head with all his might and drove him into the ground. Leon was already too angry to give up so easily. He was shaking with anger and only wanted to win more. Ma Kangchen quickly got up and tried to run away, dodging another blow. But he failed to do so and grabbed his arms tightly and threw him to the ground. He wasn't done with him yet, so he kept hitting him like he was going to do one last time to make sure he put an end to it. At that moment, the blonde man was already scared. His face was bloody, and no one before Leon had humiliated him like that, so he started shouting for him to stop. And then Leon was let down by his own body, which was no longer obeying him, and he bent down and grabbed his injured side. Ma Kangcheng smiled and got to his feet. This time he was terribly lucky, because if it wasn't for the injury, Leon would have already finished him off. The leader of the hooligans also started to go crazy after this. He had just almost died at the hands of some high school student, and now he was even more fervent in his preparation for the battle. Ma Kangcheng kicked Leon with all his might in an already sore spot, and he screamed. A man like Ma Kangcheng would not tolerate such treatment. He knew he was the best and strongest, and was now going to prove it once again. With all his strength, the guy beat the body of the unfortunate Leon, who was already lying on the floor, almost losing consciousness. Now he was laughing, because his expectations for the fight were completely different. And now Leon was just lying down in front of him, unable to fight back. Taking the boy's almost unconscious body in his hands, Ma Kangchen dragged him to the exit to check on the others. While An was in prostration, his consciousness recalled the events of the past. He saw his parents quarreling before the divorce, and he, the daughter, was watching them. Although the little boy was in tears, he claimed that he did not know fear. And at the same moment, Leon grabbed hold of his opponent's hand, who was pulling him along. Ma Kangcheng was a little surprised because he thought that he would not wake up, but it seems that it is not over yet. The blonde laughed, saying that he was already heavy, so he shouldn't twitch or they would kill him right away. But Leon did not let go of his hand, holding on with his last strength. Ma Kangchen looked at him as if he were an inadequate lunatic who had already begun to talk nonsense. However, what happened was not what he expected. Leon stood up and twisted his arm hard, breaking his bones. He had one habit. As soon as Leon's hands touched a bastard like this, he had a sudden urge to tear them off. After that, Anna's opponent reflexively let him go because of the pain. Li Chen was starting to get worried because a lot of time had passed and the two hadn't finished yet. Jing Zhengxi also said that the teachers would soon find out about all this, so they should hurry up, because in this fight it is important that one of the yellow men, one of the strongest, wins, and if Gang Lian manages to win, the title of school boss will go to him. But if the teachers come here now, all their efforts will be in vain. Some nerds standing a little further away saw that teachers were already on their way, and that was that. It was unclear why the two of them were there for so long, but Li Chen could not influence the speed of the battle. Finally, the door opened and a tired Gang Lian stood before them, dragging the body of the defeated Ma Kangchen behind him. Everyone standing near the gym was shocked by the outcome of the fight. After such a difficult day, Leon was hospitalized to treat all the wounds he had earned in the difficult battle. The guy woke up the next day, and Li Chen and Jing Zhengxi were waiting for him in his room, very interested in learning all the details of the fight. Jing Zhengxi happily told us that the news of Ma Kangcheng's dark deeds had spread very quickly and that he would definitely not be allowed to study after this. And there were also rumors that he was going to go abroad and continue his studies there. Because the lawyers of the Gang Lian family were stronger and the news was also very expensive, because no one else in their school could even think of starting to hurt someone in fighting. And if someone was so brave, they would have to deal with all the students in the agreement. And all of this was due to Leon, who risked himself for it. But he was upset because it turned out that in the future, they would do very well without him. Leon exhaled and said that all his obligations had been fulfilled, so now he had to find one person. Li Chen was not very happy about this, of course. He knew that he would leave them sooner or later, but not now, especially since he could not go looking for someone in such a terrible condition. Leon said that Ma Kangxin said some words to him that he could not ignore. When Leon managed to defeat his opponent, the boy shouted that he was the most powerful of all. Ma Kangxin laughed, however. He could now recognize that the boy was stronger than him, but there was a man he was nothing compared to. Before he passed out completely, Ma Kangxin told him to find him, and that just by looking at him, he would feel his power. So Leon got out of bed, even though his friends were going to stop him. And when they tried to convince the boy to stay, the assistant of Gang Leon's family entered the ward, saying that there was no need to look for this boy. Leon did not understand, asking what the man meant. The assistant went to the boy's bedside and handed him a piece of paper. On paper, there was an announcement about the start of recruitment for the largest tournament among teenagers, and all fighters from the country could participate. Perhaps after Leon was able to defeat a special opponent, he began to think that he was the strongest. But to confirm this status, he would only have to win the tournament and become the champion. Then no one would have any doubts about his strength. However, the man assured him that it was better to wait now, because the boy himself had to realize that he still lacked the strength to become the strongest. So all he could offer him was to prepare diligently for the tournament with his self-defense teacher, whom he had been studying with since elementary school. Leon was very surprised to hear that his master was giving lessons again, and he had already been waiting for him for the first training session. So Leon said goodbye to his friends because he really had to go. They wished him success and believed that he would achieve his goals and become the strongest. Soon enough, he and his family's assistant were in the car and driving to the master. The man said that the master opened his own martial arts school nearby. Leon asked what it was called and how long it would take them to get there. And soon they were there. Leon got out of the car and stood next to the self-defense school for women. Leon stood silently in front of the building for some time. Leon knew perfectly well that he definitely didn't need to learn self-defense here, but maybe he could practice sparring. He was already eager to see his sparring partner, so the guy entered the hall. In front of him, he saw a guy standing in the corner, and his rival was Hanyul.